All your expenses can be refunded tenfold, but it can only last for 1 day. How much money can you earn at most? As you were playing games in the bedroom, a system prompt sounded in your mind, congratulating you on binding the 24-hour tycoon system. From now on, all your expenses will be refunded tenfold. After 24 hours, the system will automatically unbind. Immediately, a countdown appeared in your mind. At this moment, your brain started to work at high speed, with tenfold returns, and your total assets were just over 2,000 yuan. You directly topped up 2,000 yuan for yourself, and the next moment, a message was sent by the mobile banking app. Your commercial bank savings card received 20,000 yuan, with a balance of 20,024. Indeed effective, you were ecstatic, but your hands did not stop moving. Making money is actually quite simple, and you didn't hesitate. First, transfer 20,000 yuan to your friend Chen Shui, instantly earning 200,000 yuan in returns. Chen Shui sent a question mark, but you didn't even have time to reply to him, and instead continued to transfer 200,000 yuan to Chen Shui, immediately receiving 2 million in returns. The next moment, Chen Shui called directly. Alone in the rental house, you answered the phone directly, put on headphones, and continued your activities without interruption. What the heck is going on? Why do you have 220,000 yuan? Where did all this money come from? Chen Shui's shocked voice came through the phone. Your hands kept moving, starting to clear all your debts. Don't worry about it, didn't I lend you 10,000 before? I'm paying you back now, I'm busy at the moment, let's talk later. Chen Shui roared loudly, who the hell borrows 10,000 and ends up owing 220,000? Even loan sharks aren't this ruthless, what are you up to? You quickly make repayments, you actually want to make big purchases, quick cashback. But you should know, most of the time, an ordinary person doesn't have that many channels. You must first build a foundation, then you can afford to make large purchases. I'll give you the cashback later, if the explanation is correct. Don't you owe tens of thousands, use it to repay, don't dilly-dally. Now that you have the ability, you naturally want to help a brother out, and earn cashback, but you can't swipe too much, afraid this brother can't handle it. Considering your trust, Chen Shui said, alright, I'll go repay first, call me when you're free. After saying that, he hung up, but in just 3 minutes, you repaid all the online loans and credit cards. You repaid 2 million and got back 300,000 in cashback, now you have 7 million in your bank account. You only have this one good friend, the rest are not worth helping, there's nothing worth swiping for now. Naturally, you have to go to high-end places. You quickly went downstairs at the fastest speed in your life, hailed a taxi, and said to the driver as you got in, go to the Ferrari store on Jianxi Road. When you have money, of course, you want to buy houses and cars, such large purchases naturally earn cashback faster. In the taxi, you quickly downloaded electronic music, Shark Tiger, and other live streaming platforms, not even watching those streamers. Instead, you first deposited 4 million into the electronic music platform, with an instant rebate of 40 million. Without hesitation, you added another 6 million, resulting in a rebate of 60 million. At this point, your bank card holds 94.7 million at a rate of 13 yuan per platform. You also dare not deposit too much, fearing it might attract attention and cause trouble. You follow suit. On the Shark and Tiger platforms, each deposited 10 million, resulting in a successful rebate of 2 billion. Glancing at the taxi driver, who appeared calm, you without a second thought, scanned the payment code and said, driver, I'm in a hurry now, hurry over at top speed, I'll transfer 5,000 to you now. Upon hearing this, the driver sat up straight and said, hold on tight. Today, I'll show you what it means to be the drift king of Mount Akina. In the next moment, the car's speed instantly increased, and you quickly scanned 5,000 yuan, with a rebate of 50,000. In just under half an hour, the total turnover has reached nearly 3 billion. For an average person, 3 billion would be enough to relax, but you are not content. When someone has 100 yuan, they will want 200 yuan. When someone has 10,000 yuan, they will desire 20,000. Human greed knows no bounds. Initially, swiping thousands or millions excited him, but in just a short while, nearly 3 billion has been swiped. You don't even know your current goal. Under the driver's crazy driving, you arrived at the Ferrari storefront in about 20 minutes. You got out of the car, quickly walked into the store, and before you could speak, a female salesperson approached and said, hello, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari sales branch. Do you have a specific car model in mind? You shook your head and said you didn't, but you can briefly introduce the current cars. I'll pay right away. The female salesperson glanced at your attire, which was quite ordinary. Your whole outfit probably costs just over 1,000 renminbi. He spoke up, sir, please take a look at the cars here. This is the Ferrari 612, currently priced at 5.7 million. Before he could finish, you interrupted. No need for details, just swipe the card. Then find me a few more. I'll pay with the card for all of them. The salesperson swallowed nervously, looking at you and thinking, this unexpected wealth is finally coming my way today. Before he could finish daydreaming, you cut in. Do you have the Ferrari 812? Ferrari F12, Ferrari 599, Ferrari 488, Ferrari F90, Ferrari FF and these models. You listed 7 models in one breath, shocking the female salesperson. However, her professionalism made her quickly realize, sir, we may not have all the models you need here. We can arrange them from elsewhere. You nodded and said, including the 612 I mentioned earlier, that's a total of 8 cars. I won't bother with the options, just go for the top configurations. I prefer red or black for the color. Just give me the total price. The female salesperson looked like she wanted to say something, but you frowned and urged her to hurry up. You, on the other hand, furrowed your brow and said, please hurry up, I'm in a rush. Without a second thought, the female salesperson quickly fetched a calculator. Clicking away on the calculator, the car prices are for the base model, but additional costs like accessories, insurance, and other fees are not included in the final price. In total, all the vehicles amount to 53.5 million, while you have nearly 300 million at the moment. You don't have the time to pay for each one individually. So you say, let's go with 4 sets of the same, totaling 5 sets. With the same features, the total comes to 267.5 million. You have over 270 million in your account, just enough to pay for it all. Whether you can use it is another matter, but swiping the money first is the priority. If all else fails, you can impress girls with the cars later. The female salesperson is completely bewildered by your straightforward purchase. She's not unfamiliar with wealthy people buying Ferraris, but buying luxury cars like you're buying cabbage is quite terrifying. Just multiply the numbers above by 5. Seeing the amount on the calculator, the female salesperson feels dizzy. Oh my, it's over 200 million, just like that. You don't care at all, the impact you've had on the female salesperson. You continue to ask if there's a LaFerrari. The dazed female salesperson unconsciously shakes her head. I'm sorry, sir, the LaFerrari is a limited edition of 499 units. It's already sold out worldwide. Unless you can buy it from someone else, you're a bit disappointed. It seems you won't be able to purchase one. You pull out a bank card and say, let's swipe it. Normally, a regular bank card like this has a daily spending limit. However, in a world where a single finger can manipulate the rules, this limit is easily bypassed by the system. As the successful card swipe sound rings, the salesperson's gaze towards you has turned cold, as if a Ferrari like this. There are really few customers daily, so the female salespeople with nothing to do almost all come over, eager to have intimate contact with this rich second generation. Dressed in ordinary clothes, you have become a symbol of low-key in their eyes, swiping over 2 billion, instantly getting a rebate of 2.67 billion. Including what was left before, you now have close to 2.7 billion in cash, a total of 40 cars, signing voluntarily. This is unavoidable. The sales team all surround Chu Chen, even the manager comes to serve Chu Chen tea and water. Nodding and bowing, looking at his appearance, more intimate than serving one's own father, the initial female salesperson said nervously, Mr. Chu, I'd like to remind you again, all these vehicles will be delivered in about half a year. Because some are sourced from other parts of the country, some are from abroad, with different timelines, Chu Chen signs while casually saying, it's okay, just deliver one car to me, I can wait. Hearing this, the female salesperson breathed a sigh of relief, this time a 2 billion plus order. He doesn't dare to think about just the commission amount, although the commission is important, but not as important as this young master in front of him. Not to mention anything else, even being someone's lover, giving a little is enough for a lifetime of luxury and wealth. If it were before, as an ordinary person, Chu Chen would certainly be interested in interacting with these beautiful women. But with only a 24-hour time limit at hand, more than an hour has already passed. He simply doesn't have time to consider so much. Any beautiful woman at this stage, please step aside. Suddenly, Chu Chen's phone placed on the table rang. It was an unfamiliar local number. Chu Chen furrowed his brow and said, help me answer it. He urgently needed to sign, too busy to attend to it. The female salesperson immediately answered the call, put it on speaker, and raised the volume. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Chu Chen? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Chu Chen was certain he had never heard this person before. He casually replied, this is Chu Chen. May I ask who's calling? The person on the other end had a very polite tone. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. Earlier, there was an overseas transfer to your savings account at our bank. There was a large transfer of 2.6 billion. Your deposit with us is substantial. We are honored to invite you to become an esteemed VIP customer at our bank, offering you many conveniences and assistance. Although Chu Chen's phone was just a regular one, the call sound was clear enough for everyone present to hear. From the manager to the female salesperson, they were all dumbfounded. How much money is this? Especially the one who introduced the vehicles to Chu Chen. They had just found 2 billion terrifying, but now hearing over 20 billion, they were even more shocked. Regarding the VIP upgrade, what Chu Chen was more concerned about was the bank's power. In this place, the bank's influence was significant. The bank's power is very strong, having collaborations in many areas. Chu Chen used to be just an ordinary person without those connections. The bank can help itself, he said. Hello, Director Zhao. Let's put aside the VIP matters for now. I would like to ask Director Zhao for a favor. Zhao Qian politely said, Mr. Shu, just tell me what you need. Don't be so polite. The source of the money is definitely legitimate. It's income from foreign stocks, funds, and investments, completely legal with no issues, which is why he called. Chu Chen continued, I want to buy a house, either a large flat or a mansion. I wonder if Director Zhao has any connections in this area. I want more than one property now. If it's suitable, I can make the payment immediately. Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. Mr. Shu, please wait a few minutes. I will contact you right away. After hanging up, the female sales staff nearby dared not speak. If Chu Chen only had a few billion, they would dare to imagine marrying into a wealthy family. But now Chu Chen has tens of billions, and that's just a part. This is a level they cannot reach. After Chu Chen signed, he casually asked, Is there a car available for immediate delivery? The female sales staff replied hesitantly, Mr. Chu, you have selected options for all the vehicles. We need to add more configurations. If everything is done, the earliest would be 3 p.m. today. This is already very fast. Chu Chen immediately said, Okay. Have whichever car ready by 3 p.m. Call me immediately. Also, fill up the gas tank for me. If there's no license, just use a regular one. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Amidst the enthusiastic support of the manager and the sales staff, Chu Chen left the store. He received a call from Zhao as soon as he stepped out. Hello, I just contacted on your behalf. Currently, many people are willing to sell. May I ask, with determination, where is our bank located? Could you make an appointment for me? It's already noon at 12 o'clock. If possible, I hope to meet them at 3 p.m. at Guisheng. In the meantime, I may need to use Guisheng's office. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. I hope President Zhao can understand. Mr. Zhao immediately said, Mr. Shu, it's no trouble at all. Serving esteemed guests like you is our bank's honor. I will arrange the appointment immediately. They willingly said, then I'll trouble President Zhao. By the way, President Zhao, do you happen to know some manufacturers or sellers of private yachts and private planes? Mr. Zhao immediately said, Mr. Shu, rest assured. Our commercial bank provides high-end VIP services. We can fulfill all your needs. Shu was secretly delighted. In that case, please have President Zhao help arrange the appointment. Let's meet in the afternoon. Zhao readily agreed. After hanging up, Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He truly didn't understand these super luxurious expenses, only knew about buying houses and cars. Private yachts and private planes, he was clueless about them, as he had never encountered them before. The appointment is for the afternoon. In the meantime, Shu still needs to go to other places to buy cars and continue spending money. Fortunately, this street has other luxury car brands. Shu Chen walked into a Porsche dealership, but before he could even speak, the manager and a group of salespeople immediately greeted him. Extremely enthusiastic, Shu Chen was left bewildered. The approaching manager respectfully said, Hello, Mr. Shu, I am the manager here, Wang Li. Welcome to Porsche, but Shu Chen had no idea that during the 2 minutes he stepped out to take a call, Ferrari salespeople had already spread the news in their group chat. Now, all the luxury car brand stores on the street knew that a super rich man had arrived here. Splurging nearly 300 million, he bought 7 models of Ferraris, 5 of each. It was a shopping spree that left everyone baffled. But that didn't change their impression of Chu Chen. A super rich man, who else buys cars like this? So when Chu Chen reached the entrance, Wang Li immediately spotted him and signaled all the salespeople to rush over. Although still puzzled, Chu Chen asked, Do you have the Porsche 911, 918, or the Cayman GT here? The variety and prices of Porsches couldn't compete with Ferraris, so Chu Chen's options were limited. Chu Chen wasn't interested in the cheaper ones, and they took up space. Wang Li quickly explained, Mr. Shu, we don't have that many models in stock. We'll have to customize it for you. Chu Chen snapped his fingers and said, sure, arrange it directly, drawing from his experience at Ferrari. Chu Chen was already familiar with the process and directly specified all the options, insisting on the most suitable color combinations. Just go for the highest configuration directly, no need to ask me. Wang Li next to me has already prepared the calculator, clacking away. Then he said, Mr. Chu, hello. With your selected configurations, the total price for all these cars will be 50 million, including 2 different models of the 918. There's also one 911 and one Pro GT. Chu waved his hand and said, all 5 sets, with the same configuration. Wang Li said somewhat hesitantly, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but the Porsche 918 is a limited edition model, so the same style is not available. But you can choose from other models in the Porsche 918 series. Chu casually made a selection, as the prices are all similar. 5 sets are enough. Although he can't spend all his money, he also doesn't want to buy the same car dozens of times in one go. That would be a bit foolish. In total, 250 million, now 267 billion. After spending and getting rebates, that's the plan. There's still 492 billion in the card balance. He held his breath, looking expectantly at Chu Chen. Chu didn't hesitate, took out his bank card and said, let's swipe. With a quick beep, the card was successfully swiped. Wang Li almost trembled as she took it. After all, the current global economic situation is not great, especially for these high-end consumer goods. In reality, they are really hard to sell. Don't be fooled by the videos online, where everyone has one in a certain app. In reality, not many of these luxury cars are sold each year. However, in reality, the annual sales of these cars are not even 1/10 of what's shown in that app. It's clear that Chu Chen's extravagant spending shocked every salesperson present, quickly and skillfully signing on the contracts, all in less than an hour. Chu Chen left the Porsche store surrounded by a group of chattering girls, as far as he knew. There are also Lamborghini and Maserati stores on this street. Chu Chen calculated that after buying from these 2 stores, it would be time to go to the bank. Although it's already past 12 o'clock, time for lunch, Chu Chen shows no intention of eating. Are you kidding? Is it time to eat now? It's hard to distinguish the priority. After 200 meters, he arrived at the Lamborghini store, where the same routine played out again. In the end, Chu Chen chose the Lamborghini Renuda, Lamborghini Ananton, and Lamborghini Remington. The total price of these 3 cars is close to 40 million, still 5 sets, totaling 200 million. In the end, 4.9 billion became 4.7 billion. Then with a rebate of 200 million, it became 6.72 billion. Following the usual routine of signing the contract and leaving, he had no time for anything else. Finally, he arrived at the Maserati store. Although Maserati is much cheaper compared to the previous 3 brands, Chu Chen bought it for courting and gifting. Still a good choice: Maserati President, Maserati NC20, Maserati Gran Cabra, Maserati Kuma, Maserati Gran Turismo. The total cost was only 15 million. Chu Chen waved his hand generously, totaling 75 million, with a rebate of 750 million. Chu Chen's spending had already reached 7.4 billion. Coming out of the store, he stood by the roadside, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs. The most time Chu Chen wasted in these stores was waiting for contract signing and photos. As for the car model and options, that was a matter of 3 minutes. As for those pretty saleswomen, Chuda didn't even bother to pay attention. When can't you flirt with girls? It's not like there's no tomorrow. That's right, but when it comes to his own rebate activities, they won't last until tomorrow. After 10 in the morning, weighing the importance, Chudu naturally has a clear grasp. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 o'clock. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chuda casually bought a few hamburgers from the nearby shop. He then hailed a taxi to the bank. After all, the commercial bank is the official bank, and the headquarters building in Xinjiang is indeed impressive. Close to 3 o'clock, Chu Chen arrived at the entrance of the commercial bank. He casually picked up the phone and made a call. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a formal suit and leather shoes, briskly walked over from inside. Seeing Chu Chen, he warmly approached and said, Mr. Chu, hello, I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank, welcome. Chu Chen politely replied, President Zhao, you're too kind. How about we go inside and talk? Zhao Qian noticed the half-eaten burger in Chu Chen's hand and hesitated before suggesting, Mr. Chu, why don't we grab a meal first? I'm afraid you might be hungry. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, no need, I'm in a hurry, let's skip it. Zhao Qian, somewhat concerned, proposed, how about this, I'll have someone arrange to bring you a meal nearby immediately. What do you think? Chu Chen didn't refuse, alright, something simple will do, thank you. No trouble at all, Zhao Qian assured. As they walked in, Zhao Qian entered the lobby and casually beckoned to a nearby staff member, instructing, "Go around and buy a fast food meal, deliver it to the meeting room. Remember, it must be quick, and there's a bonus of 200 this month." Without a word, the staff member immediately ran out. There were quite a few people coming this time, as Chu Chen had made appointments with many. Zhao Qian's office couldn't accommodate them all, so they ended up in the conference room. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Chu Chen and then said, "Mr. Chu, the people you've scheduled to meet are all here. This is..." After a brief introduction, Chu Chen glanced around. There were 7 real estate agents, 3 yacht manufacturers, and 5 private jet representatives, totaling 15 people. Chu Chen politely apologized. "I apologize for inviting you all here in this manner, but due to time constraints, I decided to do it this way. However, I believe you will be satisfied with our discussions." These were all seasoned business people who wouldn't get upset over such matters. Moreover, Zhao Qian had informed them beforehand that this individual was a super-rich tycoon with terrifying cash flow. In the current environment, many wealthy bosses appeared rich but were actually tied up in fixed assets or funds and stocks. True cash flow tycoons were rare, so they came with great enthusiasm. Starting with the real estate agents, Chu Chen nodded at them and said, "Please provide me with the prepared documents." The 7 individuals immediately handed over the prepared materials, totaling over 30 sets, including large apartments and villas. Chu Chen quickly reviewed them, focusing on the environment and prices. These properties were renowned in Shanghai, with prices that were not affordable to ordinary people. For instance, the cheapest large apartment was priced at 200,000 per square meter, with the smallest unit being over 230 square meters. It took Chu Chen a full hour to go through all the materials. When he looked up, a meal of rice and vegetables had been placed beside him. Setting the documents aside without caring about appearances, he asked, "If I purchase your properties, what additional benefits and perks do I get?" The individuals looked at each other and began highlighting the advantages of their respective properties. Essentially, they all offered exemptions from various property management fees, utilities, and heating costs for 3 years, along with complimentary parking spaces. Additionally, they included 10 full house cleanings over 3 years. After a rough calculation, the cheapest large apartment cost 46 million, while the most expensive villa was a staggering 8 billion. In total, the 32 large apartments and villas, including 7 villas and 25 large apartments, amounted to 4.3 billion. With 7.4 billion in hand, Chu Chen was not worried but rather pleased. After all, this deal could bring in a direct cashback of 43 billion. However, due to the large sum, the system would distribute it to Chu Chen in installments. Due to their hasty arrival, they had only prepared the information for the villa, without expecting to finalize everything in one go. Typically, discussions would happen first, ideas would be formed, and then they would visit the site. Who could have imagined that there would be someone who would place an order just by looking at the pictures? They didn't have the contracts with them, but that was not an issue. A quick phone call and someone promptly delivered them. With such a large order, it must have been expedited. Chu Chen casually ate his meal, and no one felt it was inappropriate. That's how the world works. If you don't have money, everything you do is wrong. But if you have money, even if you eat street food in a 5-star hotel, others will praise you for eating well, eating wonderfully, and eating superbly. Then, Chu Chen looked towards the representatives of the 3 yacht companies beside him and asked, "Do you have the information?" The 3 immediately presented the information, placing it politely in front of Chu Chen. With the experience of buying the house earlier, they were very certain that Chu Chen was a big shot and dared not show any neglect. A big shot like him was like someone sitting on their heads, and they had to hand over the paper. After a brief look at the information, Chu Chen pointed to the 3 yachts in the documents and said, "I like all 3 of these, I'll take them all, and I also want to customize one." Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, they first felt delighted, then said, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, there's nothing we can't deliver." Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then quickly stated his requirements while the 3 companies swiftly recorded them on their phones. Half an hour later, Chu Chen said, "The requirements are quite challenging, so you 3 compete to see who can take on this order." At this point, the real estate contract was also brought over, and Chu Chen immediately began signing it, giving the yacht companies some time. Furthermore, Chu Chen turned to the nearby aircraft dealers and asked, "Do any of you have information with you?" These individuals represented several domestic airlines. In fact, buying houses, cars, yachts, and planes were different. Buying houses and cars usually had ready-made options, while some sports cars required reservations with delivery in a few months. Yachts, on the other hand, were even slower, typically taking 6 months to a year for delivery, and sometimes even 2 or 3 years, with ready-made options being very rare. As for private planes, that was another story. Most luxury private planes were manufactured abroad, and many wealthy individuals bought relatively inexpensive ones or had commercial planes modified. Therefore, these individuals were all from airlines. After reviewing the information from the various companies, Chu Chen furrowed his brows. To be honest, he wasn't entirely satisfied. However, there was nothing he could do because the cost of private planes was high, and they were usually made to order. Chu Chen immediately stated his requirements and asked the individuals to contact the manufacturers behind them. The requirements for private planes were extensive, and as Chu Chen spoke, the others took notes and quickly contacted the manufacturers. Zhao Qian, who was watching from the side, was mesmerized. As the president of a bank, Zhao Qian considered himself well-traveled, but he felt that today he was truly broadening his horizons. You have to show off every day even when buying groceries at the market, so buying something so expensive, it's like casually buying a vegetable. Is that really okay? After signing the documents, the yacht dealers came back with the results, and one of them was chosen to customize the yacht for Chu Chen. The private yacht that Chu Chen wanted to customize was based on some quick research he did on his phone in the taxi, combining information from the 3 existing yachts to create a specially tailored design. The total price amounted to 2.5 billion, making it extremely expensive even on a global scale. The contract was promptly sent over, and after some modifications based on the existing contract, it was finally signed. Chu Chen transferred the full 25 billion and now awaited the delivery from the manufacturer 9 months later. Furthermore, there were the 3 yachts that caught his eye just now, which cost another 4 billion. Without hesitation, Chu Chen signed the contract and swiped his card. After the purchases of the house and yachts were completed, Chu Chen's total funds soared to 722 billion. If he needed, he could withdraw it all. This was all in cash, making Chu Chen a top-tier figure in the wealthy circle. As for the custom-made yachts, it posed a challenge to the manufacturer this time because Chu Chen's requirements were of world-class standards in terms of size and configuration. Fortunately, the manufacturer was quite capable and reputable domestically, which enabled them to take on this large order. In this industry, it was indeed a matter of being dormant for 3 years and then thriving for 3 years. With the expenditure of 25 billion this time, Chu Chen received a direct rebate of 250 billion, making his liquid assets quite substantial. With the house and yacht matters settled, the next item on the list was a private jet. After discussions with several airlines, the order was eventually taken up by Eastern Airlines. Chu Chen's customization requirements were sophisticated and high-end, taking about a year and a half for delivery even with expedited service, which was already considered rushed, ensuring quality. However, Chu Chen was unconcerned, he only cared about significant expenditures. Customized to the standards of top-tier luxury private jets, the final price amounted to 35 billion. Chu Chen was unsure if this price would break any world records, but he knew that the airline staff in front of him were already numb. Throughout the day, Chu Chen wasn't worried about anyone daring to tamper with the signed contracts. In the eyes of representatives from various companies, Chu Chen was a super-rich tycoon with an extremely powerful family background and control over vast wealth. Would they dare to meddle with such a colossal force? They weren't that foolish, only by serving such a magnate well could they earn more. Therefore, on the contrary, they had to safeguard Chu Chen's interests to bring themselves more benefits. This was the binding of interests. After all contracts were signed and cards swiped, Chu Chen's funds finally broke through the trillion mark, totaling 103.7 billion. Once the representatives received the contracts and payments, they hurried back immediately to report and prioritize this super client. By the time everyone had left, it was already past 7 in the evening. Chu Chen rubbed his head. To be honest, he was truly exhausted from swiping money since 10 in the morning until now. Just the afternoon's contemplation, negotiations, and signings had worn him out. Zhao Qian looked at Chu Chen and said, "Mr. Chu, you seem quite tired. How about this, give me a chance to treat you to a meal and rest a bit." Chu Chen wasn't in a rush at this point. After all, he had over 1 trillion now, with luxury cars, villas, private yachts, and jets all in place. He could live carefreely for the rest of his life. Taking a sip of water, he said, "Sure, let's go." Zhao Qian's attitude was very humble. Although he was a bank president, he was just a local one. Even though Shanghai was the second most important city in the country after Beijing, it was still just a local city. And he was just one of the many. He was well aware that his chance to climb higher might lie with this young master. With this one person, he could exceed all performance expectations. As long as he served Chu Chen well, even if he didn't need any salespeople or worry about performance, it would be enough. Chu Chen stood up and said, "President Zhao, where is the restroom? I'd like to wash my hands." Having sat all afternoon, Chu Chen hadn't gotten up once, and he was feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhao Qian immediately led Chu Chen to the restroom. Watching Chu Chen enter, he quickly took out his phone and made a call. When Chu Chen came out, Zhao Qian smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, shall we go?" Chu Chen casually replied, "Let's go." It is worth mentioning that Ferrari came in the afternoon to deliver a car to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took a quick look and accepted the car. Stepping out, he gazed at the Ferrari SF90 in front of him, looking extremely cool. The red body of the car was like a flame, both the interior and exterior satisfying Chu Chen. Zhao Qian was driving an Audi, not as flashy as Chu Chen's Ferrari but still luxurious in a low-key way. Under Zhao Qian's guidance, the two arrived at a private kitchen. What piqued Chu Chen's curiosity was that despite just the two of them, Zhao Qian deliberately chose the largest private room. The food and drinks were ordered by Chu Chen, but Zhao Qian, without even looking, said, "Just serve according to this gentleman's preferences." Once seated, the conversation officially began. Chu Chen sipped tea and asked, "Manager Zhao, I'd like to inquire, are there any areas where spending is more extravagant?" "Spending?" Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised. "Sir, with all the purchases you made today, isn't it enough?" After a moment of thought, he continued, "For instance, buying luxury watches, collecting art pieces, high-end jewelry, these are all significant expenses." Chu Chen shook his head. "Anything else?" Zhao Qian frowned. "If it's about spending, then investing can be quite costly." "Yes, investing." Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He was unfamiliar with this and naturally wanted to inquire further. "Manager Zhao, are there any companies in need of investment? I'd like to take a look. If there's an opportunity, perhaps I could support a few. Investing is simple, and there are plenty of companies in need of investment." He promptly replied, "Mr. Chu, there are many in this regard. Companies nationwide, from various industries, are in need of investment, and there's a plethora to choose from." Chu Chen nodded slightly. "In that case, Manager Zhao, could you help me look into companies in the fields of film and television entertainment, online media, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and education training? See if there are any companies lacking investment. Of course, the company should not be too inferior, otherwise, what if they have no future?" This was said deliberately. Any investment he made would yield returns. Zhao Qian assured, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, after dinner, I'll get in touch with you." As a bank manager, he was well aware that many companies sought loans, so he knew the landscape well. Compared to buying watches, jewelry, and art pieces worth tens of millions or even billions, investing could easily reach tens of billions. The two quickly reached an agreement. However, Zhao Qian also made a request. "If possible, I hope Mr. Chu can deposit funds in our bank." To boost his performance, he naturally wanted to retain this client. Chu Chen looked at Zhao Qian and smiled faintly. "Manager Zhao, you understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket. Therefore, it's not possible for all my savings to be here, but I can assure you that your bank will have the most." Reciprocating kindness, since old Zhao had been so helpful, Chu Chen naturally returned the favor. Zhao Qian didn't ask for much. With 10 billion, he could complete his annual tasks. As the conversation neared its end, Zhao Qian's phone suddenly rang. After answering, he calmly said, "Come in." The next moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Chu Chen instinctively looked over and saw a line of young, beautiful women entering, with the last one gently closing the door. Seeing the group of beautiful women before him, a total of 10, each stunning in appearance. In terms of looks alone, they could be considered campus beauties or even top tier in the entertainment industry. As for their figures, each had a slender waist, long legs, and a perky backside. Some wore tight skirts that accentuated their curves, while others wore tight pants that highlighted their long, slender legs. No matter how they are dressed, they all look quite beautiful and charming, mostly in their 20s. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, these are the 10 most beautiful ladies in my company. They all admire you and would like to get to know this young talent." Look at that, what a flattering thing to say. Chu Chen naturally understood his meaning. It meant, "These are the most beautiful ones under my command. You can pick anyone you like, take them all, it's not a problem." Chu Chen had never seen such a scene before, but after buying the car today, he had started to develop a resistance to beautiful women, so he could look at them calmly. Money is a person's confidence. Chu Chen held a large sum of money, making him the big shot at the moment. Glancing around, to be honest, the quality was all good, making it hard for him to choose. Sensing Chu Chen's hesitation, Zhao Qian chuckled, "Mr. Chu, how about I have them all give you their contact information, and you can consult with them later? After all, they are all single and have plenty of time." Hearing those meaningful words, Chu Chen instantly understood. Single. Then, the 10 beautiful women approached one by one and added Chu Chen's contact information. Whether there would be any follow-up would depend on the situation. These 10 women, in terms of appearance, style, and temperament, ranged from pure and charming to cute and mature, from elegant to aloof, from gentle to icy. During this meal, with the company of these 10 beautiful women, everyone enjoyed themselves. After dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chu Chen glanced at the time and said, "Manager Zhao, I'll leave the contacting to you." Zhao Qian politely replied, "Mr. Chu, it's my honor to do so." Chu Chen had gradually become accustomed to others' politeness and respect, so he added, "By the way, I also want to buy a building. Do you know if there are any available for sale around here?" Zhao Qian hesitated and said, "Mr. Chu, buying a commercial building is indeed not cheap. If you are interested, I will have to inquire, but there might not be many willing to sell." As the conversation turned to business, the 10 women remained silent and listened attentively. They had only been told by the manager that they were here to accompany a super VIP for dinner, but they were unaware of the extent of his wealth. Hearing Chu Chen mention buying a commercial building, everyone was shocked. Buying a commercial building was not a trivial matter, as it could cost tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Office buildings, commercial buildings, anything will do. If we can discuss it tonight, that would be great." Although Zhao Qian didn't understand why Chu Chen was in such a hurry, he knew that considering the client's needs was the top priority. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qian suddenly had an idea and said, "Mr. Chu, what about a newly constructed building that hasn't been put into use yet?" Chu Chen casually replied, "That's fine, I can arrange for renovations." Zhao Qian immediately took out his phone and said, Since you mentioned it, I know of one." Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he curiously asked, "Which one?" As Zhao Qian searched for the number, he explained, "A few years ago, a company took a loan from our bank and built a twin-tower building, with complex functions including commercial, office, hotel, and residential spaces. It was just completed last month and is currently undergoing interior renovations. I'm not sure about the specific progress." Chu Chen shook his head and said, "I don't want to rent, I want to buy directly. Zhao, please inquire, and if it's suitable, I'll buy it right away." Zhao Qian nodded, then dialed the number. This is the power of the bank. As a state-owned bank of the Divine Empire, they have access to vast resources that can be mobilized and controlled, spanning across various industries. The call was quickly answered, and Zhao Qian pressed the speakerphone button before placing his phone on the table. "Hello, Director Zhao, calling at this hour, is there something important?" A middle-aged man's deep voice came through the phone. Zhao Qian chuckled, "President Xiao, I'm calling you today on behalf of someone. I have a question for you." President Xiao curiously asked, "On behalf of someone? Who and what is it about?" Zhao Qian chuckled, "How are those 2 buildings of yours doing?" President Xiao immediately responded, "Old Zhao, you're asking about money, right? Don't worry, I'll have it sorted out soon, and once it's ready, the rent can be used to repay you. Just be patient." Zhao Qian changed the subject, "That's not what I meant. I was wondering if you have any plans to sell them." "Sell them?" President Xiao was taken aback by the question and hesitated before saying, "I'm not very keen on selling because those 2 buildings, whether in terms of the surrounding environment or overall design, are quite good. I also want to make some money from them." Zhao Qian raised his voice, "Hey, I have a very capable client here. I was thinking of introducing them to you, but if you're not selling, forget it." President Xiao quickly said, "Wait, very capable? What level are we talking about here?" Zhao Qian mysteriously replied, "I can't disclose the specifics, but I can say that they can pay in full for both your buildings." Upon hearing this, President Xiao also hesitated. The 2 buildings were expensive, especially in the city where every inch of land was valuable. It would take time to earn back the costs through rent. Then, the money earned would have to be used to repay the bank before accumulating enough for the next phase of the plan, which would also take a considerable amount of time. If they could quickly recoup the funds, that would be great. After some thought, he said, "All right, old Zhao, I'll meet with them tomorrow to discuss." At that moment, Chu Chen leaned in and whispered something to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian continued, "President Xiao, they told me that if you can talk tonight, they'll proceed tomorrow. If it's before 10 o'clock in the morning, they can still talk, but if it's past 10, they'll look elsewhere." President Xiao immediately became anxious. "Come on, old Zhao, are you kidding me? Who buys a building like this, making a decision overnight? Don't joke around, show some sincerity." Zhao Qian calmly stated, "All I can tell you is that this client has spent nearly 100 billion in cash today." Upon hearing this, President Xiao hesitated. 100 billion in cash? Setting aside everything else, being able to produce 100 billion in cash truly indicated strength, and the other party wouldn't joke around with him. But why the rush? Could a deal really be made overnight? President Xiao was filled with doubt. Buying a building wasn't that easy. It involved observation, comparison, inquiries, multiple considerations, and finally negotiations, followed by an initial payment. Was this person really playing by unconventional rules? Nevertheless, he had a lot of money. After weighing his options, President Zhao said, "Let's do this. I'll call you back in an hour, okay?" Zhao Qian replied, "All right." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Qian and Chu Chen exchanged a smile and waited for news. The 10 beautiful women beside them dared not make a sound. Nearly 100 billion spent in a day? Buying 2 buildings as well? Who was this big shot, a super-rich second generation suddenly emerging from somewhere? Shanghai was the economic metropolis of the Divine Empire, with an abundance of beautiful women, all top tier in their respective fields, attracting numerous suitors. There were ordinary people, nouveau riche, and rich second-generation individuals among them, but they all agreed that combined, they were not even 1/10 of Chu Chen. At that moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. Thoughts of the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's art of war, advanced green tea techniques, and guides to winning over men filled their minds as they pondered how to get close to her. They finally understood Zhao Qian's intentions. Today was just the beginning of the competition. Their colleagues beside them were all competitors. Chu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He said to Zhao Qian, "Let's have these beautiful ladies go back first, and we can continue discussing work." Zhao Qian immediately gestured and said, "All right, Mr. Chu has spoken. Let's all leave. It's late, and it's not very safe to stay out too long. Mr. Chu and I still have work to do." Despite the reluctance of many beautiful women, no one dared to go against Zhao Qian's wishes. After everyone left, Chu Chen rubbed his head and said, "Oh, there's also the investment matter. Let's ask Director Zhao and send out a mass message to see if anyone needs investment." With assets worth billions now, he couldn't just leave it idle. He had to put it out there for some returns. Even if there were no returns, investing was still a good choice. Who knows, he might even make a profit. Zhao Qian was quick to act. He composed a polite message on his phone, stating that the company had a new important client with substantial financial resources interested in investing in various industries. Anyone interested in cooperation and in need of investment could contact them. As soon as the message was sent, not even 10 seconds later, Zhao Qian's phone rang. "Director Zhao," the voice on the other end was urgent. Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously, put the call on speaker, and said, "Oh, isn't this General Wang? What's the matter?" General Wang calmed his tone and said, "I just saw Director Zhao's message, and I was wondering." Zhao Qian affirmed, "I can assure you, it's true, and we are already in this together." General Wang's breath quickened. "It's too late to visit now. I'd like to come personally early tomorrow morning." Zhao Qian, noticing Chu Chen's signal, said, "Tomorrow morning at 8, in the conference room at my office, bring your documents and contracts." General Wang exclaimed, "Thank you, Director Zhao, thank you." Zhao Qian's message was like a piece of bloody meat thrown into the sea, attracting countless sharks. In less than an hour, Zhao Qian received over 20 calls, all regarding cooperation and investment. Some couldn't even get through and resorted to messaging him directly. An hour later, President Zhao called. "Director Zhao, we discussed it, and the building can be sold. However, we've already signed contracts, so we have no choice but to let the other party handle it." Chu Chen made a gesture of approval, then gestured to 7, and Zhao Qian understood, "No problem. Tomorrow morning at 7, bring all the documents and contracts to my bank's conference room." After exchanging pleasantries, they hung up. Looking at the numerous messages on his phone, Zhao Qian chuckled, "Mr. Chu, are you sure about this?" Chu Chen nonchalantly replied, "Tell them if they're free tonight, they can contact me. If not, they can come before 9 a.m. tomorrow. After 9 a.m. there's no need to come because I have other matters to attend to, and I won't be available." Although Zhao Qian didn't know what Chu Chen was up to, it wasn't his place to ask, so Director Zhao didn't mention it at all. After sending messages to everyone, Zhao Qian checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. With a hint of fatigue, he suggested, "How about we change locations?" Chu Chen thought for a moment. The restaurant would be closing soon, so a change of scenery would be good. He was full of energy now, eager to make money, not tired at all. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Chu, come with me. I'll take you somewhere." After finding a designated driver, Zhao Qian quickly brought Chu Chen to the entrance of a private club. As they walked, he explained, "Mr. Chu, this place is also owned by a boss. It's a private club where you can enjoy bathing, resting, massages, all very nice. There are also quiet areas for discussing business later." Although Chu Chen had never been here before, he was quite satisfied with the place. Just by looking at the decoration, it was impressive. After registering their card numbers, Zhao Qian led Chu Chen to the bathing area first. Here, they had VIP bathing rooms, unlike the common public bathing centers outside, where each person had their own room. The room was spacious, like a suite, with a bedroom, a bathroom, a small bathtub, a sauna, a massage bed, and a shower. As Chu Chen undressed, a beautiful woman in a tight blue suit and skirt entered. She respectfully said, "Hello, VIP guest, I'm here to assist you with your bath." Chu Chen was a bit surprised. "What's going on?" The lady smiled gently. "This is a special service of our establishment, every VIP guest receives it. Please rest assured, I will provide you with a regular bath. For other services, there are others available." Chu Chen was a bit puzzled but understood that this was the unique bathing method here. Not being a prude, and with the lady being young and pretty, he relaxed and leaned back in the bathtub. The lady changed into a bikini, revealing her attractive figure with a firm chest, flat stomach, and straight legs. She approached Chu Chen, massaged his head to help him relax. Perhaps it was her skilled hands or Chu Chen's exhaustion from the day's activities, he was just overly excited. Soon, Chu Chen felt a hint of drowsiness. A few minutes later, the lady softly asked, "Hello, VIP guest, would you like to go to the sauna room?" Chu Chen opened his eyes, a bit dazed, and replied, "Yes." The lady didn't enter, and Chu Chen steamed alone for about 10 minutes before coming out. Seeing him, the lady approached the massage bed and said, "Hello, VIP guest, let me give you a massage now." Chu Chen nodded slightly and lay down. Observing his strong physique, the lady was slightly surprised but made no inappropriate moves. She picked up a fresh towel and began massaging Chu Chen's body. After the massage, she helped him wash with shower gel, then dried him with a towel. The lady softly said, "Hello, VIP guest, my work here is done." Due to security reasons, some scenes have been omitted. Chu Chen hesitated, not fully understanding the place. Even if the technicians were professionals, they must have served many people. It was better to be cautious. What if something went wrong? Unaware that this was an upscale private venue with strict safety measures, where visitors were few and underwent regular health checks to ensure no diseases, Chu Chen's mind raced, contemplating investment matters to suppress his desires. Yet, he felt it was time to find a woman. After all, what's the point of having money if not for enjoyment? Glancing at his phone, he saw a message from Zhao Qian instructing him to go to room 666 after finishing up. Chu Chen changed into a bathrobe and followed the staff to room 666. Upon entering, he realized there were already 7 or 8 people inside. The room was spacious, with a suite layout, a small meeting room outside, and a bedroom inside. As soon as Chu Chen arrived, Zhao Qian immediately introduced, "Here comes the main guest. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu, one of the distinguished guests preparing to invest tonight." "Hello, Mr. Chu." Everyone greeted Chu Chen one after another. Although Chu Chen was young, in their eyes, he was the god of wealth. Zhao Qian stood by, smiling. Investing is a skill. It's not about investing in the first opportunity that comes up or you'll end up losing money in the future. Although Chu Chen didn't know much about this field, he could see the prospects and future of some industries. Industries like healthcare and education will never collapse. First and foremost, it's essential to understand that all investments carry risks. Most people consider their own situation, current market conditions, and various factors before investing. But for Chu Chen, as long as the past investments didn't incur losses, he would invest. Even if there were gains and losses, it was profitable for him. Through the introductions from everyone, Chu Chen gradually gained some understanding in this area. For instance, the healthcare industry has always been favored by the market, consumer goods are relatively stable, and the ongoing issue of new energy in recent years. In the current era of the internet, especially the booming e-commerce and live streaming sales in recent years, it's like a frenzy where anyone can engage in live streaming sales. Therefore, investing in this area is also very promising. Then there are essential industries like clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Everyone needs them. There are also finance and real estate. When real estate is booming, countless entrepreneurs become wealthy through real estate. When the economy is sluggish, the financial industry tends to thrive. Whether rich or poor, everyone wants their money to retain and increase in value, creating more opportunities in this industry. There's also the elderly care industry. Given the increasing aging population, the elderly care industry will benefit from a demographic dividend, becoming one of the golden tracks. Nursing homes, health products, wheelchairs, canes, elderly entertainment, and services have great potential. Additionally, in the cultural and tourism sector, from the rise of tourism in various cities to the development of cultural tourism, the tourism industry is rapidly growing. Every city is developing cultural tourism, trying to create its own city brand, presenting significant business opportunities. In the end, Xu Chen invested in about dozens of companies and conglomerates involving hospitals, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, schools, training institutions, elderly care, self-media, online streaming, film and television media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mining, and many other industries, covering various aspects. In total, Xu Chen invested 30 billion, and of course, he received a rebate of 300 billion. It wasn't until 3 or 4 in the morning that all the representatives left, and Xu Chen finally had a rare moment of rest. But he hadn't slept for long when Zhao Qian woke him up. "Mr. Xu, we should go to the bank now, and there are several representatives waiting for us." This was normal. Not everyone could immediately prepare all the necessary documents. It was foreseeable that today would be another busy morning. However, in the pursuit of money, Xu Chen suddenly felt energized. With dark circles under his eyes, Xu Chen and Zhao Qian quickly arrived at the conference room of the commercial bank. It's worth mentioning that Xu Chen noticed that the 10 beautiful women from the commercial banks last night were all wearing bank uniforms and preparing in the conference room today, serving tea, preparing electronic screens, and more. Xu Chen sat down, had a cup of tea, and felt much more comfortable. Before long, all the representatives arrived. How many companies are there in the country? Countless. How many in Shanghai? According to current information, there are nearly 3 million registered companies in Shanghai. As a major economic city in the country, it is indeed leading the way in commercial development. In just one night, there were not just hundreds of companies seeking investment from Zhao Qian. However, Xu Chen didn't have that much energy, so he only met with a portion of them. Of course, the most important thing today is still about the building. Xiao, a middle-aged man close to 50, brought his secretary and a pile of documents prepared for this occasion. Xu Chen glanced at them and realized that even if he wanted to read through all the materials thoroughly, a couple of hours wouldn't be enough, let alone 2 to 3 days. He took the documents and only focused on the key parts. For example, how many lease contracts were already signed, construction costs, equity, selling price, quality, size, design, and so on. Even though he skimmed through them quickly, it took half an hour. Xu Chen only read a few key sentences, skipping the rest. Looking at Xiao, Xu Chen said seriously, "I'll take it." Xu Chen intended to develop this place into his headquarters and couldn't allow it to be leased out. After some negotiation, they agreed that Zhao's team would handle this issue, and if possible, Xu Chen would acquire it. If not accepted, they would have to move out within the specified time, and any breach of contract fees would be paid by Zhao's team. Xu Chen acquired the 2 buildings for a total price of 30 billion, directly yielding a profit of 300 billion. In addition, Xu Chen invested a total of 20 billion in various other representatives here. At 9:50, Xu Chen signed all the contracts, then found a reason to go to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the system in Xu Chen's mind said, "It's been 24 hours, I've fulfilled my promise of compensation to you. From now on, it's up to you." Xu Chen sighed, saying with great reluctance, "Tongzi, is there really no way for you to stay?" The system firmly replied, "No, we have performance tasks. I am a cultivation system and must go to the cultivation world to complete my tasks. I really can't do it here." Xu Chen also knew that the system couldn't stay. With a complex expression, he said, "Then I wish you a smooth journey." The system chuckled and said, "Think of it differently. I've helped you so much already. Even if I leave, you can still live freely." Xu Chen nodded without saying a word. The system hesitated for a moment and said, "Before I go, let me give you a gift." With that, a warm stream entered Xu Chen's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Before he could ask, the system said, "It's nothing special, just an ordinary elixir from the cultivation world. I've integrated its effects into your body, which will keep you healthy, immune to any viruses, free from diseases, and you can live up to 100 years, passing away peacefully. Moreover, your physical functions will greatly enhance, vigorous and strong, capable of multiple activities in a night, and handling 10 women with ease. Good luck, enjoy the beautiful future ahead. Farewell." With that, the system slowly disappeared like particles. Xu Chen took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, goodbye." The system left, leaving without a trace. Xu Chen sighed sadly, adjusted his emotions, and returned to the office. With the system's help throughout the day, Xu Chen accumulated a total of 823.7 billion. Moreover, all of these were cash assets, ready to be spent at any time. As for fixed assets, those dozens of villas and large penthouses, hundreds of luxury cars, private jets, yachts, investments in nearly 100 companies, and those 2 buildings. With these assets, if Xu Chen ever reached a dead end, selling all of these could still bring in hundreds of billions. All the contracts have been signed. Xu Chen returned to the office after all the representatives had left with their investments to attend to various matters. Looking at Zhao Qian, Xu Chen rubbed his head and said, Thank you for your hard work, Manager Zhao. I have finished things here and have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhao Qian immediately responded, Sure, Chu, you have a lot on your plate. It's only natural to be busy. I'll see you off. After bidding farewell to Zhao Qian, Chu Chen first returned to his rented room to pack up his belongings. There wasn't much to pack, just some bedding and ordinary clothes. These could easily be replaced when he moved. Chu Chen called the landlord, Uncle Zhang, and said, Uncle Zhang, I'm planning to terminate the lease. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang promptly replied, Little Chu, are you facing difficulties recently? It's alright. There's no rush with the rent on my end. You can stay for now and pay me when you receive your salary. Renting elsewhere would be more expensive than here, so it's not worth it. Chu Chen felt touched. Uncle Zhang was a good landlord, older in age, fond of lively environments, with a good personality. He often granted extensions or rent reductions to tenants in need. Uncle Zhang was indeed well off. From what Chu Chen knew, he owned no less than 20 rental properties and could live comfortably on the rental income alone. Chu Chen chuckled and said, No, Uncle Zhang, I've bought a house, so I'll have my own place from now on. Uncle Zhang was a bit surprised. Oh, you little guy, it seems you've struck it rich. That's great. Since you have your own home now, I won't hold you back. Pack your things, leave the key at my place, and I'll send you the remaining money later. Alright, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang had visited many times, and Chu Chen's room was always kept clean, so Uncle Zhang trusted him. After packing up the bedding, clothes, and leaving the key in place, Chu Chen took a few photos and sent them to Uncle Zhang before leaving. Outside the residential area, there was a pedestrian bridge nearby. Chu Chen gave his clothes to a homeless person on the roadside, then turned and left, paying no attention to the homeless man bowing frantically behind him. Finally done with his tasks, Chu Chen called Chen Shuai. Hello. Chen Shuai's voice came through, sounding frustrated. Damn, what took you so long? I've been waiting for your call all day. Chu Chen replied cheerfully, just finished up. Chen Shuai teased, you sound pretty happy? Chu Chen laughed, of course, all debts cleared. What do you think? Chen Shuai clicked his tongue. What did you do? With so much money, you even transferred a lot to me. Chu Chen casually replied, have you cleared your debts? Yes, I had a total debt of 200,000, and now I only have 20,000 left. That's good. Chen Shuai asked in confusion, wait, how do I repay you this 200,000? Chu Chen calmly said, no rush. Whenever you can, slowly repay it. If not, it's fine too. The two had an excellent relationship, almost like blood brothers. Chen Shuai was speechless, impressive. Chu Chen nonchalantly said, it's nothing. I made some investments a few years ago and almost forgot about it. I cashed out recently, so now I have money. Chen Shuai understood immediately, alright, it's great to prosper. Let's save money for the future. We both need to figure out how to live well. Chu Chen boldly declared, just go with the flow. No need to worry. Bah, I'm going to focus on making money. Get lost. Chu Chen chuckled and hung up the phone. He arrived at an office building, parked his car, and took the elevator to his floor. He used to be an ordinary office worker, but now that he had money, it was time to resign. As for Class 13, whoever liked it could take it. In the office, Chu Chen went straight to his boss and said, Manager Zhao, I want to resign. Manager Zhao was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? I noticed you didn't come to work this morning. Did something happen? Chu Chen worked in an ordinary company with a decent atmosphere. There wasn't much office politics, but the workload was heavy, often requiring overtime. The salary was neither high nor low. He shook his head and said, nothing much, just sold some coins I had before, so I'm planning to resign. Manager Zhao nodded understandingly, patting Chu Chen on the shoulder, alright, since you've made up your mind to leave, I can't stop you from pursuing your future. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Chu Chen sincerely replied, thank you, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao waved his hand, it's nothing, but procedures need to be followed. Write a resignation letter, then I'll have the finance department calculate everything and pay you. Without much ado, Manager Zhao readily agreed. Chu Chen bid farewell to his colleagues, submitted his resignation letter, and left the company. However, within minutes, a colleague rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, guess what I saw downstairs? I saw Chu Chen driving a Ferrari. A Ferrari? The office erupted in chatter and discussion. Chu Chen drove away leisurely, deciding to start enjoying his life to the fullest. First things first, a wardrobe change. The clothes he wore were not exactly cheap, but they were far from high-end, just regular pieces costing a couple of hundred each. He had always been frugal, saving money to repay debts. Fortunately, Chu Chen grew up in an orphanage, so he could manage even if he fell behind on payments. He was a man of integrity, believing that if he borrowed money, he should bear the consequences. However, that was all in the past now, and there was no need to dwell on it. As for luxury goods, Chu Chen wasn't very knowledgeable. He heard that some items required background checks, which seemed troublesome, but that was no issue now that he was wealthy. He could hire professionals to handle it for him, like the bank. Chu Chen was adept at leveraging external resources. If he didn't understand something, he sought out experts because professionals should handle professional matters. He called Manager Zhao Qian. Manager Zhao, I'd like to inquire if our bank collaborates with high-end luxury brands. Manager Zhao Qian proudly replied, Mr. Chu, rest assured, in the land of Shenzhou Empire, our commercial bank can venture into almost any field. Just tell me your needs. Chu Chen was satisfied. I want to buy some luxury goods now. I'd like our bank to contact these partners and find the best place to shop. When in doubt, ask. There's no shame in that. Manager Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. Alright, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange for someone in our bank who is well versed in this area. She often collaborates with these merchants. She'll accompany you. How does that sound? Indeed, money talks. Chu Chen replied, no problem, I'll wait for your message. Less than 3 minutes after hanging up, a stranger called. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Chen? A pleasant voice with a hint of charm and authority greeted him. Chu Chen leisurely replied, yes, it's me. Respected Mr. Chu, I am Wang Xinyue, a shopping guide arranged for you by Manager Zhao Qian of Shanghai Commercial Bank. We met last night for dinner. I work at the commercial bank. Wang Xinyue? Chu Chen pondered for a moment and recognized her. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence, but it's good to know a familiar face. Wang Xinyue continued, Mr. Chu, if you want to buy some luxury goods, I recommend the International Wanda Plaza. They have a wide selection and good quality here. Chu Chen snapped his fingers and said, alright, let's go there. I'm driving there anyway, you can come with me when we pass by the bank. Wang Xinyue exclaimed, that's very kind of you, Mr. Chu. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be able to help you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xinyue quickly started to touch up her makeup. She remembered last night's dinner party very clearly. She had handled billions of funds in a single day, although she didn't know what the tycoon had purchased. But this morning in the meeting room, she had been by his side the whole time, serving tea, pouring water, and assisting with various tasks. She saw everything clearly. 2 buildings amounted to 30 billion, and there were several hundred billion in other contracts. In front of this young master, money seemed to flow as freely as water from the bank. In her 4 years of work, she had met many wealthy individuals, but she had never encountered such a super rich person before. She knew exactly why they had been invited to accompany him to the dinner party. However, Chu Chen had not kept any of them that night, leading them to believe he wasn't interested. But the sudden turn of events had presented an opportunity right before her eyes. She wasn't a naive college student who had just entered society. After working here for 4 years, what she desired most was to live a life of luxury. She was beautiful, had a great figure, held a master's degree, and had high qualifications, which were her strengths. But they were also her weaknesses. In the matchmaking market, having a Shanghai household registration alone was enough to crush her. She tried to find a wealthy man, but they were either too old or just looking for a fling, making it difficult for her to find a suitable match. She didn't mind being someone's lover, but most tycoons only wanted to play for 2 or 3 years before moving on. This was unacceptable to her. She wanted a long-term meal ticket and a life of luxury. She knew her body was her capital, so she had always been cautious and had never given it away, hoping to secure her future. It wasn't that she couldn't accept premarital sex, she just hadn't found a satisfactory buyer. To be honest, it was just a thin layer of something thinner than a plastic bag, but it was truly invaluable. Even if she were to sell herself, she would demand a high price. She didn't hide her materialism and vanity, but she wasn't foolish either. However, it was extremely difficult. Chu Chen's appearance had given her a glimmer of hope. Following such a big shot, even if he only played with her for 2 or 3 years, the money that would come out of it would be enough to ensure her financial security for the rest of her life. But she had no certainty of winning Chu Chen over. After fixing her makeup, she put on a bank uniform and a pair of sheer black stockings, along with a pair of black pointed high heels, exuding a mature and elegant office lady vibe. Standing at the bank's entrance, Chu Chen arrived within a few minutes. Get in the car. Opening the car door, Wang Xinyue immediately sat in the passenger seat. As soon as she got in the car, Wang Xinyue greeted warmly, "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chu Chen had already assessed her before she got in the car, and now that she was seated beside him, he could see her even more clearly. Her delicately arched eyebrows, rosy cheeks, peach-like face, and bewitching big eyes blinked alluringly. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slender swan-like neck was fair and delicate. Clad in a black suit with a white inner layer, her curvaceous figure was accentuated, especially when viewed from Chu Chen's perspective, resembling peaks and ridges. Beneath the black professional skirt, her long and shapely legs were wrapped in black stockings, exuding a hint of allure. Her figure was exceptional, silently earning Chu Chen's admiration. Sensing that Chu Chen was sizing her up, Wang Xinyue felt secretly pleased. She tilted her face slightly, casually flicked her long hair, making herself even more charming. Then she fastened her seatbelt, passing through the valley between her twin peaks. The tightness of the seatbelt accentuated the fullness of her bosom. Chu Chen drove while casually asking, "Are you familiar with luxury goods?" When it came to her expertise, Wang Xinyue immediately replied confidently, "Yes, because my business often collaborates with many luxury stores in Shanghai, and I personally like these things, so I know more about them." Watching Wang Xinyue's exquisite beauty, Chu Chen's heart stirred. Just yesterday before making money, he was an ordinary person, a social nobody, a regular company employee. In the normal course of events, Wang Xinyue would never have given him a second glance in this lifetime. But now, Wang Xinyue exuded extreme gentleness, with a humble attitude, displaying a rare and unique charm. The car soon arrived at the International Wanda Plaza, where they parked and headed towards the mall. A Ferrari supercar was parked there, but there were no mindless onlookers as seen in other novels. Instead, many people just took simple photos and left. Shanghai's pace was fast, everyone busy with life, no time to linger around and comment endlessly. After getting out of the car, Chu Chen walked while secretly assessing Wang Xinyue. Standing at about 1.68 meters tall, she had a slender figure, looking graceful in high heels, reaching about 1.72 meters. Chu Chen observed Wang Xinyue discreetly, while Wang Xinyue also secretly appraised Chu Chen. Dressed plainly in inexpensive clothes, not befitting his status as a super-rich person, perhaps opting for a low-key appearance. Standing at around 1.85 meters tall, with a tall and handsome figure, not stunningly handsome but definitely good-looking. Of course, compared to the readers, he was undoubtedly inferior. International Wanda Plaza was Shanghai's top mall, housing almost every luxury brand you could name. Brands like Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Versace, Armani, Givenchy, and more were sold here, covering men's and women's clothing, watches, jewelry, and more. Wang Xinyue introduced Chu Chen to the various brands as they walked in. "Mr. Chu, you mentioned wanting to buy men's clothing and watches earlier. I recommend Hermes, Armani, and Genya for clothing, which offer both business and casual styles suitable for a young successful person like you. For watches, you can choose from brands like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Breguet." Chu Chen was only vaguely familiar with these brands. After a moment of thought, he said, "Alright, let's go check out Genya." As soon as they entered the Genya store, several salespersons approached them. Luxury brand stores were not crowded, so they were relatively relaxed. Wang Xinyue took the initiative and said, "Li Jia, this is our bank's VIP, Mr. Chu, who came specially today to buy some clothes." Li Jia was the store manager, dressed in work clothes, with a smile on her face as she greeted, "Mr. Chu, welcome. Do you have any specific styles in mind? Would you like me to recommend something for you?" Li Jia had worked with Wang Xinyue quite a bit and was familiar with her. She had never seen Wang Xinyue bring a bank VIP to buy clothes before, so she could tell that this seemingly plain-dressed Mr. Chu must be a super-rich person. She didn't quite understand why a rich person would dress like this, but it didn't dampen her enthusiasm. Chu Chen glanced around the store briefly and then said, "Based on my body type, bring me 4 sets of clothes, 2 business and 2 casual." Li Jia immediately responded, "Of course, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment." As sales staff, they were skilled at helping customers choose outfits, so they were naturally adept at it. Just by taking a quick glance at Chu Chen's figure, he could choose his outfits. In the end, he took away 4 sets of clothes, and Chu Chen changed into a casual outfit on the spot, then packed the old clothes and threw them directly into the disposal box outside. Of course, Chu Chen didn't just choose one brand, there were also brands like Hermes, Dior, Armani, and a few others, totaling close to 20 sets, including all 4 seasons and 2 styles, business and casual. The total cost was 1.5 million. Clothes, coats, pants, shoes, shirts, ties, belts were all included, and the prices were quite expensive. But Chu Chen didn't hesitate to spend money. After all, he had over 800 billion, so why worry? Of course, the system, before leaving, did not transfer all the money to his card at once for Chu Chen's safety. Currently, there are 500 billion in Chu Chen's commercial bank card. It is worth mentioning that the commercial bank upgraded Chu Chen's bank card to the highest level. The major banks in the country, excluding private banks, have different levels of savings cards, and they are fixed. The lowest is the ordinary white savings card used by ordinary people. Then the next level is blue, a bit more upscale, followed by the gold card. The gold card level is already for ordinary wealthy people, and above that is the black card, which is a very prestigious level. The highest level is the diamond card. The diamond savings card is the highest level savings card of the 5 major state-owned banks, representing enormous wealth. In addition, the commercial bank also issued Chu Chen a diamond credit card with a limit of 10 billion. However, Chu Chen didn't need it. Ironically, wealthy people don't necessarily need this, but the bank is eager to offer it, while ordinary people need it for transitional living, and the bank won't let go. Quite amusing. The remaining money is all in overseas financial institutions, and as long as Chu Chen wants, he can send an amount to a number like 123-456-7890, and the money will be transferred immediately. Don't ask why, it's the power of the system. The clothes were already changed, and Chu Chen planned to buy a watch. These are basic accessories. Previously, he didn't have money, so it wasn't mentioned, but now that he has money, why should he make himself uncomfortable? It's not like he's in a drama of urban dragon kings or war gods, so why dress so shabbily and disgust people forcibly? As for watches, Patek Philippe is the recommended brand, as it is currently the No.1 in watches. Some purchases of Patek Philippe watches require verification of funds, while others do not. But with Wang Xinyue by his side, this process was naturally unnecessary. After looking at many watches in a row, Chu Chen finally picked out the watch he wanted. The Patek Philippe Grand Complications Chronograph Series 6300 G010 watch with a blue dial and sapphire crystal glass mirror material looked extremely magnificent. Of course, the price was also high, a whopping 3,150,000. Chu Chen paid by card directly. Wang Xinyue beside him was envious. She also wanted a luxurious life. Watching Chu Chen spend money so freely, she was intoxicated by it, but she also knew that this was just a dream. Dreams and one's reality are two different things. Coming out of the Patek Philippe store, Chu Chen was already dressed in luxury from head to toe, with top brand clothes and a top-notch watch. Of course, he bought quite a lot of clothes, so Chu Chen asked the store to send them over later, as he couldn't carry all of them. Looking at the time, it was already past 12, and Chu Chen felt a bit hungry. He turned to Wang Xinyue beside him and said, "Is there any good restaurant nearby? I'll treat you to a meal, consider it a thank you for your hard work." "A meal?" Wang Xinyue's eyes lit up and she said, "Based on your taste, we have hot pot, Japanese cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, and more around here." Before, Chu Chen had never eaten anything fancy, so he could only ask, "Do you have any recommendations?" Wang Xinyue thought for a moment and said, "There is a good Western restaurant here, but the prices." She looked carefully at Chu Chen, unsure of what he was thinking. Although he spent money like water, it was all for buying clothes and watches for himself, and he might not necessarily let others treat him to a meal. Chu Chen, however, nonchalantly said, "Let's go." The Western restaurant was indeed expensive. Chu Chen glanced at the menu and saw that even ordering 2 steaks would cost several thousand yuan. But Chu Chen was there to experience the life of luxury, so he naturally didn't consider the price. After all, you can't spend 80 billion on one meal, right? The red wine here was also good, but Chu Chen had to drive, so he didn't drink. The steak tasted good, but Chu Chen always felt that it wasn't as good as Chinese food. It felt strange, like a savage eating beef, just adding some seasoning, an egg, and noodles would do, and the beef wasn't tender. He couldn't eat out every time in the future, he still needed to consider hiring a chef, and also someone to clean the house. Of course, this wasn't urgent because Chu Chen hadn't decided which house to live in. He had bought so many at once, but he hadn't even seen them yet. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he could go take a look. As they were almost done with their meal, Wang Xinyue still hadn't established a close relationship with Chu Chen. They were just a regular customer and employee. She felt anxious. After all, Chu Chen wasn't her assigned client, and he hadn't designated anyone as his bank assistant yet. So, they were all competing desperately. If they missed out today, what if someone else got the chance next time? Watching Chu Chen eat with his head down, Wang Xinyue made up her mind. She didn't believe that there were men who weren't interested in women. While Chu Chen was contemplating which house to visit in the afternoon, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Deleted for the 5th time. Chu Chen gave Wang Xinyue a meaningful look. This girl was quite something. Wang Xinyue felt a bit embarrassed under Chu Chen's gaze, but she met his eyes and said softly, "Chu Gu." Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Miss Wang, what are you?" Deleted for the 5th time. Before leaving, the system had also given him a powerful body and invincible immunity, resistant to any disease or virus in the world. Even AIDS couldn't invade his body. So Chu Chen wasn't afraid of any accidents. Deleted for the 5th time. Needless to say, he understood what this beautiful woman meant. Chu Chen naturally welcomed her advances. Seeing Chu Chen only massaging her feet without responding, Wang Xinyue became anxious. She lowered her voice and said, "Chu Ge, I want to be with you." Chu Chen smiled, put down her feet, and said, "I don't date." Wang Xinyue wasn't discouraged. "I can be your lover." Lover? Chu Chen found it amusing. Wang Xinyue didn't mind his smile and said seriously, "It would be my first time." Oh? Chu Chen finally became serious. Your first time? To be honest, Chu Chen was a bit skeptical. He had always heard about the rule that bankers, nurses, and kindergarten teachers were not to be married. He wasn't sure how chaotic it was inside, but the various scandals that often leaked out were already very sensational. With Wang Xinyue's figure and looks, Chu Chen couldn't believe there wasn't any hidden agenda. Wang Xinyue immediately said, "It's true, Chu Gu. I'm really a first-timer. You can take me to the hospital for a checkup." Hearing this, Chu Chen finally believed her. If she dared to go to the hospital for a checkup, she wouldn't dare to lie, especially facing a wealthy man like him. Wang Xinyue should know the consequences of deceiving him. At the very least, it could cost her job, making her future life difficult. Serious point, splitting the money in major banks by Chu Chen and directly blacklisting the entire industry is an easy task. If he really wants to be ruthless, there are plenty of companies and enterprises Chu Chen has invested in, spanning across dozens of industries. He could easily orchestrate a large-scale ban on an individual, making it impossible for them to find work in the city. That's the power of money. Money can make the devil grind, but in reality, money can make the grind push the devil. If it's really the first time. Chu Chen's heart burned with excitement. Honestly, Wang Xinyue's figure and looks were top-notch, standing out even among the elite personal assistants in banks. Wanting to be his lover was simply a matter of being attracted to his wealth. But Chu Chen didn't care, he had plenty of money. Of course, having money is one thing, how to spend it is another. Looking at Wang Xinyue's charming face, Chu Chen said, "I'm curious, why have you kept your first time intact? You must have had many suitors, and you must have been in love before." Wang Xinyue was a bit embarrassed but still said, "I have indeed been in love before, but I never gave myself away. I didn't want to be hasty. As for suitors, to be honest, there are quite a few, but I understand their intentions. They are just infatuated with my looks and figure, not genuinely in love with me. I'm not afraid of premarital sex, I'm just afraid of making the wrong choice. I'm actually quite practical. What I want is money, a good life where I can buy whatever I want, not have to work and travel around, play. Unfortunately, I don't have the financial means for that." Chu Chen nodded and said, "I see now." Wang Xinyue continued, "I don't hide my materialism, but I don't harm ordinary people either. For example, some of my suitors don't meet my standards, and I don't lead them on. I clearly tell them it's not possible and don't accept their money." Chu Chen carefully assessed Wang Xinyue. She was quite impressive. If Wang Xinyue had led them on, it would have been like raising fish, easily leading to trouble. By rejecting them from the start, even if she found a wealthy partner later, she wouldn't have various troubles trailing behind her, clean and clear. Impressive, truly impressive. Seeing Chu Chen deep in thought, Wang Xinyue whispered, "Chu Ge, am I suitable?" Chu Chen smiled. Wang Xinyue was undoubtedly a smart woman. She knew what she wanted to do and not do, which would win favor. He took a sip of his drink and said, "I'll first give you a Porsche, then a house for you to stay temporarily. The rest depends on your abilities." Wang Xinyue was ecstatic and said, "Chu Ge, rest assured, I will be obedient and well-behaved." Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, let's give it a try first. But if the trial ends and you don't pass, I'll also give you a separation fee." This fee was undoubtedly hush money, to prevent any future claims that Chu Chen had manipulated her, which wouldn't be good. Although Chu Chen wasn't afraid of that, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Okay, Chu Ge, I will definitely be obedient." While Wang Xinyue appeared obedient on the surface, she was ecstatic inside. Finally, she had caught an opportunity. As long as she seized it well, the other 9 people would have no chance. After the meal, Chu Chen called the waiter to pay the bill and said to Wang Xinyue, "I plan to go see the house in the afternoon. If you're free, accompany me." "Sure, Chu Ge, I also want to see your new house." Wang Xinyue's face was full of anticipation. Over 20,000 spent on just one meal, and it was just a simple one. Wang Xinyue looked at the bill, amazed. Her monthly salary was just over 10,000, not enough for a meal here. There were too many houses, and Chu Chen casually chose one, the Arc de Triomphe. This house was a large flat with an area of 335 square meters, costing a total of 92 million. However, the interior was already decorated, and the property had just been cleaned. After swiping the access card, Shu Chen parked the car in the underground garage and went up with Wang Xinyue. The configuration here was one elevator per household, so without swiping the card, one couldn't reach the corresponding floor, which was relatively safe. Shu Chen bought the 21st floor, a design with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, spacious and comfortable. Standing by the window on a high floor, one could even see boats passing by on the river in the distance. From here, the night view was completely visible, allowing one to experience the various charms of the city at night. Having a lover was something that only existed in dreams before, but now it was happening to Shu Chen himself, making him sigh at the unpredictability of life. However, in Shu Chen's future life, there wouldn't be just one woman, and Wang Xinyue understood this as well. From the beginning, she had accepted calmly that she was being kept and would end up as a lover. She even knew that maybe one day, Shu Chen would call her to meet and dine with other sisters. But all of this was inconsequential. Working in a bank, she had seen too many wealthy people and understood that none of them were well behaved. The least one person had was 3 lovers. So, environment shapes people. Wang Xinyue stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the outside scenery, lost in her thoughts. Shu Chen looked around and saw that everything was in place: air conditioning, refrigerator, kitchenware, and so on, all very comprehensive, ready for immediate move-in. After Shu Chen had seen enough, he sat on the sofa and asked, "What are you thinking?" Wang Xinyue softly replied, "Looking at the outside, this city is so prosperous. Ordinary people like us can't integrate here even if we work hard all our lives. We can only waste our youth." Shu Chen calmly said, "Shanghai is indeed prosperous. It's like a prostitute. Without money, she will look down on you, but with money, she will let you enjoy the life of the privileged." Wang Xinyue sighed and said, "Your analogy is good, but why use such an analogy?" Shu Chen laughed heartily, "Just a spontaneous thought." Wang Xinyue glanced at him resentfully, the original mood gone. She walked slowly over, sat next to Shu Chen, and leaned against his chest. Shu Chen gently stroked her silky hair, held her soft and delicate waist, smelled her captivating fragrance, and couldn't help but feel a stirring inside. "What do you think of this house?" Shu Chen suddenly asked. Wang Xinyue nodded and said, "It's great, like a dream that I could never achieve even if I worked hard all my life." Shu Chen chuckled, "From now on, you can live here. If you can stay with me for 3 years, I'll give you this house." Wang Xinyue's heart raced. Following this man in front of her, with just a word from him, she could live a life of luxury and never have to struggle desperately in Shanghai again. No more worrying about how long it would take to save up for a handbag, no more thinking about working hard for decades to buy an ordinary house. Feeling that it was about time, Shu Chen patted her and said, "Get up, let's go out for dinner." "Okay." Wang Xinyue said gently, "What do you want to eat? Do you want something nourishing? I'm afraid you're too tired." The two then got up, changed into fresh clothes, and slowly made their way to the garage, where they got into the car and set off. While eating, Wang Xinyue finally couldn't help but ask a question, "Shu Gu, besides me, how many other people do you have?" Shu Chen was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and said, "None, just you?" Wang Xinyue exclaimed, "Just me?" She thought Shu Chen must have several other women outside, and she wanted to see how she could compete, but she didn't expect that Shu Chen actually didn't have any other women. This did surprise her. Shu Chen shrugged and said, "Just one for now." Wang Xinyue nodded slightly, "I understand." She had been prepared in her heart, so she could naturally accept it, but she still felt a bit uncomfortable. It's not about jealousy, after all, the time they had known each other was quite short, and their relationship was purely based on money. To say how much she liked him, that was uncertain. One liked money, the other coveted beauty, each taking what they needed. Therefore, in Wang Xinyue's mind, there was more of a sense of crisis. She was afraid that one day Shu Chen would find a better woman and not want her anymore. So she must improve herself. With a determined heart, Wang Xinyue planned to go back and study several books again. Advanced Green Tea, How to Win a Man's Heart, The Importance of Bed Skills, The Enlightenment of Being Kept, Self-Cultivation of Being a Good Lover. These were all books she had bought before, but she was quite busy, so she had hardly read them. Now it seemed necessary to take them out and study them carefully. In addition, she needed to study more of the love-action films of the teachers from the neighboring island country to learn their techniques, discussing various methods of having affairs in different places, as well as the art of body combat in confined spaces. All of these needed to be studied well. Men are all lustful, unless they are dead. And men all like green tea. Oh, no, it shouldn't be called green tea. How could there be green tea? They are all good sisters who care for their brothers. What's wrong with green tea? Green tea cares for you, knows your likes and dislikes, and is considerate in every way to take care of you. No matter where you go or what you do, green tea seeks your opinion, making you feel fully respected and prioritized. What a good sister. Shu-chan likes this kind of green tea, or rather, which man wouldn't love it? Look at the local girls in Harbin, they are all elder sisters, and the little potatoes, they are all treasures, directly making the local big brothers fall for them. With a determined mind, Wang Xinyue softly said, "Brother, if you have someone else in the future, can you not abandon me? I just want to be with you." With a gentle and charming voice, coupled with her eyes fluttering and a pitiful look, which man could resist? Shu-chen was somewhat surprised, completely unaware of the rich inner drama of Wang Xinyue, but since Wang Xinyue had given herself to him for the first time, as long as she didn't make major mistakes, Shu-chen could tolerate it. He softly said, "Don't worry, as long as you behave, don't make mistakes, I won't abandon you either." Wang Xinyue's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, brother, you're the best, I love you." After having hot pot, the two of them didn't rush back but drove around, enjoying the night before returning to the hotel for another passionate encounter. Summing up their previous experiences, the confrontation in the second round was more exciting, and Wang Xinyue's ball skills had also improved slightly, managing to barely hold the defensive line. When they woke up the next morning, Wang Xinyue had already gone to work, and there were messages from her on Shu-chen's phone. Shu-chen rubbed his head, then went to tidy up and wash. Shu-chen was still somewhat unaccustomed to life after having money. No need to work, no need to wake up early, just sleep until whenever and do whatever he wanted. He still felt somewhat unreal, as if it were all a dream. After Shu-chen finished tidying up, he planned to go out and buy some things. Although he had the house, the car, the money, and the girl, he still needed to update the basic configurations. For example, get a new phone, maybe a new computer, and he could also go see the buildings today. Spending 3 billion to buy 2 buildings, he couldn't just not take a look at them. Shu-chen arrived at the Huawei flagship store, first bought a Mate 999 Pro version, and then bought a high-end computer. The resources in Shanghai are quite comprehensive, and the high-end computer with top-notch specifications cost nearly $1 million. It may not be necessary, but he was happy. Money can't buy happiness. After getting everything set up, Shu-chen drove towards the 2 tall buildings. The 2 buildings are located by the Huangpu River, looking magnificent. It took a total of 8 years to complete the construction of the 2 buildings, mainly for office spaces, hotels, commercial areas, and sightseeing facilities. Both buildings have 108 floors, reaching a height of 550 meters, with an additional 5 underground levels. The main building is accompanied by an annex building, serving as auxiliary space, with a total construction area of about 1 million square meters, including approximately 800,000 square meters above ground and 200,000 square meters below ground, covering an area of about 90,000 square meters. Standing at the base of the buildings, Shu-chen gazed at the skyscrapers, feeling a surge of pride. He wandered around inside the building, examining the layout and design. The annex building, with 10 floors, is predominantly designed as a shopping mall. Shu-chen roughly planned out the layout. The first to 4th floors could house different types of stores, such as cosmetics on the 1st floor, women's clothing on the 2nd, men's clothing on the 3rd, and children's clothing on the 4th. Moving upwards, the 5th floor could accommodate various other shops like daily necessities, entertainment facilities, and a gym and cinema. The 6th and 7th floors would be dedicated to food and beverage establishments, including snack shops, restaurants, and bubble tea stores. The 8th and 9th floors would serve as a rooftop parking lot, while the 10th floor would be designated for office space. The surroundings of the annex building feature a ramp for driving up, making the rooftop parking lot a convenient choice. With this plan, all 10 floors of the annex building were allocated. As for the main building, Shu-chen intended to use the 5 underground levels, with 2 floors designated for a supermarket and 3 floors for parking. Given the height of the building, there would likely be a high volume of foot traffic in the future, so a 3-story parking lot would be essential. The lobby on the ground floor of the main building could serve as a reception area for the future headquarters of the group, and could also be used for exhibitions. Floors 2 to 5 would house meeting rooms, auditoriums, and multipurpose conference rooms. The conference center includes a large pillar-less banquet hall of 2,000 square meters with a ceiling height of 10 meters, equipped with advanced devices like a large LED screen, suitable for large events such as annual meetings, product launches, and forums. The auditorium is a semicircular banquet hall with an outdoor terrace, covering 1,200 square meters and with a ceiling height of 8 meters, suitable for parties, wedding ceremonies, and other events. The multipurpose hall is arranged in a circular layout, with 8 rooms of varying sizes suitable for different meetings or small banquets, equipped with the latest video conferencing equipment for real-time interaction, and large conferences can have breakout rooms. The external circular corridor is suitable for coffee breaks, working lunches, and facilitates communication among conference attendees. If expanding internationally in the future, international video conferences can be easily arranged. Above the 5th floor, Chuchen planned to create a fitness area from the 6th to the 10th floor, including a gym, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, tennis court, and more, to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. From the 11th to the 50th floor, the commercial area will be established, where his own companies will be relocated in the future. From the 51st to the 55th floors, the entire design is set up as a restaurant mode, offering various Chinese and Western cuisines. If these two buildings are completely corporatized in the future, this will be the company's cafeteria. Moving upward, there is a hotel, followed by a commercial area. There are many commercial aspects. Chuchen has currently invested in various industries. If there is a full acquisition someday, everything will be relocated here. For instance, advertising design companies, internet celebrity companies, live streaming with product sales, transportation, and more will all be housed here. With two large buildings and high floors, the top can be reserved as apartments for employee accommodation. Currently, there are still some occupants in the buildings, but they have all been handed over to Xiao Zong, who is responsible for arranging their departure within a month. Chuchen also needs to find a good design and decoration company for the future design and decoration of his buildings. Outside the buildings, there is a spacious parking lot, and across the street is the riverbank, where there is a high flow of people. Once completed, this area will become a very important commercial building. Chuchen spent a lot of time inspecting the buildings and has a rough idea of the overall plan. He is quite satisfied. Today's efforts were not in vain. However, it is necessary to find a company in advance. After all, for such large buildings, according to Chuchen's ideas for renovation and design, some data needs to be measured in advance. Thinking of this, Chuchen called Zhao Qian. President Zhao, I want to ask if there are any reputable design and decoration companies. I want to renovate these two buildings of mine. Zhao Qian replied in a strange tone, well, didn't you invest in one yourself the other day? Have you forgotten? Ha, I invested in one myself? Chuchen looked puzzled. He had signed too many contracts and almost always forgot about them later. However, with Zhao Qian's reminder, Chuchen recalled that it was indeed a high-end design and decoration company. The cooperating shareholder seemed to be named Wang Zhenwen. With this in mind, Chuchen found the number and dialed it. Director Chu, hello, came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. Without beating around the bush, Chuchen said directly, Director Wang, I remember now, I seem to have invested in our company, right? Wang Zhenwen immediately replied, of course, you are now the largest shareholder in our company, holding 35% of the shares. Pleased, Chuchen said, great, I have a project here. You know I bought two buildings from President Xiao. I want to renovate those two buildings. Wang Zhenwen promptly responded, Director Chu, no problem. Rest assured, with our own company, there will be no issues. Chuchen nodded and said, please check the pricing and arrange a team to measure the data first. I also need to discuss my ideas and thoughts with them. Wang Zhenwen assured, Director Chu, rest assured, the pricing will definitely be favorable as you are a shareholder. As for the team, I will assign the best people from our company. Satisfied, Chuchen said, great, thank you for your hard work. Money can solve everything. Chuchen preferred not to rely on personal relationships. Although he had shares here, blood is thicker than water, and it's best to follow procedures to avoid future complications. After inspecting for so long, Chuchen was tired. He called Chen Shui and arranged to have dinner together. Speak your mind, I'm still at work, came Chen Shui's impatient voice over the phone. Of course, their relationship was so close that they could speak so casually. Chuchen suggested, how about barbecue after work tonight? Your treat? Quit the chatter, I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui immediately perked up. Father-in-law, I'll finish work and rush over right away. Old place, I'll be waiting for you. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and by the time Chuchen drove to the location, it was close to 7. The place they referred to as the old place was indeed called Old Place for Hot Pot. The taste here was excellent. Having been in business for 20 years, it was still very popular and well known in the area. After about 10 minutes, Chen Shui rode his electric scooter and parked within the planned area before leisurely walking over. As soon as he sat down, Chen Shui tossed a cigarette over and looked around, saying, oh, things are really different now that you're getting rich. Chuchen chuckled, not exactly getting rich, just have a bit of money. Lowering his voice, Chen Shui said seriously, although the debts have been paid off, there are still many places where money will be needed in the future. If you have money, buy a house and a car, make a down payment and slowly pay it off. If you don't have enough money, save up first, don't spend it recklessly. It's not easy to make money nowadays. Chuchen nonchalantly replied, don't worry, I've spent quite a bit. I've bought houses, cars, and still have savings. Chen Shui exclaimed, damn, What did you do back then to save up so much? Shu Chen smirked. Guess. Chen Shui shook his head, not bothering to guess. Letting out a sigh, Chen Shui said, it's great. You've turned things around all of a sudden, with a house, a car, and money. Find a partner, get married, and life will gradually get better. Shu Chen scoffed. Marriage? What a joke. Chen Shui asked puzzled. What's wrong, not getting married? Shu Chen shook his head. It's very difficult. I probably won't get married in this lifetime. Chen Shui fiddled with the tableware. What happened? Tell me, did some lousy woman break your heart? Shu Chen spoke. No, it's just that it's really hard to get married now. Just look at the overall situation. Chen Shui sighed. But you can't be alone for the rest of your life, right? Shu Chen sneered. What's there to fear? I have money now. I can casually have a few lovers, find a long-term one. It's simple, isn't it? Look at it now. How much does it cost to get married? A house, a car, savings, and who knows, the person's personality might be unbearable. Why spend money to marry someone unpleasant and make yourself unhappy? Chen Shui agreed. You're right, with so much money, you could go for foot massages every day for a lifetime. Shu Chen lit a cigarette, calculated, to get married in Shanghai, a house alone costs several million, a car tens of thousands, savings, and various expenses. How much is that? Foot massages? How much is that? Even if you go twice a week, at most 1,000, not even 5,000 a month, less than 50,000 a year, just over 2 million in 50 years. But for marriage, look at the demands of women nowadays. Can you meet them? And with so many uncertainties, who knows when trouble might come your way? Why get married and make yourself unhappy? Chen Shui nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right, so if you're going to consider it, make sure to find someone with a good personality. Shu Chen shook his head. The cost of marriage is far higher than that of hiring a prostitute, and the moral standards of marriage partners are likely lower than those of prostitutes. Who would still want to get married? Chen Shui agreed. Father-in-law is wise. Then, he slyly asked, come clean, have you already started? Shu Chen didn't hide it. Indeed, there's one. Chen Shui gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The relationship between the two was so good. To what extent? There were almost no secrets between them. They could talk about anything, except for the system, of course. They had known each other for over a decade, helping each other countless times, and had long been like brothers. So, apart from the system, Shu Chen had no intention of hiding much from him. Soon, the grilled meat and sliced beef stomach were served, and the two ate and chatted. So, now that you have money, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue working at your company? No, I quit. Chen Shui was not surprised. What about after that? Are you not planning to make money for the rest of your life? Shu Chen casually replied, whether I make money or not doesn't matter. The money I have now is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. I envy you. I still have to work to earn money. Everyone has dreams of getting rich quick, which is normal, but most people are defeated by reality and end up working like oxen and horses. Shu Chen chuckled. How about I sponsor you? Chen Shui shook his head and said, it's not necessary. We're brothers. Normally, we help each other out with tens of thousands when needed. But to buy a house and a car in Shanghai, that's not something a few tens of thousands can solve. I can't repay that much money. I'll work hard on my own, take it slow, no rush. Besides, I'm not dating anyone now. In fact, Chen Shui's family conditions were originally not bad, but both parents fell ill, underwent surgeries, and needed care, depleting the family's savings. Not only that, Chen Shui's father had lent 2 million to his own brother many years ago, but his brother ran away and refused to repay the debt. The matter even went to court, but they still hadn't gotten the money back. Under multiple blows, Chen Shui had to work hard to support his family. After eating a skewer of grilled meat, Chen Shui muttered, don't worry, I'm not so stubborn as to cling to my pride. If I really can't handle it one day, I'll ask for your help. Shu Chen smiled, don't worry, just ask, and I'll help you for sure. Chen Shui shook his head and said, by the way, I have about 30 to 40,000 left of the 220,000 you gave me. I'll transfer it back to you. Shu Chen stopped him from taking out his phone and said, keep it, use it to buy something for your parents. After all, they've had surgeries, it's not easy. Shu Chen also knew Chen Shui's parents very well. Chen Shui glanced at him and said, alright, then I won't be polite. Shu Chen smiled, no need for politeness between us. The two of them, who had once carried debts, worked hard to make money. But now, all debts were paid off, and Shu Chen had accumulated a wealth of assets. This meal was the most relaxing one they had had in years. Although it was just a simple barbecue and beer, both of them were very happy. Having set down a heavy burden, they finally saw hope for the future. Tonight, both of them had drunk quite a bit. Although beer had a lower alcohol content than liquor, drinking too much could still make one drunk. Seeing that they were both a bit tipsy, Chen Shui waved his hand and said, alright, that's enough, let's go. Shuchen nodded. Let's go. Pay the bill and leave. Standing on the roadside, Shunshui looked at Shuchen's luxury car and said, impressive, indeed you've made a fortune, driving a Ferrari and all. Shuchen laughed heartily. How about I give you one? Shunshui shook his head, refusing. Forget it. Shuchen patted Shunshui's shoulder without saying a word. Soon, a taxi arrived, and Shunshui left. Shuchen also called for his designated driver. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but Shuchen had no intention of going home. He just wanted to indulge and experience a life he had never experienced before. Hello, where are we heading? The designated driver asked politely. With his eyes closed, Shuchen said, let's go to XXO bar. Shuchen had never been to a bar in all these years, and he wanted to experience the intoxicating pleasure of a lavish lifestyle. Perhaps, this is the confusion of an ordinary person who suddenly becomes rich. When he wakes up, maybe things will be different. As a high-end bar in the city, XXO naturally doesn't lack luxury cars at the entrance. However, a Ferrari worth over 6 million is indeed a top-notch ride. Even before the car came to a stop, it attracted countless gazes. Everyone could see clearly that the one driving was the chauffeur, while the person in the passenger seat was the real deal, seemingly already tipsy. As soon as the car door opened, 7 or 8 promoters rushed over. Hey, how are you? Welcome. Hey, let me arrange things for you. Shuchen casually picked a young guy and said, it's you. The young promoter excitedly replied, thank you, sir. Come with me. I'll take you inside. Seeing Shuchen had made his choice, others could only dejectedly step aside. However, women around started flocking in. Honestly, in this society, as long as you have money, you'll realize how proactive girls can be. You don't even need to make a move, plenty of beauties will come to you. But in Shuchen's eyes, the quality of those around was just average. He wasn't that desperate yet. Following the young promoter inside, he introduced, sir, where would you like to sit? We have zones A, B. Just pick the best zone, find a good spot. Why sit in a corner when you have money? The promoter enthusiastically said, sure, sir, follow me. He didn't even mention the minimum spending. The bar's reserved zones all have minimum spending requirements, but seeing this young man's Ferrari, worth millions, why mention a minimum spend? Don't make it unpleasant. Soon, Shuchen arrived at a spacious booth where about 10 people could sit comfortably. From there, you could see the stage perfectly. The promoter brought a tablet and asked Shuchen, sir, what would you like to drink? Shuchen was unfamiliar with bar drinks, but luckily, everything had a price tag. After a quick glance, Shuchen said, let's have this Great Dragon, a set of 88,888 each, bring 5 sets first, then also get this Hennessy, Martell, Moët and Chandon, let me have a look. These were all pricey items on the menu, costing thousands, or even millions. Later, Shuchen ordered some regular drinks, totaling over 10,000. The nearby promoters were stunned. Sir, are you sure about 5 sets of Great Dragon? Although Shuchen hadn't experienced it, he had heard about it. The Great Dragon seemed to be the most high-end in the bar. When you go out, you should go for the best. Bring it. Though just one word, it was clear. The promoter swallowed and said, sir, please wait a moment. He swiped the card, instantly paying $500,000. $500,000. Although Shanghai was the economic capital of the Dragon Empire, spending $500,000 at a bar made you a super customer no matter what. Generally, except for fools and idiots, no one spends like this. The second-generation rich can afford it. They are quite smart. They can spend tens of thousands casually, pick up girls easily, but throwing away hundreds of thousands every day? The saying goes, they have money but are not stupid. People like Shuchen, who spend $500,000 at a bar in one night, are not non-existent, but they are too few, simply extravagant. Although Shuchen didn't understand, it didn't matter. With over 800 billion, if you also had that money, you'd spend even more. The promoter sat enthusiastically beside Shuchen and asked, just one person? Shuchen nodded slightly, yes, just one person. The promoter immediately suggested, should I arrange a companion for you? Shuchen, slightly intoxicated, eyes lit up and said, okay, but I only want high quality, the average won't do. The marketer patted his chest and said, bro, rest assured, I won't let those ordinary people in. After that, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message in a group, XO bar, top-notch boss, 500,000 consumption, only the best, need it now, anyone? At the same time, he tagged everyone. After some thought, he added, post your own photo, don't come looking for trouble if it's photoshopped. In less than a minute, his phone started buzzing like crazy, all kinds of beautiful women sending photos. The marketer quickly handed the phone to Shuchen and said, bro, take a look, pick anyone you like. Curiously, Shuchen took the phone and looked. It was a high-end nightlife group with 500 people. However, Shuchen wasn't interested in that, he was focused on the photos being sent. It had to be said, there were indeed many beautiful women in Shanghai. Even without Photoshop, there were quite a few beauties. 18-year-old innocent college girls, 25-year-old cold glamorous ladies, 30-year-old charming housewives, all kinds were there. Shu Chen randomly selected 4 different styles: innocent, glamorous, pure, seductive, different ages, probably around 20 to 25. However, he didn't fully trust the photos he would see when they arrived. The marketer quickly messaged the 4, and they arrived promptly. Soon, Shu Chen's drinks arrived. A group of bikini-clad beauties raised trays high, bringing his ordered drinks one by one. In the dim light, the dragon and special lighting were dazzling, visible throughout the venue. Damn, this boss, alone? Ordering so much? How much is this? Tens of thousands. Hey, sisters, he's alone, do we have a chance? Many people were discussing. Those far away stood up to watch. Many girls gathered around, wanting to sit next to Shu Chen, but most of them were average looking. He wasn't interested. Shu Chen swayed to the booming music. In this intoxicating environment, it was easy to lose oneself. Not long after, a pretty girl walked over. Hello, I'm Yuan. Shu Chen looked up. Beautiful. Standard melon seed face, bangs with long hair, looking extremely innocent. But Shu Chen also knew, girls who could work in nightlife, there was no real innocence, just catering to what customers liked. If you really wanted to see, they could change styles in a minute: innocent, seductive, icy, glamorous, pure, obedient. Women were the most changeable. Yuan wore a white short-sleeved shirt, a black skirt below, showing off smooth legs, wearing white shoes. Wow, living up to the innocent style, she was indeed very innocent, but also truly beautiful. In any university, she could be a top beauty. Shu Chen patted the seat next to him, saying, "Have a seat." She was one of the girls from the group, along with 3 others. Perhaps because of Shu Chen's lavish spending, the other 3 girls all arrived in less than 5 minutes. The second was a beautiful woman with gold-rimmed glasses, around 20 years old, wearing a white shirt, her glamorous aura easily captivating. The third was a pure seduction beauty, wearing a blue camisole dress, white stockings on her legs, and white shoes. The last was a quite seductive beauty, wearing a lace semi-transparent black dress, so short you could almost see her thighs, with smooth black stockings, black high heels with red soles, alluring and enchanting. Shu Chen was observing 4 beautiful women, and the 4 women were also observing Shu Chen. A bar that could generate $500,000 in revenue in one night was considered top-notch no matter which city it was in. But, would they really open the alcohol? In most cases, it was just for show, with a higher probability of showing off, but compared to ordinary people, this expenditure was still quite terrifying. Little did they know, after Shu Chen saw that the 4 women were all present, he waved his hand and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open all the alcohol and liven things up. Cheers!" Everyone became excited. The 4 women also eagerly crowded around Shu Chen, wanting to get close to this wealthy young man. There was no way around it, he had too much money. Shu Chen didn't mind at all, he was out to have fun, and that was all that mattered. As for diseases like AIDS or other matters, they didn't exist for him. His invincible immunity meant he was never troubled by any illness. Even if he played with an HIV-positive woman every day, he wouldn't get infected. Drinking, gambling, hugging, and kissing were all casual for him, and the 4 girls didn't mind Shu Chen's advances, even fearing he wouldn't be proactive enough, eagerly pressing against him, their hands wandering. Amidst the colorful lights of the bar, the lights flickered, occasionally illuminating the slender waists and long legs of the beautiful women, their white skin alluring and tender. The mix of alcohol, beautiful women, and music was intoxicating, plunging people into a dizzying and mesmerizing time. It was close to 2 in the morning when Shu Chen had also drunk enough. Looking at the almost empty bottles on the table, Shu Chen waved his hand and said, "Alright, I had a great time tonight, but it's time to go back." Upon hearing this, all 4 people looked at him eagerly, hoping to be taken away by Shu Chen and fulfill their dreams of crossing social boundaries. Playing was one thing, a one-night stand was fine, but as for a long-term relationship, well, forget about it. Shu Chen leisurely leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside with a smile. Life was always like a dream, one day in poverty and the next in wealth. The twists and turns of life were miraculous. Who could really understand it? Whether to start a company or not, Shu Chen didn't really care. He had only done it before for money back then, but now, he could keep it, as long as he didn't starve himself in the future. After playing and buying everything, Shu Chen suddenly found himself not knowing what to do next. While driving aimlessly around the streets, Shu Chen suddenly received a phone call. "Mr. Shu, hello, I'm from Starfish Yachts. The yacht you ordered from our company has been prepared for you, and you can take it anytime. When would you like to come and see it?" Shu Chen suddenly realized that he had bought several yachts that day, and it seemed they were ready for pickup now. However, Shu Chen was also in a dilemma. Buying a yacht was easy, but the post-purchase work was not. Issues like daily docking and maintenance were all things to consider. But Chuchen didn't care about money now. As long as he was having fun, that was all that mattered. He had never played with a yacht before, and now that he had one, he naturally wanted to experience it. Starfish Yachts had a branch in Shanghai, and an hour later, Chuchen arrived at the Starfish Company by the coastal side in his Ferrari. Facing such a big client, the deputy factory manager, Lin Feng, personally received him. "Mr. Chu, shall we go and see the yacht now?" Chuchen nodded and said, "Let's go." He couldn't wait any longer. Arriving at the seaside, Chuchen finally saw the yacht. It was a 100-foot yacht, equipped with a master bedroom, guest rooms, bathrooms, kitchen, living room, cockpit, deck, KTV, satellite navigation, generator, radar, jet skis, and various other living and entertainment facilities. The overall style was predominantly blue and white, simple yet elegant, exuding youthful energy, perfect for young people to have fun. With this size, it could easily accommodate a dozen or more people to enjoy themselves. Furthermore, we need a captain, a carillon player, a helmsman, a first mate, sailors, and waiters, totaling about 10 people. As for the docking of this yacht, you can choose to dock at our company or at a specific port, both are possible. Under Lin Feng's explanation, Chuchen gradually understood these things. Yachts generally choose to dock at shipyards or specific berths in cities, but it requires paying docking fees. Calculating for Chuchen's yacht, which is 100 feet long, the current price is around 18 to 25 yuan per foot per day. If calculated at 25 yuan, it would be 25 by 100 by 365, resulting in an annual docking fee of over 900,000 yuan. Additionally, there are maintenance costs, which are around 800,000 yuan per year, totaling about 1.7 million even if not used throughout the year. Furthermore, staff also need to be paid. For example, the current captain costs around 10,000 yuan per month, more for larger ships. If a long-term fixed team is required, it would cost close to 100,000 yuan per month, totaling around 1.2 million yuan per year. Adding everything up, it's close to 3 million yuan per year. For Chuchen, who has over 800 billion, this is not a concern at all. Chuchen immediately said, "Lin, arrange it for me. Shanghai needs a long-term berth, I will pay annually directly. I also need cruise staff, I believe your Starfish company must have trained personnel. Additionally, notify me of the annual regular maintenance, and arrange it here." Lin Feng was delighted. Having a stable major client for a year meant he had to take good care of them. It's worth noting that high-end yachts are indeed very expensive. While many wealthy people can afford to buy a yacht, the long-term maintenance, docking, and salaries can easily overwhelm a person, making it unsustainable. Therefore, the entire industry is currently in a stage where customers are relatively few, with most yachts being used by clubs and rented out to make money. For example, in coastal cities, you can easily find yacht clubs with plenty of medium and small yachts available for daily rental and various activities. Therefore, customers like Chu Chun, who can provide millions annually, are quite rare. He immediately said, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, we will definitely arrange everything for you. When do you plan to set sail? I will assign personnel for you." After some thought, Chu Chun said, "In a day or two, I also need a fixed team, paid annually. Let's go to Sonia." After decades of hard work, it was finally time to enjoy. Subsequently, Chu Chun swiped his card, arranged for the berth at the Shanghai port, contacted Starfish to make arrangements, and paid for salaries and other expenses. This time at the seaside, Chu Chun didn't plan to bring Wang Xinyue along. Firstly, Wang Xinyue still had to work, and secondly, Chu Chun wanted to explore other opportunities without any inconvenience. After leaving, Chu Chun called Wang Xinyue, "Let's have dinner tonight." "Sure, Chu Gu." Wang Xinyue didn't even ask where they were going. She knew Chu Chen wouldn't disappoint her. Chu Chen drove aimlessly on the streets, feeling uninterested. Once, he used to think about how to turn his life around, make money, and strive for a future. But now, having everything, Chu Chen didn't know what to do. Perhaps, after ordinary people become rich overnight, they feel empty. For dinner, Chu Chen booked a high-end Western restaurant, spending 20,000 yuan on caviar, steak, desserts, and pizza. With such generous support from his benefactor, how could Wang Xinyue let him down? In the night, Chu Chen drove leisurely. 200 words omitted here. Opening the window to let out the strange smell in the car, Wang Xinyue looked at Chu Chen with affection. "Brother, how am I doing? Do you like it?" Chu Chen drove with one hand while the other hand caressed her head, saying, "Well done. I'll give you the keys when we get back, and I'll transfer some money to you for gas. You can drive to work from now on. Okay, big brother, love you." Wang Xinyue placed both hands on her chest, made a heart gesture with her fingers, and Chu Chen felt a surge of excitement. Back at the Triumph Gate's large flat, Wang Xinyue quickly tidied up and went to take a shower, while Chu Chen leisurely stood by the window, gazing at the night view outside. Shanghai was a bustling city, but if you had no money, you could only drift here, struggling every day for a living, bending over for a few pieces of silver. If you had money, then Shanghai was like a stunning beauty waiting for your affection. Not long after, Wang Xinyue spoke from behind, "Big brother, why don't you take a shower too?" "Okay." Chu Chen undressed and entered the bathroom. The hot water running over him made him feel incredibly comfortable. After Chu Chen finished showering and opened the bathroom door, he saw Wang Xinyue wearing a black lace camisole dress, long black stockings, standing on the soft carpet at the bathroom door. Due to a report by a dog without a household registration, 400 characters have been forcibly removed. The next morning, Chu Chen left a key for her, saying, "This is Martha's CEO key, the car is in the garage, red, you should like it. Also, I transferred 200,000 to you, use it for gas and meals." Martha's CEO? 200,000? Wang Xinyue felt a surge of boldness, the scent of money. Ignoring her fatigue, she forcefully pushed Chu Chen onto the bed and kissed him. 200 characters have been forcibly removed. Wang Xinyue left, as she had to go to work. Chu Chen leisurely went downstairs to have a meal. Just then, Lin Feng called. "Mr. Chu, our team is ready, we can depart any time." Chu Chen was excited, going on a sea trip to Sonia. He calculated the time and said, "Okay, we'll depart tonight, prepare food, vegetables, and fruits, and head to Sonia." "All right, Mr. Chu, no problem. The yacht is currently docked at our seaside berth, ready at any time." What to prepare for Sonia? Normal people would pack clothes, swimsuits, backpacks, and various items for a trip, but Chu Chen didn't consider that. He just wore a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, slippers, prepared his bank card, and put on sunglasses before leaving. He didn't choose to drive, as leaving the car at the port for so long wasn't ideal. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed straight to the port. Upon arrival, Lin Feng was already waiting for him. "Mr. Chu, come, I'll show you your berth and ship." The crew was all here, ready to depart. Chu Chen was very satisfied with the service and attitude, everything was well arranged, no need for him to worry. Indeed, money could move mountains. Oh no, money could make ghosts grind. The berth was spacious, with defense measures against wind and waves, reducing wear and tear, and ropes tied to the shore. Lin Feng led Chu Chen into the cabin, where a group of people stood on the deck. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, this is your boss, Mr. Chu Chen. He has already advanced your salaries for the next year, so for the coming year, you must follow Mr. Chu's orders, be on call 24/7, as Mr. Chu is paying 50% higher than the market rate." "Thank you, boss." Everyone bowed in gratitude. Then, Lin Feng leaned in and whispered to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, you can rest in the cabin. If there's nothing else, we can depart now." Chu Chen said satisfiedly, "All right, let's set off." Lin Feng left the yacht, making room. Chu Chen leisurely walked into the cabin, but as soon as he entered, he was stunned. In front of him stood 4 young and beautiful women, all dressed in short sleeves, short skirts, and high heels, with beautiful faces and slender figures. Chu Chen almost thought he had walked into the wrong place and was about to turn around when he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. This is my boat. Where did these beautiful ladies come from?" He turned his head and took another look at the 4 women. The 4 girls held flowers in their hands, waving their graceful arms, with warm smiles on their faces. "Hello, boss." Chu Chen was a bit confused and said, "Wait, who are you guys?" A girl in a camisole tank top and black skirt said, "Hello, boss. We were arranged by manager Lin. We are the Yacht Beauties, responsible for accompanying you on this trip." Yacht Beauties, Chu Chen immediately understood. Although he had never come into contact with them, he had heard of them. In cities with many yachts, there would be a number of yacht beauties responsible for accompanying bosses on trips. Generally, yacht beauties were university students, models, or office workers who worked part-time. Moreover, yacht beauties usually took on accompanying roles for a few hours because most tourists just wanted to experience a few hours at sea for fun before returning. From this perspective, many things were ambiguous. However, the expenses of tourists could not compare to those of bosses and wealthy second-generation individuals. When they went out to sea, they required full-time companionship, and as for the specifics, I won't say more, you understand. This circle, to say it's not chaotic, is not chaotic, to say it's chaotic, is chaotic, quite complicated. For distinguished guests, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't casually arrange a few people, he would definitely choose carefully. He didn't know what Chu Chen liked, but for a young man, it was never wrong to have a few beautiful women around, right? So Lin Feng carefully selected a few people, 2 university students, a model, and an office worker, all very clean, boarding with health reports, guaranteed. and they all had good figures and looks. Before they came, Lin Feng had informed them that although they hadn't experienced it before, they were all clear about these matters. Originally, they were all unwilling, but when they heard that it was a handsome young second-generation rich man, they were all tempted. Lin Feng also mentioned that once they were on the boat, some things might happen, so they should be mentally prepared. The four of them had naturally thought it through before coming. Shu Chen sat down leisurely, looking at the four beautiful women, and said with a smile, "So Lin Feng has already paid you, and you will accompany me throughout this trip to Sonia and back, right?" The four women replied in unison, "Yes." Shu Chen snapped his fingers and said, "Good, let's open a bottle of wine, have a drink, and celebrate." A beautiful woman in a tight-fitting skirt immediately brought a bottle of red wine and said, "Mr. Shu, hello, my name is Xiao Xiao, I'll pour you a drink." Shu Chen glanced at her mature and charming figure, as well as the two bouncing bunnies, and said suggestively, "Xiao Xiao? You don't seem small at all." Xiao Xiao seemed a bit shy, casually patted Shu Chen's chest, leaned forward, and said, "Shu Ji, you're so naughty." Shu Chen naturally welcomed her, pulling Xiao Xiao into his arms, smiling, "Where am I naughty?" Xiao Xiao gently pushed Shu Chen back, then said, "Shu Ji, don't be in a hurry, we'll be together for almost a month, let's have a drink first and celebrate." Smelling the lingering fragrance of the beauty, Shu Chen thought to himself, what a charming little sister. After all, it had just begun, and everyone had only taken a sip before setting down their wine glasses. Shu Chen sat down on the soft sofa, leaning back against it, feeling the slight swaying of the cabin while chatting with four beautiful women. After chatting, Shu Chen learned that the girl in a camisole and black skirt was Lin Lingqi, a junior at the Shanghai Drama Academy. Juniors actually have very few courses, and seniors basically have no classes. So she was quite anxious, wanting to find a job quickly, preferably in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, after auditioning, she realized that what they lacked the least there was beautiful women. Therefore, she could only work as a model or a regular supporting role, without any immediate opportunities. As for the other three beautiful women, one was called Zhaonan, one was called Qin Miao, and the other was called Li Xinran. They were all good-looking women. The four of them were very enthusiastic towards Shu Chen, taking the initiative to get close to him. Although they were not sure how much money Shu Chen had, just by looking at this private yacht, the team setup, and expenses, they knew he was definitely a super rich man. Young, handsome, and wealthy, wasn't this the sugar daddy they had been dreaming of? Traveling from Shanghai to Sonia, just the journey alone would take more than 10 days, but luckily Shu Chen had plenty of time now. At first, Shu Chen was quite interested, holding a drink, coming to the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, looking at the sea outside, feeling the slight rocking of the boat. But soon he found it boring. There was nothing much to see, as the sea breeze carried a strong fishy and salty smell, and the vast expanse of the sea offered nothing but water. Just as Shu Chen was pondering, Lin Lingqi suddenly ran over with a bunch of things, smiling and saying, "Shu Ji, look, I brought you something." Curiously, Shu Chen glanced over and saw fishing gear. He picked up the fishing rod and said, "I've never gone fishing before, might as well give it a try and experience it." Shu Chen didn't know how to use the gear, but luckily Lin Lingqi did. With her guidance, Shu Chen successfully cast the line. Looking at the fishing line, Shu Chen said with some anticipation, "They say there's a beginner's luck, I want to see if I have it." "Wait, is there a fish?" Shu Chen pulled hard and indeed there was a fish on the line. He couldn't recognize the species, but it didn't matter, it was just for fun. After releasing the fish, Shu Chen continued to cast the line. Lin Mingqi sat close beside Shu Chen. "Shu Ji, is fishing fun?" Shu Chen said enthusiastically, "It's quite fun, look, in these 10 minutes, I've caught 3 fish already." "Shu Ji, am I pretty?" "You're quite pretty, you see." Suddenly, Shu Chen realized and turned to look at Lin Mingqi beside him. By then, Lin Mingqi had changed into a tight-fitting skirt with a very short hem, almost revealing a bit of her buttocks. Shu Chen understood. Objectively speaking, Lin Mingqi was indeed good-looking, but not top-tier. She could only be considered an average beauty, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, but just an ordinary beauty in this high-end circle. In the past, with his limited wealth, Lin Mingqi wouldn't have even glanced at him. But now, with Shu Chen's financial power, it was normal for him not to be interested in Lin Mingqi. Just playing around, even if he were to keep a lover, Shu Chen would aim for top-tier quality. Shu Chen casually said, "You look good." Lin Mingqi's eyes lit up, and she casually grabbed Shu Chen's hand, placing it on her fair thigh, asking, "Shu Ji, are my legs white and tender?" Shu Chen lightly patted and said nonchalantly, "Although they're nice, they don't meet my standards yet." Lin Mingqi felt a bit disheartened. She also knew that wealthy big shots like him would only be interested in supermodels. But people are always unwilling to accept failure. For the future, they are willing to strive and take risks. Lin Mingqi held Shu Chen's hand, swaying back and forth on her long legs, looking at Chu Chen with wide eyes and said, Shuji, this is my first time. Don't judge me just because I'm here as a yacht babe, but all the clients I had before were clean deals. I'm pure. Chu Chen looked ahead leisurely and said casually, everyone has their own value. What you hope to gain from me may not necessarily align with my views. Perhaps you think you are entitled, but in my eyes, even if it's just keeping a lover, you still lack something. If you are truly willing to go all out, I will only give you some money when you leave the boat. As for what happens after you leave the boat, I don't care. Chu Chen's indifferent words were piercing, though despicable, but that's reality. Lin Mingqi didn't come out as a naive girl, she naturally understood the underlying principles. It's just a pity that she couldn't seize the opportunity to rise to the top. However, a woman's first time is precious. Lin Mingqi also thought about what kind of man she would marry in the future. At least, the super young master in front of her wouldn't mistreat her. Thinking of this, Lin Mingqi hooked her arm through Chu Chen's, rested her pretty face on his shoulder, and asked, Chu Ji, do you prefer me in stockings or without? Chu Chen caressed her leg and said, I think black stockings are nice, especially the 0D ones, transparent and silky. Several paragraphs omitted. Chu Chen shook his head and said, it's nothing, at most a chance encounter, just a passing fancy. The three women's faces lit up upon hearing this. Li Xinran rubbed her peaks against Chu Chen's arm and said, Chu Ji, can I enter your crystal palace? Chu Chen looked at the three women and smiled, my standards are high. Although you are all beautiful, we will only stick to the yacht, or maybe we can have a casual fling when free. As for a long-term relationship, honestly, my requirements are high. The three of them felt disheartened. With their looks and figures, any university would consider them beauties. Unfortunately, now that Chu Chen had money, the Crystal Palace required top-tier beauties. Li Xinran's eyes lit up as she said, Chu Ji, if we're talking about top-tier beauties, I know one. Chu Chen reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, are you sure she's a top-tier beauty? Li Xinran affirmed, of course, Chu Ji. If you don't fancy any of us, I can guess the type you like. I do know a friend who is a top-tier beauty, and she's a flight attendant. A flight attendant. Chu Chen pondered. If she was a flight attendant, Chu Chen only intended to have some fun. The reputation in this circle could lead to various assumptions. Chaos was notorious in this circle. Sensing Chu Chen's thoughts, Li Xinran hurriedly said, Chu Ji, rest assured, this friend of mine has no man in her life. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, are you sure? Li Xinran nodded vigorously, absolutely, I know her. This friend of mine, she just likes to buy things. She's always looking for a high-quality boyfriend, so, Chu Chen understood instantly. A gold digger wanting to sell herself for a good price. No problem, for Chu Chen, any problem that money could solve wasn't a problem. Holding over 800 billion in his hands, could he not solve the issue of a gold digger? He casually said, money is not a problem, even if it's a house, a car, it's not a problem. Li Xinran immediately said, bro, wait a moment, let me get my phone to show you some photos. Li Xinran didn't mind being in just a bikini, quickly went to get her phone from the side, and started flipping through it. After a few tens of seconds, Li Xinran opened a WeChat Friends Moments and said to Chu Chen, Go, look, this is her Moments. Chu Chen took it and scrolled through it briefly. It was mostly check-ins from various places, like afternoon tea, trendy check-in spots, or luxury goods, and a lot of selfies in everyday clothes, work outfits, and so on. It had to be said that just by looking at the photos, she was indeed stunning. Not to mention at school, even in the modeling circle, she could outshine a large group of models. Li Xinran continued, this friend of mine is 1.7 meters tall, with a 34C bust, she also exercises regularly, her figure is really great. Chu Chen handed back the phone and said, looks good, we should meet up sometime. Li Xinran shook hands vigorously, yay. Although the young master didn't fancy her, he seemed to like her friend. When her friend rises to fame, she'll remember this introduction, isn't it a fair deal? For her future life, Li Xinran immediately started messaging her friend. Zhaonan and Qin Mao beside them looked envious. Li Xinran was a model and knew many beautiful women, while the two of them, one was a white-collar worker and the other a senior in college, indeed lacked such resources. But it's okay, at least she had more opportunities than others, right? Even if the young master wouldn't have a long-term relationship with her, making some short-term investments would still be profitable. The two women were contemplating their own resources, while Li Xinran beside them was already messaging her friend frantically. Before long, Li Xinran turned to Chu Chen and said as if taking credit, Ge, I've already talked to my friend, she's changing shifts in a few days and going to Sonia, she'll take leave and play with us. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, well done. He then picked up his phone and said, here, as a reward, show me your payment code. Li Xinran joyfully opened her payment code, there was a beep, followed by a notification, a payment of 100,000 yuan received. Who is this big shot? Just for a meeting, he's paying a hard fee of 100,000? Li Xinran's eyes burst with immense fervor. Without hesitation, she threw her phone away and hugged Chu Chen, saying, "Brother, I love you." Then she passionately kissed him. The two beside them were envious for a while. After a while, Li Xinran finally stopped, grabbed Chu Chen's arm, and eagerly said, "Brother, how about I join you too, can I? I can come with my friend." Chu Chen patted her head and said, "When you develop further, look better, have a better figure, then we can consider it." Li Xinran sighed and said, "Forget it then, unless I get plastic surgery, there's no chance in this lifetime." Xin Miao gritted her teeth, leaned forward, sat on Chu Chen's lap, and hugged his neck, saying, "Brother, I don't have a pretty friend, but I have my clean body, I also want money." Thanking the system for its help, Chu Chen silently thought to himself. After about half a month, the yacht finally arrived in Sonia. Before departure, the yacht manufacturer Lin Feng had already arranged for Chu Chen a VIP berth in Sonia Bay. They parked the yacht and started to disembark. The crew naturally had to be on standby at all times, not too far away, but they didn't have to stay here all the time, they could also go out to eat and drink. As for Chu Chen and the four women, they naturally had to disembark as well. After so many days on the yacht, drifting around, as soon as they got off the boat, they all felt a bit out of place. Chu Chen looked at the sea view beside him and felt in high spirits. Arriving here, it's natural to have some fun. Chu Chen casually asked, "Do you guys know any fun places around here? Recommend something." The four of them suggested different places. Wuzizu Island, duty-free shops, seaside photo spots, Atlantis, and so on. As for places like Coconut Dream Corridor, they were actually quite boring. Chu Chen patted Li Xinran's perky butt beside him and said, "Alright, let's get the car ready first, then I'll buy you guys some stuff and we can check out the duty-free shop." When they were close to Sonia, Chu Chen had already booked a car rental service. After all, being in a different place, there was no need to buy a car, so Chu Chen simply opted to rent one. He chose a Maybach and even hired a driver. Since he wasn't familiar with the area, it was more appropriate to hire a local driver. Under the guise of money, the rental company sent an excellent veteran driver specifically to serve Chu Chen. The driver was already waiting nearby, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, looking formal and serious, with a composed expression. Chu Chen and the four others got into the car, and he said, "Master, let's head to the duty-free shop." The master politely replied, "Hello, Mr. Chu, there are several duty-free shops in Sonia. May I ask which one you would like to visit?" Chu Chen was a bit puzzled since he had never been there, but he pretended to be calm and asked, "Where do you guys want to go?" Unexpectedly, all four of them said, "Haitang Bay." Upon hearing this, the driver started the car. Chu Chen was unfamiliar with these things, but in fact, this duty-free shop was the largest in the area with a wide range of brands. It took nearly an hour to drive from the yacht berth to the shop. On the way, the group chattered about what they wanted to buy and what they liked. Chu Chen found it amusing and said, "Why think so much? Just buy what you want. But I reckon this will be the only time, it's too troublesome to come all the way here. Let's try to finish shopping today and not bother for the next few days." "Okay. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Dad. Love you, Dad." The four of them were all excited. The professional driver seemed accustomed to such scenes, showing no sign of disturbance, as if he hadn't heard anything. An hour passed quickly, and they arrived at the duty-free shop. To be honest, most men are not interested in shopping, especially accompanying women. Women can shop all day and still be energetic, while men usually start looking for sofas and rest areas after half an hour. As soon as Chu Chen entered, he sat in the rest area and told the four women, "Alright, it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Until 7 o'clock tonight, you can choose whatever you like, I'll pay for it. I'll be resting here, and after 7 o'clock, we'll go out for dinner." The 4 hours flew by, and the four women were very excited, immediately starting their shopping spree. Meanwhile, Chu Chen sat there playing on his phone. When it was time to pay, he would go to the nearby store to settle the bill. After 4 hours of shopping, the four women had bought a lot. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Hermes, Balenciaga, and more, including various clothes, bags, perfumes, lipsticks, and cosmetics, totaling up to 1.5 million. 1.5 million was nothing to Chu Chen. With 500 billion currently in the bank, the interest was an exaggerated figure. Calculating based on the 10% interest the bank gave him, he earned over 13 million in interest every day. He couldn't spend it all, not to mention the over 700 billion in his overseas accounts. To put it bluntly, even if he lost 10 million gambling every day, he would still earn more in interest, maintaining a profitable situation every day. As for whether there will be any personal behavior of bank employees unrelated to the bank's affairs in this 50 billion, Shu Chen said it was impossible. 500 billion, anyone with a brain knows what this concept is. With the capabilities of such people, as long as you are still on this planet, they can dig you out and make you beg for life and death. So, there won't be any idiots trying to mess with this 500 billion. When the amount reaches a certain level, it will also make them fearful. Is it easy come, easy go? Spending over $1 million is something the four of them had never thought of before, but Shu Chen made them all experience it directly. Next is to arrange for people to take these things back to the yacht. Shu Chen doesn't plan to stay in a hotel here, the yacht is fine. For dinner, they chose a relatively high-end local restaurant, and the four of them ate in a private room. Li Xinran sat next to Shu Chen, holding her phone and said, "Shuge, my friend has arrived, just messaged me that she's downstairs." Shu Chen nodded and said, "Well done." At this moment, the four women had no other thoughts. The big shot already had someone in mind, so they shouldn't force themselves, although it had been quite tiring to accompany him recently, but these things were really good. Worth it. In less than 5 minutes, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and Li Xinran immediately got up to open it, bringing in a beautiful woman. Shu Chen looked up and couldn't help but be dazzled. The woman was indeed beautiful. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, she wore a pair of 5 centimeter black shiny high heels. Her features were very delicate, with a standard melon seed face, willow-like eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and small cherry lips. Her honey red lips were painted with a layer of bright red lipstick, alluring and tempting. Just one look could make someone want to kiss her. Wearing a one-piece dress, revealing delicate collarbones and fair jade-like arms, she wore a white belt around her waist, creating a strong color contrast with the black skirt, outlining her slender waist and exuding beauty. The skirt reached about 10 centimeters above the knee, not too long or too short, showing off her shapely thighs. Her legs were bare, smooth and fair, without any excess flesh, straight and slender. She wore a pair of high heels, silver-pointed ones with a bit of shine. She was indeed very beautiful, especially her face, with a hint of allure that seemed to seduce anyone who looked at her. She gave off a feeling of being both desirable and easily attainable. A natural seductress. Li Xinran had already told her in advance, so she looked at Shu Chen and said, "Hello, Shuge, I'm Zhang Lily, Li Xinran's friend." Her voice was nice, with a mature tone and a hint of teasing. Shu Chen extended his hand and said, "Hello, make yourself at home." Honestly, Shu Chen was quite satisfied with Zhang Lily's figure and appearance, and according to Li Xinran, Zhang Lily was also very clean, which was great. As for whether Zhang Lily liked money, Shu Chen chuckled. Did he lack money? Li Xinran sat next to Shu Chen, while Zhang Lily sat next to Li Xinran. Seeing Shu Chen, Zhang Lily also breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard from her friend that this young master was very wealthy. Just a private yacht alone was worth tens of billions. In addition to the permanent crew and maintenance costs, these were not small expenses. Plus, this trip to Sonia had been quite extravagant. Rich, extremely rich, super rich. Zhang Lily didn't deny that she was a materialistic woman. She could accept being kept, but she was afraid that this man was not up to her standards. Seeing Shu Chen, Zhang Lily indeed felt much more at ease. Handsome, really handsome. Young, handsome, and wealthy. Even if I have to be a minor figure, I'm willing to do it. Those who can become flight attendants and have been in this circle for 2 years all know what kind of circle this is. Almost all flight attendants want to hook a wealthy man, and Zhang Lily is no exception. She just always sets a high price, wanting to sell herself for a good price. As for the matters between Shu Chen and the other four women, she knows, but she doesn't care. Being a lover to the young master, why bother with so much? She's not fighting for the main wife position, just needs to be obedient, serve the young master well, exchange for wealth and glory, that's enough. As long as she can save enough money for the rest of her life, that's sufficient. If she's lucky enough to have a child with the young master, that would be even more secure, with no worries about food and clothing. Due to the number of people, they didn't discuss any private matters, just had dinner and chatted. After dinner, it was almost 10 o'clock at night, time to go back. However, Zhang Lily was staying at the hotel, while Shu Chen and the others were staying on the yacht. Looking at Shu Chen, Zhang Lily secretly thought, if she couldn't seize this opportunity, who knows when she'll meet such a super tycoon again. As for her usual tactics, Zhang Lily knew they were useless. Different levels, you can fish, but manipulate the second generation? Forget it. When encountering this class, you have to be a bootlicker, be close, then you'll have a chance. Don't think Zhang Lily hasn't experienced anything, she's clear-minded. Playing hard to get? Don't bother. Even if she's just a vase, Zhang Lily knows how to be a vase with emotional value. It must be said, Zhang Lily is a smart person. So, Zhang Lily straightforwardly approached Shu Chen, with a look of affection in her eyes, saying, "Shuji, I haven't seen a yacht before, can you take me up to have a look?" Seeing Jiang Lily's eager expression, Shu Chen understood and immediately said, "No problem, you can check out of the hotel and stay directly on the yacht. You'll have a better view." Jiang Lily nodded, saying, "Okay, Shu Ji, but I need to go to the room to pack some things." Shu Chen waved his hand, and the driver drove to the hotel. At the hotel, Li Xinran went up to help Jiang Lily pack, while Chu Chen and the others waited in the car. Jiang Lily packed quickly, maybe she didn't have much stuff to begin with, as they both came down together after half an hour. Next, they all went to the yacht together. Arriving at the yacht, Jiang Lily was truly amazed. She had seen yachts before, but never one this large. Most people's yachts are medium-sized, even at clubs. There are rarely large ones, usually small ones for simple enjoyment and experience. But Chu Chen's yacht was indeed huge, with all kinds of high-end facilities. Truly a wealthy young man, Jiang Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. After waiting for so many years, rejecting so many older men, it was finally her time to turn things around. The four women were very tactful. They had finished packing early and all went back to their rooms, leaving only Chu Chen and Jiang Lily. Chu Chen sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, while Jiang Lily went to take a bath first. Not long after, Jiang Lily, wrapped in a bathrobe, came to Chu Chen's side. Looking at the lights inside the large yacht, Jiang Lily sighed, "I never thought about living like this before." Chu Chen smelled the fragrance of her shampoo and shower gel, asking, "What about in the future?" Jiang Lily turned her head, gazing at him with a charming look. "Well, it depends on whether Chu Ji is willing to show me these sceneries." Chu Chen chuckled, extended his arm, and embraced Jiang Lily, saying, "I think you're a smart person, you know your position very well." Jiang Lily also fell into Chu Chen's arms. "I have always felt that having a clear self-awareness is the most important thing. A person must be clear about themselves." Chu Chen said satisfactorily, "Whatever you want, I can give you, but you definitely can't become a big shot." Jiang Lily shook her head and said, "That's not important. With different statuses, I certainly wouldn't want that position. That's where my clarity lies." Chu Chen became even more satisfied with Jiang Lily's attitude. "My requirements are simple," he said. Jiang Lily said seriously, "Shu Gu, go ahead." Chu Chen's requirements were crucial for her future luxurious life. She had to listen carefully. It's not that there are no other wealthy people besides Chu Chen. It's just not easy to find a young, handsome, and wealthy one. Chu Chen said calmly, "No conflicts with others. Even if you meet them, don't cause trouble for me. No excessive contact with other men. Normal friends are fine. I won't restrict your social circle. Also, be at my beck and call, unless you're flying in the sky or have flown out of town." Jiang Lily understood that besides her, there were other women in Chu Chen's life, and she couldn't cause conflicts. As a delicate and glamorous mistress, Jiang Lily naturally wouldn't cause trouble for her sugar daddy. As for other men, Jiang Lily even considered cutting ties with ordinary male friends to avoid angering her sugar daddy, let alone any further developments. She could cut off the fish pond directly. Being at his beck and call was inevitable. Jiang Lily was considering changing jobs to avoid missing flights and Chu Chen not finding her. She immediately assured him, "Chu Gu, rest assured, I won't have conflicts with other sisters. If I meet the eldest sister, I'll be very respectful. As for other men, I won't have any contact." Chu Chen nodded and added, "One more thing, buy more intimate items. I like them." Jiang Lily understood instantly, "I'll pick some out. I'll buy all kinds of clothes and shoes." Then, Jiang Lily snuggled back into Chu Chen's arms and asked, "So, what rewards and benefits can I have?" Watching the beauty in his arms behaving like a docile cat, Chu Chen caressed her shoulder and said, "I remember, you're from Shanghai, right?" Jiang Lily nodded, "I currently work in Shanghai, and my flights are all from Shanghai to other places. But my family is not from Shanghai, it's from Tianjin." Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "A flat in Shanghai, 300 square meters, and a Porsche. By the way, how much is your monthly salary and expenses?" Hearing this, Jiang Lily thought for a moment and replied, "My salary is not high, about 12,000 a month, including various allowances. As for expenses, I pretty much live paycheck to paycheck every month, and I always use my credit card." Chu Chen said directly, "From now on, 20,000 a month for you to manage on your own, I won't interfere. Any expenses when we go out to eat or shop together will be separate, I'll pay for those. As for the house and car, if you stay with me for a year, the car is yours. If it's 3 years, the house will be yours too. When the time comes, I'll have you transfer the ownership, and it's yours." Each industry has its own norms, and although Chu Chen was wealthy, he wouldn't disrupt the norms. He could easily spend $1 million a month on someone, but wouldn't that disrupt the norms and ruin the game for others? The whole market would soon be chaotic. So, 20,000 a month, although high, was not unheard of in high-end circles. Consider finding a maid in Shanghai for 140,000 a month. As for the house and car, Giving them after a certain period was also acceptable, as many bosses in the south operated in a similar manner. Indeed, there was one in Fujian who, after being with her boss for 2 years, received over 2 million and a Ferrari. Zhang Lili was ecstatic. 20,000 a month? Going out together, expenses are separate? It's totally enough, you can even buy the luxury items you want. Moreover, there's the house and the car, as long as you have enough time, they all belong to you. What a generous sugar daddy, a dream come true. Zhang Lili immediately said, thank you, love you. Saying that, she took the initiative to kiss him. Perhaps she had brushed her teeth or used something, there was still a hint of rose fragrance in Zhang Lili's mouth, making people feel intoxicated. Shu Chen lifted her up and strode towards the room. Due to being reported by a dog without a hookup, a section of 400 words had to be deleted and revised. If you want to read the original text, check my profile. After the storm, Zhang Lili, with her eyes closed, nestled in Shu Chen's arms and said, Shu Ji, in a few days, we need to take security measures. Shu Chen looked up and said, I don't like it. We'll find another place to solve it in the future. Zhang Lili instantly understood Shu Chen's meaning, her smooth tongue lightly licked Shu Chen's chest, and said, do you want to see? Shu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Zhang Lili, slightly surprised, and said, oh, you can accept this? Zhang Lili showed no shyness, instead, she became even more intimate with Shu Chen, grabbing his hand and placing it near her mouth, licking his fingers with her tongue, seductively saying, let me tell you something. Shu Chen became interested, tell me? Zhang Lili, holding Shu Chen's neck, said, a section of the dialogue and plot content has been deleted here. Indeed, although Shu Chen had more than one woman, such a proactive and enthusiastic mistress was a first for him. He was moved. When we return to Shanghai, I'll buy the things and keep them in the house, I'll come find you. Zhang Lili's seductive voice whispered in Shu Chen's ear, thank you. Due to being reported by a dog without a hookup, a section of 400 words had to be deleted and revised. Today's gains were not small. Not only did he find a high-quality lover, but also discovered a muse, TSK. It seems like he'll have some fun in the future. Since he had bought things for the 4 women today, Zhang Lili, as his lover, couldn't be left out. The next day at noon, Shu Chen took a few people back to the duty-free shop for shopping. Zhang Lili was a woman, a materialistic woman, but she was very clear-headed. So, she looked at Shu Chen uncertainly and asked, how much can I buy? Shu Chen casually replied, you can choose whatever you want. Zhang Lili was stunned for a moment, swallowed, and said, are you serious? Shu Chen laughed, how much can you buy? It's not that I look down on you, but if you want something in this store, I can afford it, just pick whatever you like. Zhang Lili took a sharp breath, this sugar daddy had hit the jackpot. Young, handsome, super macho, and super rich, simply. Zhang Lili leaned close to Shu Chen's ear and said, tonight, just enjoy yourself, I'll let you experience what full automation means. After saying that, she kissed Shu Chen and then went to the nearby store. Shu Chen was immediately filled with anticipation. In the end, Zhang Lili bought a pile of luxury items, totaling over 1 million. Shu Chen directly arranged for the store to deliver the goods to the yacht, while they started to play. Since they were here, how could they just shop? Of course, they had to tour around. Although it was said online that the tourism here was a bit of a ripoff, for Shu Chen, it didn't matter, just buying happiness. The daily interest alone was enough to create a millionaire, so why care about this? Drifting at sea recently, they were all tired of playing in the water and instead wanted to see the city. So, they started strolling through the streets of Sonia. They arrived at the Eternal Love show for a performance. Honestly, Shu Chen felt this was pure nonsense, but he still accompanied the others to watch. By the time they finished watching, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Shu Chen stretched lazily and said, where else do you want to go for fun? The others shook their heads and said, let's eat. The food in Sonia was not great, often carrying a taste of the sea breeze, making Shu Chen feel strange when eating. Zhang Lili had only taken 3 days off, unsure of Shu Chen's situation at first, so she didn't dare to take too much time off. Now, both sides were very satisfied. But the 3 days off quickly passed. Zhang Lili packed up and took Shu Chen's car to the airport. Looking outside, Zhang Lili sighed and said, BB, after I start working, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you much. Working 2 days and resting 1 is really tough. Shu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I'm planning to go back in 2 days. I'll message you when I get back, and when you're off next time, give me a call. I'll take you to see houses and cars. Zhang Lili kissed Shu Chen and excitedly said, thank you. Shu Chen smiled and remained silent. Deleted text. Zhang Lili had already left, and there was no point for Shu Chen to continue playing. After playing with the 4 women for 2 more days, they bought tickets back together. They had taken a yacht on the way here, so they didn't want to endure it again on the way back. Being at sea for over 10 days was too boring. As for the yacht, the crew could sail it back themselves. It wasn't peak tourist season, so the plane wasn't crowded, and the first-class cabin only had Chu Chen and a few others. Li Xinran and the other 4 women knew that after this trip back, they probably wouldn't have much contact anymore. Perhaps the young master might want to change someday and might invite them out again. But the chances were slim. Li Xinran might have a better chance, having a close friend like her gave her an advantage, but as for Mingqi and the others, it was unlikely. After landing, Chu Chen didn't see them off. After all, they had transferred quite a bit of money these past few days. Each of the 4 women gave Chu Chen a goodbye kiss before taking separate taxis and leaving. Onlookers envied the scene, wondering what kind of guy he was to have 4 beautiful women bidding him farewell. Where's the justice in that? Today was the weekend, and Wang Xinyue was resting at home. Chu Chen had informed her before boarding the plane, so Wang Xinyue had prepared the meal. Deleted text. After 2 hours, Wang Xinyue finally fell asleep on the sofa. Chu Chen took a refreshing shower and had his meal. In the evening, lying in bed, Chu Chen didn't bother Wang Xinyue anymore. They just watched TV and chatted. Chu Ge, how was the nearly 20-day trip? Was the yacht fun? Wang Xinyue was still curious about the yacht. She knew Chu Chen had one, as she was there when he signed the contract and swiped the card at the bank, but she had never seen the yacht. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "It was okay. It was fun when we first got on the yacht, but after spending a long time there, it got boring, just the same things over and over." Wang Xinyue leaned on Chu Chen's chest and asked softly, "I remember you told me you went alone." Chu Chen chuckled, "I didn't count the crew." Wang Xinyue said, "Oh," and then asked, "Did you meet any new sisters?" Chu Chen didn't avoid the question and nodded directly, "Yes." Wang Xinyue felt a pang of loss, but she understood her position. She was just a mistress, so she had no say in such matters. However, she still said, "Chu Ge, no matter what, you should still be careful." Thoughtful. Deleted text. Wang Xinyue didn't say anything more, just quietly snuggled up to Chu Chen. This incident served as a reminder for Wang Xinyue that Chu Chen would have many women, and she was in a precarious position. When it comes to liking Chu Chen, it's not necessarily a deep affection. Initially, it was just because Chu Chen was handsome and wealthy, and she wanted to attach herself to such a tycoon to gain resources. Of course, feelings can develop over time, and Wang Xinyue does have genuine feelings for Chu Chen now. If she can't be the main wife, she'll settle for being the top mistress. What do women rely on to keep a man? Don't listen to nonsense. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. That's pure nonsense. Have you ever seen a man being lured away because the mistress cooks well? It's all because the mistress is alluring, beautiful, and satisfying in bed. Deleted text. Chu Chen naturally understood Wang Xinyue's intentions and didn't say anything. Competition is good because when there's competition, in the end, everyone will want to please him, benefiting him. What's there to fear? Waking up, Wang Xinyue had already gone to work. Oh right, today is Monday. But Chu Chen isn't alone. Zhang Lili messaged last night, saying she'd land at the airport at 10 this morning. It's perfect for Chu Chen to accompany her to look at houses and cars today. As for the house, it's simple. The adjacent unit, where Chu Chen has a large flat of around 300 square meters, is more than enough. What's there to fear in a community? Chu Chen dares to keep fish, so he's not afraid of being found out. As for the car, since he bought so many initially, it's perfect now. The Porsche 718, priced at over $1 million, in red, is just right for a girl. When Zhang Lili emerged from the airport with her luggage, she saw Chu Chen standing next to a car, smiling. Zhang Lili's steps quickened, ignoring the admiring gazes of onlookers, and hurried to Chu Chen, giving him a big hug. "Missed me?" Chu Chen touched Zhang Lili's hair and said, "Of course, that's why I'm here to pick you up." Putting the luggage in the trunk, Chu Chen said, "Get in, let's go." Zhang Lili, dressed as a flight attendant, wore black sheer stockings and 3-inch high heels. Elegant and dignified, paired with her enchanting face and captivating gaze, she appeared exceptionally seductive. After getting in the car, Zhang Lili curiously asked, "Is this your car?" Chu Chen shook his head and said, "Soon it will be yours." Zhang Lili was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Really? This is a Porsche, over $1 million, and you're giving it to me?" Zhang Lili was very familiar with high-end products and naturally recognized this car. Although not a top luxury car, over $1 million is not affordable for everyone. Chu Chen remained calm. "I'll take you to see the house now, and later, I'll give you the keys to the house and the car." Zhang Lili blushed. If Chu Chen wasn't driving, she would have rushed over. They soon returned to the community. The Triumphal Arch community, where Wang Xinyue also lived, just in a different building. Both houses were large flats. Chu Chen had bought quite a few initially. This house was 303 square meters, about 30 square meters less than the other, priced at $83 million. At nearly 30,000 per square meter, even in Shanghai, it was a high-end community. After showing Jiang Lily the property and car documents, she learned the price of the house, over 80 million. She felt even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be worth that much. So, what to do? Of course, serve him well. Shu Chen then handed her the keys to the house and car, saying, "From now on, you'll live in this house, drive this car, and I'll transfer money to you every month. As long as you behave, you'll have everything." Jiang Lily nodded vigorously. She realized Shu Chen was a second-generation rich, maybe even a super-rich second generation. How many second-generation rich would spend nearly $1 billion on a lover? Even if she sacrifices a lot, she will never leave Shu Chen. This is a chance to transcend social classes in life. Having such an opportunity once in a lifetime is already good enough. Why would she want to miss it? Jiang Lily ran around excitedly in the spacious flat, looking at her new house, feeling like it was a dream. Although it was under Shu Chen's name and she was just temporarily staying there, Jiang Lily knew that as long as she behaved and didn't make mistakes, in 3 years, the house and the car would be hers. Many people dream of having a house and a car in Shanghai, and now she has them all. Even though she obtained them through her own efforts in 3 years, Jiang Lily has no regrets. Many people want to exchange but don't have the means or the capital to do so. Deleted. Jiang Lily, unlike Wang Xingyue, doesn't cook, so the two of them had takeout all day. Mainly because they were too lazy to go out. The next morning, when Shu Chen woke up, Jiang Lily had already left. Shu Chen stretched lazily. Having nothing to do every day was quite boring, so it was a good time to check on his building. Just finished washing up, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Director Chu." The caller was Wang Zhengwen, with a note on Shu Chen's phone. Shu Chen had acquired many companies before, one of which was a large decoration company where Wang Zhengwen was a shareholder, just like Shu Chen. The decoration of the building was entrusted to Wang Zhengwen, so this call probably meant everything was done. Shu Chen politely replied, "Hello, Director Wang, what's up?" Wang Zhengwen immediately said, "Director Chu gave a task before. The Twin Towers have been completely renovated according to the requirements and are ready for use." Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. He replied, "Thank you, Director Wang. I'll go take a look later, prepare a plan, and we can have a meal together." "No need for that, Director Chu. I should treat you to a meal when you're free." After exchanging a few more polite words, they hung up. Shu Chen casually took a Lamborghini and headed straight to the building. Arriving at the Twin Towers, Shu Chen looked up. The two buildings were magnificent and imposing. There were still workers inspecting the place, and Shu Chen glanced around. The basic decoration was done according to his requirements, and he was quite satisfied. Now that the decoration was settled, the next step was to set up the company. Although Shu Chen had never run a company and didn't know how to, he understood one thing: let professionals handle professional matters, and don't meddle if you're not familiar. As a boss, as long as he could oversee the overall situation, it would be enough. Therefore, Shu Chen decided to find assistance first. Opening and managing the company would be handled by a professional team. As for whether the team would deceive him, Shu Chen just chuckled. Would they dare? Anyone with a bit of sense would know that the background of this boss was extraordinary. Who would dare deceive him? It was normal to take some kickbacks in private. It couldn't be completely clean, but in the grand scheme of things, they wouldn't deceive him. Once you get involved with wealthy capital, one mistake could be the end. In short, there are currently 6 female leads planned. For those who have read my previous works, you will recognize 4 of the female leads returning, such as Wang Ziyin, Li Wenxin, Jiang Lily, and Xin Wangshu. They were all female leads in my previous works and will appear in this book as well. If you have any ideas, feel free to share them. The next new female lead is about to make an entrance, the great Emperor Yan Yan. Seeing that it was already noon after finishing at the building, Shu Chen randomly found a restaurant on the roadside, had a simple meal, and then started looking for talent. When it came to finding talent, Shu Chen only knew about the talent market and headhunting companies. But the talent market relied too much on luck, so it was better to let professional headhunting companies handle it. However, Shu Chen didn't have a headhunting company under his name, so he had to rely on the bank. After all, no one could match the network of relationships in the banking sector. He immediately called Zhao Qian, the president of a commercial bank, whose connections were well known. "Hello, Mr. Shu, long time no see." Zhao Qian's enthusiastic voice came through the phone. Shu Chen politely replied, "I've been fooling around lately, just got back. My building is ready, planning to start a company. I'm looking for a high-end headhunting firm. I was wondering if President Zhao knows anyone who could help me out." Zhao Qian was delighted. He knew that Shu Chen had 5 billion in deposits, all in his commercial bank, with no accounts in other banks. He had to find ways to serve such a super client, not afraid of trouble but of being ignored. Zhao Qian immediately said, Mr. Chu, rest assured, I know a few company CEOs who run headhunting firms. I'll send you their contact information. Xu Chen smiled and said, thank you, President Zhao. Oh, don't mention it. Mr. Chu is the most esteemed client of our bank. It's only natural, Zhao Qian replied. By the way, may I ask what kind of talents Mr. Xu is looking for? Perhaps I can help, Zhao Qian inquired. Xu Chen thought it made sense, anyone Zhao Qian knew would be reliable. So he said, I'm planning to establish a group here, consolidating my companies. I need a team of assistant secretaries and talents with experience in managing large groups. Zhao Qian understood immediately. He had been present when the contracts were signed, remembering each transaction clearly. Xu Chen had bought shares in several companies, some partially and some entirely. It was normal for him to want to consolidate now. All right, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you right away, Zhao Qian said. After hanging up, within just 30 seconds, Zhao Qian sent a message with a number and the name Bull High-End Headhunting Company, Yang Wenk. Xu Chen didn't rush to call but opened his notes to start planning the consolidation. He decided not to consider companies where he didn't own full shares, as he had partners and other shareholders to consult. However, for the fully acquired companies, Xu Chen could make decisions. Glancing through, he saw several companies, a medium-grade clothing factory with designs for both men and women, a high-end Western restaurant, a high-end French restaurant, a real estate company with 2 ordinary residential developments, 2 private schools, 1 middle school and 1 high school, 2 nursing homes, an orphanage with few residents, for media companies, including a film and television media company, a live broadcast media company, and 2 internet celebrity media companies, and a security company. These were all companies Xu Chen had fully purchased. He had the contact information for the senior management of these companies and promptly messaged them to meet him at the Gemini building in an hour. Next, Xu Chen called Yang Wenk. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Xu, hello, President Zhao just informed me. I've been waiting for your call. Yang Wenk's deep voice came through the phone. Xu Chen politely apologized. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Yang had some matters to attend to. Yang Wenk didn't mind. No worries, Mr. Chu. I heard you need some people. Do you have specific requirements? When it came to business matters, Xu Chen became spirited. Here's the thing, on my end, I temporarily need 2 drivers on standby 24 hours a day, rotating shifts, and also a team of assistant secretaries, tentatively 5 people. Additionally, I need executives with experience in managing large conglomerates, several of them. These were all things Xu Chen had looked into. The CEO couldn't possibly have just 1 driver. One person couldn't endure following around at all times, so having 2 drivers rotating was quite normal. Many big bosses had more than 1 driver. Furthermore, on the secretary side, Xu Chen had too many companies and matters to be handled by 1 person, definitely not enough, 5 would be just about right. As soon as Yang Wenk heard this, he knew that this task was indeed substantial. But he was also very aware of Xu Chen's capabilities, something Zhao Qian had reminded him of repeatedly. Yang Wenk immediately said, Xu, rest assured, I will arrange for people to check the database right away, and also inquire about new talents for you. In that case, thank you very much, General Yang. Not at all, being able to help General Chu is my honor. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, they hung up the phone. Xu Chen didn't call anyone else but quietly waited for the arrival of various company executives. Within an hour, a total of 14 companies, factories, schools, with various executives and principals hurried over, both men and women. Although these executives had not met Xu Chen, they had seen his photos and knew that the handsome young man before them was the big boss behind the scenes. Xu Chen looked at the 14 individuals, cleared his throat, and said, I've called you all here today to discuss some matters with you. Firstly, you see those 2 buildings behind me, they both belong to me. I am planning to relocate all the companies here and then merge some of them. If you have any thoughts, feel free to speak up. Also, whether the company's address is rented or owned, please mention that too. Initially, the group didn't know what Xu Chen wanted to discuss and were a bit nervous, but upon hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to speak. After a round of responses, Xu Chen also learned some information. The clothing factory and the school had purchased land, and considering the special nature of the clothing manufacturing factory and the school, it wouldn't be suitable to move them, so that could be disregarded. Additionally, the orphanage and nursing home were also quite unique and not suitable for relocation to the main building, so they could be skipped. As for the other companies, except for the film and television media company, which owned its address, the rest were rented. After all, in this day and age, business is tough, and costs are being minimized as much as possible. Xu Chen furrowed his brows slightly and asked the person in charge of the film and television media company, if we sell that place and move here, will it have any impact? Can it be moved? The person in charge immediately said, absolutely no problem, General Chu, everything here can be done. Chu Chen nodded and didn't say anything more. Besides the company, the film and television media company also had a film and television city and a short drama city. Specifically built for filming TV dramas and short dramas, they were also quite valuable. The film and television city and short drama city were naturally not going to be moved, but relocating the company's office area was not an issue. According to Chu Chen's initial plan, this side of the building would be a large shopping mall, where he intended to attract businesses willing to cooperate and set up shop here. Whether it was shopping, fitness, cinemas, or dining, there were countless businesses, and Chu Chen's two buildings were quite prominent. Once the advertisements were out, there would be plenty of people willing to collaborate. The top floor parking lot and office area didn't need much handling. As for the two main buildings, apart from other considerations, there were 5 underground levels alone. Chu Chen's original plan was to have the first 2 underground levels as a supermarket and the next 3 as an underground parking lot, which was fine. He even considered whether the location of the underground parking lot was sufficient, but then thought about the parking lot outside the building, which was also quite adequate. The ground floor would definitely be a lobby, needless to say. From the 2nd to the 5th floor, there are spaces designated for conference halls, auditoriums, and multifunctional meeting rooms, all planned and decorated accordingly. The 6th to 10th floors house the fitness area, including gyms, swimming pools, basketball courts, badminton courts, tennis courts, creating a comprehensive fitness and leisure zone. Floors 11 to 50 are commercial areas designated for various companies. Chu Chen decided to keep the clothing factory, school, nursing home, orphanage, and real estate company unchanged, along with the high-end Western and French restaurants. The movable entities are the 4 media companies and a security company. Chu Chen plans to merge the 4 media companies as there is no need for them to be separate. Different departments will have their designated areas. For instance, one area for film and media, another for live streaming hosts, and a separate one for internet celebrities. These companies require substantial space for dance and music practice rooms, dressing rooms, offices, meeting rooms, and individual live streaming studios. Chu Chen allocated floors 11 to 30 for the media companies, which will merge to form the Galaxy Culture Media Company. As for the security company, it will have training facilities, rest areas, and shower rooms. Chu Chen contemplated training his own bodyguards to have them by his side for future convenience. However, he found the current bodyguards inadequate for his needs. He plans to enhance their training and recruitment process. Floors 31 to 50 are temporarily vacant, and Chu Chen has yet to decide their purpose. The floors above will house the cafeterias serving both Chinese and Western cuisine, catering to the entire group. Chu Chen intends to hire chefs as part of the company staff to ensure food safety and quality. The prices will be set at 80% of the market rate, as it is an employee benefit. Chu Chen believes that by improving employee welfare, they will be more dedicated to their work. Chu Chen's approach aligns with the ideology of MKS, emphasizing the importance of worker benefits and proving that companies can thrive while ensuring employee well-being. He established a standard 8-hour workday, weekends off, and holidays. However, these rules do not apply to the stars in the film and media department. Chu Chen's focus is on regular employees, ensuring they adhere to the standard working hours without overtime. He believes that with fair treatment and benefits, employees will be more motivated. The hotel occupies floors 56 to 70, exclusively owned by Galaxy. Floors 71 to 90 are designated for commercial companies, but Chu Chen has not fully acquired them yet, so they remain pending for now. As for the 91st to 100th floors, Chu Chen plans to turn them into staff apartments for everyone to rest. The final 8 floors will be office areas, such as Chu Chen's office. The design of the 2 main buildings is basically the same, and Chu Chen's plan is just like that. After briefly informing the leaders of these companies about the relocation, everyone expressed no issues. However, for such a large company with several branches, relocation is not something that can be done immediately. It involves many complex matters and valuable items. But for the sake of long-term development, relocation is inevitable. Finding a few professional moving companies, packing up here, moving, and then reopening in the new location will take about a week to 10 days. This is already quite fast. After delegating tasks and responsibilities to the relevant individuals, Chu Chen let them go. Chu Chen looked at the 2 tall buildings, feeling a myriad of emotions. The changes in this past month have been immense. Just a month ago, he was struggling to make money and pay off debts, and now he holds assets worth nearly $1 trillion and has 2 beautiful women waiting for his call at any time. Life is full of unpredictable opportunities and fluctuations, no one can say for sure. Just then, Chu Chen's phone rang. He glanced at it, surprised. Chen Shui? Answering the call, Chu Chen leisurely said, "Hey, what's up?" Chen Shui sighed on the other end and said, "Are you free this afternoon? Let's go out for dinner and drinks." Chu Chen naturally had plenty of time, so he replied directly, "Time and place?" 7 o'clock, the usual place. The conversation was brief, and they hung up after that. But from Chen Shui's tone, Chu Chen sensed that something was amiss. What could have happened to him? In the evening, they met at the usual place for hot pot at 7 o'clock. Curiously, Chu Chen asked Chen Shui, "What's wrong? You seem upset." Chen Shui lit a cigarette, his mood somewhat down, and said, "Yeah, I resigned." Frowning, Chu Chen asked, "What happened? Come on, tell me in detail." Chen Shui opened a bottle of wine, took a big sip, and then began to explain. However, it wasn't anything major, just some work-related issues. He took the blame for his superior, and on top of that, he was forced to make corrections and faced fines. Frustrated, Chen Shui decided to resign. Chu Chen shook his head and said, "Come on, it's just a trivial matter. Find another job. If you don't want to, you can come to my company." Chen Shui declined, "Forget it, our relationship wouldn't work out if I come to your company." Although their relationship was good, friction is inevitable when people spend a long time together. What if conflicts arise at work in the future? Chen Shui felt that their brotherly bond shouldn't be affected by such matters. Chu Chen also agreed, saying, "Alright, then look for another job. If you need anything, just let me know. That's our relationship." Chen Shui smirked, "I've never been polite with you." With that, both of them burst into laughter. After consuming nearly a case of beer, Chen Shui sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "My mom has been urging me to go on blind dates and get married recently." Blind dates, marriage. Chu Chen felt a bit distant from these words. These two terms seemed far removed from his current situation. He asked, "What do you think?" Chen Shui looked up at him and said, "Are you kidding? Given my current situation, do you think I can find a partner?" Thinking about it, Chu Chen realized he had a point. Although his external debts had been cleared, he was currently unemployed, unsure about his next job, and his house and car were old. To find a partner, he would need to buy a house and a car, but where would he get the money? Chu Chen was speechless. With this situation, why is your mom rushing you? Who knows? Chen Shui took a bite of barbecue, feeling bored with life. Suddenly, Chen Shui asked, "Seriously, are you planning to get married? With your current conditions, you have plenty of options for finding a partner. You can't possibly intend to be alone for the rest of your life, right?" Chu Chen casually said, "Didn't I tell you? I have someone outside. Marriage is off the table. It's tiring, just like that." Chen Shui nodded, "Alright, think it over yourself. Anyway, I probably won't be dating or getting married in the next few years." No money. Chu Chen continued to eat and drink heartily, asking, "If you want to get married, and you're short on cash, just let me know." Chen Shui simply shook his head without saying a word. Having known each other for over a decade, their friendship was solid, allowing them to speak about anything and understand each other's thoughts. Despite the pressures of life, Chen Shui had resigned but was already preparing to find another job after just 2 days of rest. While they were eating, Chu Chen's phone rang, and he saw it was Yang Wenk calling. "Hello, Mr. Yang," Chu Chen answered politely. It was a courtesy unrelated to money. Yang Wenk smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, sorry to disturb you so late. According to your request, we urgently checked the database today and also looked outside. Currently, there are some candidates that meet the criteria. What do you think?" Excited by this, Chu Chen said, "Mr. Yang, send me the information first, to my phone, and then arrange for them to come to the lobby of my Gemini building for an interview at 9 tomorrow morning." Yang Wenk readily agreed. After hanging up, Chu Chen received the information from Yang Wenk in less than a minute, showing Yang Wenk's regard for him. Curious, Chen Shui asked, "What's going on?" Chu Chen, drinking and looking at his phone, replied, "Nothing much, just hiring some people for the company." Chen Shui nodded in understanding and focused on his meal. They could review the information later. Chu Chen and Chen Shui chatted and drank, and time passed unnoticed. Seeing it was already past 10, Chen Shui stood up and asked, "Ready to go?" "Let's go." They paid the bill and left. Chen Shui rode a shared electric bike, while Chu Chen got a designated driver to take him back to Wang Xinyue's place. Wang Xinyue was still awake, knowing Chu Chen was coming over tonight, so she had been watching TV. When Chu Chen entered, Wang Xinyue hurried over and caught a whiff of alcohol and smoke on him. She quickly made tea and offered, "Chu Ge, have some tea. It will help." Chu Chen was not one to get drunk easily, having been helped by a system that enhanced his body beyond normal limits. However, he accepted the tea and lazily lay down on the sofa. Wang Xinyue, in a black lace nightgown, sat beside Chu Chen and was about to ask if he was feeling dizzy when she noticed his incredibly clear eyes. Chu Gui, you're not drunk? Wang Xingyue asked, puzzled. Chu Chen chuckled, I have a high alcohol tolerance, so of course, I'm not drunk. Wang Xingyue suddenly leaned on Chu Chen, gazing into his eyes, and earnestly said, Chu Gui, you're really handsome. Chu Chen was speechless. I thought you had something serious to say with that serious expression, but it's just about this? Wang Xingyue pressed her face against Chu Chen's, but you really are very handsome. Lying back, Chu Chen held Wang Xingyue in his arms and said, what's the use of being handsome? Nowadays, everyone looks at money. Wang Xingyue playfully nudged Chu Chen, but brother, you're handsome and rich. Chu Chen just smiled without saying a word. Looking at Chu Chen, Wang Xingyue mischievously said, Chu Gui, they say, after a good meal, one should have sex. You just had a good meal and drinks, but I'm still hungry. Text continues, Wang Xingyue fell asleep beside him, and Chu Chen finally checked the information provided by Yang Wenk on his phone. The details were thorough. Regarding the driver position, there were a total of 5 applicants. After a quick look, Chu Chen found only one person who met the requirements. To have such a big boss as a driver, many conditions are required. For example, confidentiality must be maintained at all times. Wherever you go, act as if you are deaf and blind, seeing and hearing nothing. You must also have a calm demeanor, a neat appearance, excellent driving skills, plenty of time because the boss may call you out at any moment. Drinking alcohol is out of the question, and attention to details like washing the car regularly is a must. Based solely on the resume and appearance, Chu Chen only saw one person who met the requirements. A veteran, Ning Lei. 35 years old, with a military background, married with 2 children, in need of a high salary. Chu Chen believed that people trained in the military are definitely more disciplined in their speech than ordinary people. Next up was the assistant secretary team, and in this regard, Yang Wenk provided detailed information on over 20 people. Chu Chen carefully examined each person's resume. This one is too ugly, no good. Although it's not necessary to resort to unspoken rules, having someone so unattractive around would affect the work atmosphere. Why does this man look like a bandit? Bad image, no. Oh, this young man looks promising. Let's continue. No. Suddenly, Chu Chen's attention was drawn to a particular profile. Master's degree from Capital University, major in secretarial studies, worked as a secretary in a 5,000 employee group in the capital for 3 years, diligent and professionally competent. However, due to the distance from home, they chose to return to Shanghai for development and have not found a job yet. The resume was impressive, but among the candidates Chu Chen had in hand, none had a poor resume. Several had worked for over 3 years in Fortune 500 companies. What caught Chu Chen's eye the most was the photo of the person in this profile. More importantly, her name was Lu Ruyan. Seeing this name, Chu Chen gasped and took a cold breath. Ruyan the Great Emperor, terrifying indeed. Chu Chen was not unfamiliar with this name, on the contrary, very familiar. In the online literature world, who doesn't know the reputation of Ruyan the Great Emperor? Without Ruyan, the world would be as dark as night. Just by looking at this photo, Ruyan indeed fit the image of a mature and cunning woman, but there are so many Ruyans in different worlds, not all of them are cunning women. In online literature, Ruyan is the white moonlight, the cunning woman, the scheming seductress, the malicious woman. Whether she is good or bad, rich or poor, the one thing that remains unchanged is that she is undeniably beautiful. After much contemplation, Chu Chen selected 10 people, including Ruyan. As for the management team, Yang Wenk recommended 12 people, all with outstanding resumes, so Chu Chen decided to meet all of them. After sending the list to Yang Wenk, Chu Chen put down his phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Chen arrived at the Gemini building. Although Chu Chen had said 9 o'clock, everyone was already there by 8:30. Chu Chen finally saw Ruyan, standing at about 1.73 meters tall, wearing 5-inch high heels, almost reaching 1.8 meters, she stood out among the women. She had long, lustrous black hair that cascaded down, a charming face somewhat similar to Jiang Lily's but different. Jiang Lily naturally exuded a seductive charm, while Ruyan seemed to exude a sense of allure from within, her eyes carrying a captivating charm as if she could seduce with just a casual glance. Naturally alluring. Her delicate face was adorned with bright makeup, a straight and slender nose complementing her features, enhancing her beauty. Her tender petal-like lips were painted in fiery red, exuding a seductive charm. Dressed in an elegant women's suit, paired with a white shirt that accentuated her graceful figure, she exuded confidence. Her lower half was clad in a black professional skirt that reached just above the knees, with a pair of sheer black stockings enveloping her perfectly shaped legs, teasingly revealing and inviting curiosity. Carrying a white Chanel handbag, a hint of Chanel No. 5 perfume lingered around her, intoxicating those around her. Standing there, She exuded a cold and charming aura of a professional woman, making Chuchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he were her boss, he might not resist the temptation to cross boundaries with her. Indeed, Yen Yen was never ugly, always excelling in every aspect, good or bad, rich or poor, and undoubtedly a peerless beauty. As for the others, although there were some beauties among them, they paled in comparison to Yen Yen. Seeing everyone present, Chuchen wasted no time and cleared his throat, saying, "I believe you all know that Mr. Yang recommended you to me. Today, I will be conducting the interviews, and this Gemini building will be our future workplace." Before the arrival of the attendees, Chuchen had familiarized himself with their basic information, as mutual understanding was essential for further communication. Glancing at the group, Chuchen continued, "Many have come today, but I may not select all of you. First, I will give you a tour and brief you on the future arrangements and plans. If you feel capable, we can discuss further." Although this interview method was unfamiliar to them, the attendees were not surprised, understanding that there could be special circumstances. They nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Chuchen then began the tour and explanations with the group. After approximately 2 hours, Chuchen outlined the overall plan and glanced at the group, saying, "I have finished explaining. Take some time to think it over. If you feel capable, we can discuss further. You have half an hour to consider." During this half hour, Chuchen planned to assess the driver. Ninglei followed Chuchen to the side when called, although unsure of the reason. "You are here to apply for the driver position, right?" Ninglei immediately responded, "Yes, Mr. Chuchen, I come from the military, so my driving skills are definitely reliable. You can trust me completely." Chuchen raised an eyebrow, finding the man quite straightforward. He continued, "Driving skills are important, but what matters most to me is knowing what to do and what not to do while driving for me." Ninglei, not a newcomer to the workforce, promptly replied, "Mr. Chuchen, rest assured, I understand. I am very discreet." Chuchen nodded and added, "Furthermore, you alone won't be sufficient. I need someone available 24 hours, so you will take turns." Hearing this, Ninglei hesitated before saying, "Mr. Chuchen, I would like to discuss something with you." Chuchen was surprised and asked, "Go ahead, what is it?" Ninglei nervously said, "Mr. Chuchen, I really need a job, especially one with a high salary. I am willing to work hard and be at your beck and call 24/7. I prefer working independently, which could result in a higher salary." So that was it. Chuchen didn't mind, but was Ninglei up to the task? After some thought, he said, "Let's try it out for a month. If it works out, you will be the only one, and your salary will definitely be higher. If not, I will have to hire someone else." Excitedly, Ninglei said, "Mr. Chuchen, rest assured, I can do it. I promise to complete the tasks." Chuchen smiled and said nothing more. With a driver in place, Chuchen contemplated purchasing a more business-oriented vehicle. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for the driver to chauffeur him around in a sports car. Half an hour passed quickly. When Chuchen faced the crowd again, they already had their answers. Some who felt inadequate left on the spot. Some started speaking, while others listened attentively, comparing themselves to each other. Those who believed in themselves waited, while those who felt inferior left halfway through. In the end, Chuchen selected 5 members for his assistant secretary team, with the most crucial being Lu Ruyan. The other 3 men and 1 woman were around 30 years old, with rich experience in secretary positions. They were composed and efficient. Although Chuchen appreciated beauty, he believed that in terms of work, men were often stronger than women, inherently. As for the executive level, Chuchen temporarily settled on 3 individuals. The first was Rinjun, 40 years old, with over 10 years of experience in senior management roles at 2 Fortune 500 companies. The second was Xue Feng, 42 years old, specializing in the film and entertainment industry, with 12 years of experience in a large related company. The third was Lei Liang, 40 years old, skilled in overall corporate planning for conglomerates, with experience in large group companies. These 3 individuals were experienced, in the right age range, and driven. As for the others, Chuchen had not found anyone suitable yet. Regarding compensation, Chuchen had already discussed it with Yang Wenk previously, and they were aware. It was just a formality to confirm it again now. After the others left, Chuchen said, "Welcome, from now on, you are all part of my Star River group. First, I want to know when each of you can start working?" Without hesitation, everyone replied, "We can start now." Chuchen was pleased with their attitude. "Good, then let's begin. I will now assign tasks. Although the group is just starting, I believe that with your help, we will grow bigger in the future. Firstly, we need to relocate several companies. Wei Xian, I entrust this task to you. Pay close attention and try to ensure that all these companies are relocated within 10 days. Wei Xian was one of Chu Chen's secretaries and replied earnestly, Chu, you can rest assured, I will supervise diligently. Chu Chen then turned to the second secretary, Luo Jihong. Jihong, you will handle the procedures. Consolidate all these companies except the school into one entity, establish the Star River Group, merge these companies under it, and merge the 4 media companies into one, named Star River Culture and Entertainment Media Company. This task is yours. Luo Jihong stood tall and confidently said, Understood, I will handle it as quickly as possible. Chu Chen nodded and turned to the third secretary. Zhong Jin, you will take care of the canteen. These companies will be moving soon, so before the complete relocation, we must hire suitable canteen staff who can cater to various tastes, as many people come from different regions with different preferences. Zhong Jin, wearing glasses, replied, Understood, Chu, I will start contacting today. The 3 male secretaries had been assigned their tasks, and it was now the female secretary's turn. Ding Yuan, you will handle the office matters. I showed you around earlier. Now, you need to purchase some items for the office and meeting rooms, such as desks, chairs, computers, projectors, air conditioning, utilities, and network setup. Ding Yuan, a mature 35-year-old woman, slender and plain-looking with short hair, exuded a savvy and professional aura. She nodded, Chu, you can trust me. I will arrange everything quickly. As for Lu Ruyan, Chu Chen looked at this charming and beautiful female secretary and said, Ruyan, come with me to buy some cars for the company. Also, Ning Lei, come along. The tasks for the secretary team had been assigned, and it was time to move on to the executive level. The main task of the executive team is to make arrangements and plans, leading the middle management. Previously, Chu Chen had already briefed them on the overall layout and plan, so they just needed to follow the plan. The crowd dispersed, immediately springing into action. This was their first task upon entering the Chu Chen group, and everyone wanted to perform well. If they initially thought it was just a plaything for the rich second generation, they didn't think so now. Just these 2 buildings alone were worth billions, not to mention the integration of so many companies in Chu Chen's planning. It was evident that this young master was truly serious about getting things done. A conglomerate worth billions, no matter where it was placed, was no small business. As the first group of senior figures to come in, or those close to the big boss, if they could handle things well, their future prospects were limitless. Therefore, they were particularly attentive to Chu Chen's task. Of course, Chu Chen had also ensured their salaries were in place. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Chu Chen asked, How did you get here? Lu Ruyan respectfully replied, Mr. Chu, I came by taxi. Chu Chen nodded and said as he walked outside, Let's go, ride in my car, Ning Lei, you take a cab and follow us. Chu Chen already had an idea of what car he wanted to buy. In the past, to make money, he had mostly bought sports cars and sedans, which were not suitable for business purposes. This time, he specifically wanted to buy some business-oriented cars. Seeing Chu Chen driving a Lamborghini sports car, Lu Ruyan was not surprised at all. It was normal for the boss to drive a sports car when he was so wealthy. There were also plenty of luxury cars suitable for work and business. Chu Chen ultimately decided to buy a Rolls-Royce, with one customized at 11 million and another at 9 million. Ning Lei had received professional training as a driver and could handle these luxury cars perfectly. Since the group had not been established yet, there were no group accounts, so all expenses were covered by Chu Chen's personal savings. He transferred 5 million to Lu Ruyan and said, You coordinate, keep a record of the expenses on Ding Yuan's side, as well as the money for procedures. Also, fill up the tanks of these 2 cars and have them ready at all times. The group's affairs were temporarily arranged, and the rest could be left to these people. Chu Chen only needed to grasp the general direction, leaving the specifics to the professionals. After a busy afternoon, Chu Chen began to feel lost again. He found that ever since he had money, he had started to feel lost. With no debts to pay off, no need to work like a slave, and others taking care of the group's affairs, he felt like a person with nothing to do. However, Chu Chen had no intention of idling away his time. Being a couch potato every day could be quite boring. He called Lei Liang. Hello, Mr. Chu. Here's the thing, I'll give you a list later. It contains some companies I've selected, all of which I have stakes in. You go talk to them one by one, see if the other shareholders are willing to sell, buy them all if possible, but it's not mandatory. If they're not willing, let it go. Chu Chen felt that there were too few companies that had relocated. He had more than just these few companies under him, and he had acquired quite a few shares at the time. He tried to pick some good ones and see if he could buy them all. It involved dozens of industries such as hospitals, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, schools, training institutions, elderly care, self-media, online streaming, film and television media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mines, and so on, covering all aspects. Hospitals, schools, and some factories were definitely not suitable for relocation, as they required independent large land areas. But self-media, advertising companies, and tourism companies were still worth considering. As for the tourism sector, to be honest, in recent years, the development of the tourism industry had indeed been promising. Don't be fooled by everyone saying they have no money. There are actually quite a few who can afford to travel. In recent years, there have been crackdowns on illegal tour agencies, and now travel groups are much more transparent. You don't need to go on long trips for a week or 10 days. Joining a 2 or 3 day group tour nearby is also great. The development of this industry has a bright future because there will always be people wanting to explore the world. The crowd quickly followed Chu Chen's arrangements after leaving the building. Ding Wei had already sorted out the building's basic utilities like water, electricity, air conditioning, and internet in less than 3 days. Several companies were also swiftly relocating and organizing their belongings. As for the procedures of the group and the company merger, everything was completed within a day. When the other party heard that the Gemini building was starting the process of group formation, the leadership immediately approved it. After all, they understood that once the process started, it would create a large commercial office area, bringing significant economic development and serving as an achievement for them. It was mutually beneficial. The leadership wouldn't be foolish to demand extra benefits in such matters. Shuafang had been aggressively advertising for tenants for the Twin Towers. The location of the Gemini building itself was excellent, situated in the central area of Shanghai, in the Huangpu district, a bustling area. Naturally, there was no shortage of businesses wanting to move in under these circumstances. Shuafang was selective about the businesses she allowed in. Each industry sector had to have the most suitable businesses. For example, in the cosmetics area, only brands like Chanel, Dior, Estée Lauder, Gucci, Hermès, SK2, and La Mer were considered. In the watch shops, brands like Patek Philippe, Breguet, Cartier, Bulgari, Rolex, Omega, IWC, and Longines were welcomed, with Tissot being the most affordable option. As for men's and women's clothing, brands like Hermès, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Burberry, Armani, Versace, Tom Ford, Valentino, Balenciaga, and others were present. The lingerie stores featured Victoria's Secret, Bordel, Obad, Fleur of England, Agent Provocateur, and Chantel, among others. Although many only knew of Victoria's Secret, it didn't mean the other brands were inferior. In fact, some were even more impressive, just less famous. In the jewelry section, brands like Cartier, Boucheron, Van Cleef & Arpels, Harry Winston, and Tiffany & Company were available, along with well-known Chinese brands like Laofeng Xiang, Chow Tai Fook, and Qianya. Shuafang meticulously reviewed all the businesses in the commercial area and discussed with them, seeking Chu Chen's input on unresolved matters. With numerous businesses to meet in the dining and leisure areas, the workload was immense. Chu Chen's office was quickly set up with desks, chairs, computers, plants, a lounge, and a restroom, among other amenities. Chu Chen also posted new recruitment information for the conglomerate. He couldn't hire all employees through headhunting agencies. He needed many grassroots and mid-level staff. This was where HR came in. After several days of interviews, Chu Chen gradually hired a considerable number of people, including 5 in HR, and many more in the finance, procurement, and planning departments. The rest, Chu Chen planned to leave to HR, no longer wanting to worry about these matters. Sitting in his office, Chu Chen idly browsed the internet on his computer, feeling bored. Suddenly, he saw a notification, "People you may know." Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, realizing that besides flirting and working, he hardly used these chat apps anymore. Feeling bored, Chu Chen casually opened the list of people and scrolled through, not recognizing most of them. However, something caught Chu Chen's interest. Simu. It seemed to be a social networking app. Drugs, gambling, and prostitution, the 3 major evils in life. However, Chu Chen stated, "With the heavens above as my witness, I, Shu, will never tolerate gambling or drug use." Therefore, when he saw this thing, Chu Chen immediately became interested. If possible, the flight attendant Zhang Lily would be a great playmate. After all, they were both self-supported, and she was inherently seductive and had some kind of little quirk, so playing with her should be fun. With anticipation, Chu Chen downloaded the app. Opening the app, he registered in one go. He casually browsed through it at first and immediately felt like he had discovered a new world. Damn, is this even possible? Impressive, really impressive, broadening my horizons. This is amazing, these high-definition images, so exciting. Chu Chen watched with relish, scrolling through a dozen or so posts and updates, truly, endlessly enjoyable. It broadened Chu Chen's horizons, showing him some ways of playing that he hadn't even seen in certain movies. He casually clicked on the nearby feature, and wow, there were so many people nearby? Shu Chen was a bit stunned. He had expected to see quite a few people, but he hadn't anticipated this many. Moreover, after a quick scan, Shu Chen realized that people from all walks of life were in this circle. Just by looking at their introductions and pictures, it seemed like there were tycoons worth billions as well as ordinary office workers or students, plenty of them. Shu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. But, after all, this was the internet, where identities were self-proclaimed, and who knew what kind of people lurked behind the screens. With a mindset of learning, Shu Chen randomly messaged a stranger nearby, "Hello." In less than 10 seconds, the person replied, "Hello." Shu Chen glanced at the person's profile, which said admiring. He casually asked, "May I ask if you're taken?" "No." "Oh, still single." In a normal situation, starting a conversation like this with a girl would have been deemed boring, but this circle was different, and being straightforward online actually worked better. "Want to chat?" "Sure." The conversation was extremely simple. Shu Chen didn't have any particular intentions, he was just making casual conversation. However, he gradually noticed that the girl on the other end seemed a bit peculiar. It seemed like she had a tendency to admire, but nothing concrete. And then, she even sent a message, "If I were to consider you mine, would you mind if I'm already married?" Shu Chen was instantly puzzled. After a moment of thought, he replied, "I don't mind. After all, they wouldn't end up together, it was just casual online banter, no big deal." They then exchanged WeChat contacts for easier communication. The whole afternoon passed in this back and forth chatting. Shu Chen learned a lot about the circle and realized that although the girl had an admiration tendency, she had never acted on it. Not even her husband knew about this. Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh, people, they come in all sorts. The girl even sent a photo, and from the picture, she indeed looked like a beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance, gentleness, and the charm of a married woman. But Shu Chen felt like it was probably a stock photo. He didn't quite believe he could be so lucky to strike up a conversation with such a beauty randomly. As the end of the workday approached, she replied, "Let's chat again when I have time, I need to pick up my child now." After a casual response from Shu Chen, the conversation ended. The afternoon chat had broadened Shu Chen's horizons, and he thought that many things he had seen could be purchased to play with Jiang Lily, which seemed like a good choice. Jiang Lily was open-minded, cooperative, and had an admiration tendency herself, making her a suitable candidate. Chatting with a stranger was just a brief episode for Shu Chen. What he was more concerned about now were the various matters within the group company. In the days that followed, Shu Chen focused on the progress of various tasks every day, as well as on the acquisition of some other companies. Occasionally chatting with a woman named Xiaox Xingxin on WeChat also added some flavor to his life. With the attention of Shu Chen, the big boss, the work progress below naturally advanced quickly. In less than 10 days, all the companies had relocated, and the merchants in the skirt building had all agreed to move in. Some other company shareholders were willing to sell their shares. As long as Shu Chen acquired all the shares, he would relocate the company if it was suitable. In addition, Shu Chen assigned a task to Xue Feng. Xue Feng had previously worked in the film and television media industry. Shu Chen gave her a task to recruit people as much as possible. As long as they had potential or were well known, they could be recruited to enhance the overall strength of the company. However, before recruiting, attention should also be paid to the person's reputation and public image. Also, consider any potential scandals to avoid future troubles. Besides, Shu Chen chatted with Xiaox Xingxin every day. It was interesting, although they had not met in person, they had also had voice calls. Shu Chen could feel that she indeed had some thoughts about him. According to the circle, she wanted to acknowledge him as her master. However, it was only a partial thought. Both sides had not met, nor fully understood each other. Their understanding of each other was still vague. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove Chu Chen to Star River Group. As soon as Chu Chen arrived at the office and before he even sat down, Lu Ruyan knocked on the door and walked over. "Mr. Chu, this is your breakfast for today," Lu Ruyan said, placing the breakfast on the table and standing beside it. Chu Chen opened the bag, revealing Xiaolong Bao and a cup of hot milk. He casually ate a Xiaolong Bao and asked, "I remember you mentioned there was a schedule for today, what is it?" It had to be said that although Lu Ruyan was beautiful and looked like a high-class face, her work ability was actually quite good. Lu Ruyan immediately said, "Today at noon, you have a lunch appointment with Director Wang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Also, the documents and reports you requested were placed on your desk last night." Chu Chen glanced at the report beside him and nodded slightly. While eating, he said, "Ruyan, you're already 30, why aren't you dating or getting married?" Lu Ruyan flicked her long hair and said, "I haven't met anyone who can move my heart. These things depend on fate." Chu Chen smiled and said, I never believed in fate. Liking someone at first sight is just superficial, but growing to like someone after a long time is true affection. Lu Ruyan fell silent for a moment and said, "Boss, what you said makes sense, but I think it's a bit twisted." Chuchen laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry about what's right or wrong, as long as it makes sense." Lu Ruyan felt it was silly to argue with the boss about this topic, so she decided to change the subject. "By the way, boss, at this stage, all our tasks have been completed. What is your next task?" Chuchen pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there are no fixed tasks. Companies should follow the normal development plan." Chuchen stared at Lu Ruyan and said, "Working under me is not so rigid. As long as there is a direction for development, all kinds of innovative transformation ideas are acceptable to me." Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "Understood, boss." Chuchen thought for a moment and continued, "For now, in the media company, let the film and television department focus on producing good dramas, have the anchors do live broadcasts daily, let the internet celebrities create more short videos, and have the short drama department produce more content. Strengthen training and recruitment in the security company, and for the others, there's nothing urgent for now." Lu Ruyan indicated that she had taken note, then said, "Boss, the Galaxy Travel Company and the travel agency have both moved in. Do you have any instructions or arrangements for them? The travel company and the travel agency." Chuchen pondered for a moment and said, "Nothing much, just let the travel company and the travel agency cooperate. After all, they are under my name. Where there's business, make arrangements. Why let others benefit from my hard work? In fact, the travel company and the travel agency are different. The travel company is mainly responsible for tour vehicles and not for receiving tour groups. The travel agency, on the other hand, is responsible for receiving guests, organizing tour groups, and both work together to play their roles." Thinking about travel, Chuchen realized that he hadn't relaxed in a long time. Once these busy days were over, perhaps he could organize a team-building leisure activity for everyone? However, even if he organized such an event, Chuchen had no intention of scheduling it for the weekend. Clearly, Monday to Friday provided plenty of time, and those who insisted on team-building activities during holidays were truly annoying. With that in mind, Chuchen took out his phone and sent a message in the group. "Today is Tuesday, everyone work hard. I've arranged a team-building leisure day for Friday, no need to come to work." This work group consisted of Chuchen's 5 secretaries, 3 executives, and a new finance staff member. This finance staff member actually didn't work in the finance department but in logistics. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Zhang Ping, a common name popular over a decade ago among ordinary people. She appeared average in appearance, but Chuchen knew she was extraordinary. He had paid a high price to bring her in because this finance staff had spent 10 years at Thailand Bridge. That alone was enough. Chuchen arranged the team-building activity only for these few people. As for the middle-level employees below them, they naturally had their respective supervisors to make arrangements. Chuchen didn't have time to manage so many people. Later, Chuchen sent a message to Lu Ruyan, find out where would be suitable for the team-building activity. Lu Ruyan replied instantly, "Received, boss." Chuchen stretched lazily, about to look at the reports when he suddenly received a call. "What's up?" The caller was Chen Shuai, so Chuchen spoke more casually. Chen Shuai's voice sounded strange on the other end. "Come have dinner with me tonight, be my consultant." Chuchen was full of question marks. "What do you mean?" Chen Shuai somewhat exasperatedly said, "It's a favor, can't refuse. I was set up on a blind date, meeting tonight, and they said to bring a friend. I said I'd bring one too." Chuchen couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Seriously, is this for real?" Chen Shuai, feeling annoyed, said, "Stop talking nonsense, are you coming or not?" "I'm coming, send me the time and place." Chuchen felt speechless but also found it amusing. Being a consultant on a blind date next to someone else was quite interesting. After hanging up, Chen Shuai sent the time and place, which Chuchen glanced at before forwarding it to Ning Lei. Time flew by, and a day passed. Chuchen left early, and Ning Lei drove him to the restaurant. The restaurant was just an ordinary one, neither high-end nor low-end. As it was nearing May and the weather was getting warmer, Chuchen took off his suit jacket, unbuttoned a button on his shirt, and then entered the restaurant. Ning Lei naturally waited in the car, as being a driver was his job. When Chuchen entered, he saw Chen Shuai sitting alone, dressed formally, and looking presentable. Chuchen sat down next to Chen Shuai and said, "By the time, there should be about 10 minutes left." Chen Shuai nodded and looked out the window. Chuchen wasn't in a hurry and waited leisurely. In less than 3 minutes, Chuchen saw 2 women enter the restaurant. After looking around, they walked towards them. Chen Shuai didn't say anything but nudged him with his leg, and Chuchen instantly understood, his gaze also shifting towards the 2 women. On the left, there was a girl about 168 centimeters tall, with a slightly round face and a pretty appearance. She was dressed simply in a white long-sleeved shirt with a thin blue jacket, jeans, and casual shoes. Judging by her appearance, she didn't seem like a reckless girl. She wasn't adorned with gold or silver, had no visible tattoos, and seemed quite decent. On the right, a woman stood tall at 172 centimeters, wearing a purple long-sleeve top that accentuated her ample bosom. Her outfit, a polka-dot skirt that reached her knees, revealed incredibly long legs clad in nude stockings and 3-inch high heels. Her face was beautiful and elegant, exuding a dignified and charming aura with eyes that seemed to convey a sense of gentle restraint. Overall, Chu Chen felt that this woman exuded a strange sense of maturity, almost like a married woman. As he gazed at her beautiful face, it felt familiar yet not deeply ingrained in his memory. Shaking his head inwardly, Chu Chen thought he was overthinking. This beauty, based solely on her appearance and figure, embodied the epitome of a gentle woman, exuding a graceful and virtuous aura akin to that of a married woman. If he knew her, he would surely remember. Perhaps he had just seen someone who resembled her. The two women sat across from Chu Chen and Chen Shuai. The girl on the left smiled and said, "Hello, sorry we're late." Chen Shuai, without checking the time, replied, "Not late, we just arrived a bit early." Chen Shuai, being generous by nature, politely introduced himself and Chu Chen. The girl opposite them said, "I'm Chen Tian, the one you're meeting today, and this is my friend Li Wenxin." Tonight's dinner was centered around Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, leaving Chu Chen and Li Wenxin relatively quiet. Chu Chen observed the two quietly, finding them quite compatible, especially with both having the surname Chen. No need to worry about the children's surname in the future. Chen Shuai, not exceptionally handsome but decent, stood close to 1.8 meters tall, while Chen Tian, of average looks, stood at 168 centimeters, making them seem well-matched. Chen Shuai handed over the menu, asking, "What would you like to eat? Feel free to order." Chen Tian smiled and replied, "I rarely eat much in the afternoon, you guys tend to get hungry easily, so you order." Chu Chen's initial impression of her improved instantly. Regardless, not immediately choosing expensive dishes showed good manners. Chen Shuai insisted, "It's fine, just order something, your choice." Seeing his persistence, Chen Tian took the menu and casually asked, "Do you both have any dietary restrictions?" Chu Chen and Chen Shuai shook their heads in unison, saying, "No." Chen Tian then casually ordered 2 common home-style dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetarian, and handed the menu back, saying, "That's it, you can decide the rest." Chen Shuai also made a casual selection, as the focus was not on the food. Chu Chen and Li Wenxin sat beside them, watching the two who remained silent after ordering, exchanging no words. Chu Chen was getting anxious and nudged Chen Shuai under the table with his leg. Chen Shuai took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Chen Tian, I'm not considering dating or marriage at the moment." Chu Chen was almost infuriated. "I asked you to talk to the girl, see if there's potential. She doesn't seem like a gold digger, maybe there's a chance. I'm not in debt now, just need to work hard." "Why would you say that right off the bat?" Chen Tian and Li Wenxin were somewhat surprised, hesitated for a moment, and Chen Tian said, "Sure, then today, let's just get to know each other. Being friends is also fine." Chen Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem, we'll be friends from now on. Although I'm not considering this aspect for the time being, as friends, feel free to ask for help if you need anything." Chen Tian took a sip of tea and curiously asked, "May I ask why you're not considering dating and marriage? I heard from Aunt Li that you're not young anymore, and your family seems to have urged you." Chen Shuai's expression turned bitter. "There's no way, the cost of dating and marriage is too high now. Buying a house and a car, I don't have that kind of money. I am a self-aware person. Since I don't have the money, I shouldn't delay things." Chen Tian had also been on blind dates before, but it was the first time she had met someone who could openly admit to not having money and not wanting to date. Looking at Chen Shuai, Chen Tian suddenly smiled. "Is there a possibility that I am someone who is not materialistic and not money-oriented?" Chen Shuai raised his head in surprise, looking at Chen Tian incredulously. Chu Chen was also somewhat shocked. "Wait, are you two hitting it off? Is this so out of the ordinary?" Chen Shuai said in astonishment, "This is not about being materialistic or not, it's about basic living needs, like buying a house. I can't even afford a down payment now." Chen Tian didn't insist, just said, "Let's see how it goes. I don't mind about this. If it's the right person, I'm willing to save money together for a house." Chen Shuai looked at Chen Tian, paused for a few seconds, and said, "Let's get to know each other first, after all, we're not familiar yet." The group chatted casually like this, with Chu Chen and Li Wenxin being mostly quiet throughout, rarely interjecting, while Chen Shuai and Chen Tian exchanged thoughts on work and life. When the food arrived, Chu Chen and Li Wenxin buried themselves in eating, leaving the opportunity for the two of them. In less than 15 minutes, Chu Chen and Li Wenxin had finished eating, watching the two getting more engrossed in their conversation. Chu Chen and Li Wenxin's eyes met briefly, and they both understood each other's intentions. So Chu Chen said, "Ahem, I'll go to the restroom." Li Wenxin also got up and said, "I'll go to the restroom too, you guys chat." After they got up, neither of them went to the restroom but turned and walked to another nearby empty seat, sitting face to face. After sitting down, they both turned to look at Chen Tian and Chen Shuai, unable to help but smile simultaneously. Li Wenxin looked at Chu Chen and said, "Hello, I'm Li Wenxin." Listening to this familiar voice, Chu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Hello, I'm Chu Chen." Both of them furrowed their brows at the same time. After a moment of silence, Chu Chen said, "Add each other on WeChat? Get to know each other?" "Sure." Li Wenxin took out her phone. Scanning the code, it was indeed her. Looking at the avatar and name on the phone, Chu Chen and Li Wenxin were both stunned, saying at the same time, "It's you?" "That's right. Li Wenxin, the one Chu Chen met online, little XANXIN. Chu Chen was stunned. Shanghai is so big, with tens of millions of people, how could they coincidentally meet like this? Li Wenxin was also stunned, thinking about calling him daddy online, calling him master, and being all cute in voice messages. She couldn't help but cover her forehead, feeling embarrassed to face Chu Chen. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, contrasting with the lively conversation on the other side. After a long silence, Chu Chen finally said, I remember you're married." Li Wenxin's expression was complex. "Yes, I'm married." "Then you." Chu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Li Wenxin smiled briefly, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Being married or not doesn't make much difference, and who knows, maybe I'll get divorced at some point. It wasn't Chu Chen's place to comment on other people's personal matters. Faced with this situation, Chu Chen really had no experience. Although the young woman in front of him was beautiful and charming, Chu Chen had never experienced anything like this before. Li Wenxin adjusted her emotions and said, "It depends on the situation, I can't say for sure now." Chu Chen also understood that the situation between them was indeed a bit awkward. No matter how hard he thought, he never expected that the friend of Chen Shuai's date tonight would turn out to be his virtual pet. It was simply outrageous. Furthermore, Chu Chen noticed something: the photos Li Wenxin had sent him before clearly didn't do her justice. She was much more beautiful in person, which explained why he hadn't recognized her at first but still felt a sense of familiarity. During the previous conversation with the four of them, they had spoken very little, so he hadn't paid attention to their voices. Now, with just the two of them, as soon as she spoke, he naturally felt that something was off. Looking at Chu Chen's handsome and charming face, and recalling the conversations they had every day, Li Wenxin admitted to herself that she was starting to develop feelings for him. She had once been in love with her husband, but something had happened between them that left her feeling betrayed. Since then, she had closed off her heart. Despite having a daughter together, her husband had been working away from home for years, only returning during holidays, leaving Li Wenxin to handle all the household matters on her own. Li Wenxin gradually realized that she had a tendency towards self-punishment, and later understood that it was a unique trait of hers. Although the couple seemed harmonious on the surface, her husband always believed that Li Wenxin still had feelings for him, unaware that her heart had been devoid of any affection for a man for years. The long years of lonely life had stirred up some waves in Li Wenxin's heart, making her yearn for indulgence after suppressing her feelings for so long. She felt that allowing herself occasional indulgence might ease her inner turmoil and improve the atmosphere at home. Despite knowing that her mindset was not right, she felt restless. It was at this moment that Chu Chen appeared, at the perfect time, with the perfect demeanor. Looking at Chu Chen, Li Wenxin suddenly said, "How about we do as we discussed online?" With that, Li Wenxin lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. What did they discuss online? They talked about establishing an intimate relationship with unique attributes. Of course, Chu Chen was willing, it was thrilling for him, but Li Wenxin's family? Oh well, he wasn't exactly a saint himself. Chu Chen nodded and said, "Shall we go?" Li Wenxin silently picked up her bag and phone, getting up gently. As they passed by Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, Chu Chen gestured, and Li Wenxin signaled to Chen Tian. Chen Shuai and Chen Tian were dumbfounded. "Wait, if I remember correctly, today was supposed to be our blind date. What are you two doing?" "That wasn't the point. The point was," Chen Tian was bewildered, "Sister, you're already married with a child." In the bewildered gazes of Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, Chu Chen and Li Wenxin left the restaurant. Just as they got into Chu Chen's car, preparing to head to the hotel, Li Wenxin's phone rang within a minute. Frowning at the screen, Li Wenxin answered, "Hello. I'm outside, having dinner with a friend." "You're back? Okay, I got it. Not convenient, I'll call you back later." "Got it." Hanging up the phone, Li Wenxin sighed and said, "I have to go back." Chu Chen also understood. She had to go back since the other person had returned. Helplessly, he had to let Li Wenxin go. However, as he dropped Li Wenxin off near her residential area, Shuchen leaned in for a kiss. Li Wenxin did not resist. Both of them felt a strange sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity, as if they had known each other for a long time yet had just met today. Perhaps due to her inner turmoil, Li Wenxin was particularly engaged. The warm and delicate body of Li Wenxin leaned against Chu Chen's chest, her fragrant tongue actively entwined with Chu Chen's, as if wanting to merge into one. I really have to go. Li Wenxin pushed away from Chu Chen, her expression somewhat complex. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay, I'll wait for you." Li Wenxin nodded solemnly and then got off the car. Watching Li Wenxin's departing figure, Chu Chen softly said, "Let's go, take me home." Ning Lei gently started the car and drove away slowly. As for Chen Shuai, Shu Chen didn't ask. When they left, Chen Shuai and Chen Tian were still chatting enthusiastically, indicating a potential romance between them. So Chu Chen didn't plan to disturb them. Since Li Wenxin's husband was at home, Shu Chen didn't message her. Time quickly passed, and it was already Friday. Today's team-building activity was simple, hiking nearby for entertainment, followed by a farmhouse meal at the foot of the mountain. Everyone agreed, stating that sitting in the office every day was not good for their spine, so hiking was a good way to exercise and relax. Early in the morning, 5 secretaries, 3 executives, and 1 finance staff were already downstairs in the building. Due to the large number of people, Shu Chen arranged a luxurious minibus from the travel company today, with Ning Lei driving. Sitting leisurely in the car, Shu Chen smiled and said, "Today, we are here to have fun, don't think about work or anything, just relax for a day. Tomorrow is Saturday, so you can rest at home. Long live the boss." Everyone cheered in unison. Just the fact that the team building didn't take up holidays was already something countless vampire bosses couldn't achieve. Lu Ruyan wore a white sports short-sleeved shirt, black tight sports pants, white sneakers, and a high ponytail, looking fresh and beautiful. Shu Chen also wore sportswear. As they were going hiking, wearing a suit would be silly. The journey wasn't far, just over an hour. People chatted about various interesting things, and time quickly passed. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, looking at the not-so-high hill, Renjun smiled and said, "I used to like hiking, but gradually ran out of time. It's been several years since I last hiked." Shu Chen smiled, "Then today is a good opportunity to hike again." Beside him, Lu Ruyan jokingly said, "Boss, I exercise regularly and hike often. What if I'm faster than you?" Shu Chen confidently replied, "That's impossible, I believe in myself." Joking aside, the system had given him elixirs from the cultivation world, so based on physical fitness alone, he could easily outperform everyone. "Let's go!" With Chu Chen's lead, everyone started hiking. Ren Jun took the lead, walking in front. Lu Ruyan walked in front of Chu Chen, who stood in the middle. Whenever he looked up, he could see the alluring figure of Lu Ruyan wrapped in her clothes and her shapely buttocks in tight pants, making Chu Chen itch with desire. Although hiking was tiring, Chu Chen was energetic and didn't mind, especially since he could enjoy the seductive figure of the beauty in front of him all the way, making the journey quite pleasant. The group walked and chatted, sharing family stories, news, and jokes, creating a joyful atmosphere. After walking for about 2 hours, they reached the mountaintop. Those who wanted to take photos did so, those who needed the restroom went, those who wanted to enjoy the scenery did, and those who wanted to rest sat on the cool stone benches in the pavilion. After a lot of exercise, Lu Ruyan's face was flushed, breathing heavily. Sitting on the stone bench, she drank half a bottle of water in one breath. Seeing Chu Chen sitting there calmly, his face not red nor his heart racing, as if he had casually strolled up the mountain without any signs of fatigue, Lu Ruyan lightly patted her chest, calming her breath, and exclaimed, "Boss, aren't you even out of breath?" Chu Chen laughed heartily. "I told you before we climbed the mountain that I have good stamina, but you didn't believe me." Lu Ruyan didn't believe it at first, but now the fact was right in front of her. The boss had a really good body, such endurance, he must be very enduring. Strange thoughts crossed Lu Ruyan's mind. Perhaps it was because of the exercise, Lu Ruyan was now sweating profusely, and the scent of her perfume was constantly wafting around. Chu Chen lightly sniffed and knew it was Chanel's Allure perfume, exuding elegance, nobility, and allure. Lu Ruyan handed him a bottle of water and said, "Boss, have some water." Chu Chen picked it up and chugged it down in one go, finishing the bottle in no time. Lu Ruyan stared in amazement. "Boss, are you a water buffalo?" Chu Chen smirked, "I'm not tired, but that doesn't mean I'm not thirsty." Lu Ruyan chuckled, didn't say anything, picked up the empty bottle and threw it into the nearby trash can. Everyone seemed quite sensible, keeping their distance from the pavilion. Chu Chen sat on a stone bench, enjoying the gentle mountain breeze on his face. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan stood up behind Chu Chen, placing her hands on his shoulders to massage and knead them. While enjoying it, Chu Chen remarked, "Oh, didn't expect you to be good at massages." Proudly, Lu Ruyan said, "How is it?" Comfortable? I often massage my parents at home. Chu Chen nodded playfully. Indeed, it's quite good, even better than professional masseurs. Lu Ruyan lightly patted Chu Chen's shoulder. Boss, if you say that, I won't be happy. Chu Chen burst into laughter, then relaxed, resting his head on Lu Ruyan's abdomen, letting her massage him. Meanwhile, the secretaries and executives in the distance were chatting away, seemingly oblivious to what was happening here. After about 15 minutes of massage, Chu Chen shook his head, slowly got up. You should rest too, no need to massage me. After all, your physical fitness is not as good as mine. Lu Ruyan didn't insist, obediently said, thank you, boss, then sat there, massaging her shoulders and legs. Unable to resist, Chu Chen glanced over, admiring her incredibly long and slender legs wrapped under tight pants. Just by the gentle tapping, he could tell they were very elastic. After resting for about an hour, snacking to replenish their energy, everyone was ready to head back down the mountain. Many people say that going downhill is easier, but it's not true. While climbing up, energy is abundant, just keep pushing forward, but when going downhill, exhausted, the bending of the knees is greater than when going up. Therefore, going downhill requires even more caution. It wasn't until close to 3 o'clock that everyone reached the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, they had snacks before descending, replenishing their energy, so they weren't too hungry for the time being. Glancing at the time, Chu Chen said, it's still early, let's go fishing over there and have dinner here in the evening, farm style, with barbecue. Great! Everyone was excited. Spending most of their days in the office, they rarely had such leisurely time close to nature. Arriving at the pond, those who wanted to fish rented fishing rods and other equipment. For many middle-aged men, fishing was a good hobby, like Ren Jun and Lei Liang, who were very interested. But not everyone liked it. Shui Fang and her friends went to a nearby flower meadow, where the scenery was beautiful, perfect for resting, chatting, and taking photos. In fact, Chu Chen wasn't very interested in fishing. He used to fish a lot on yachts when he had nothing else to do, so he was tired of it. Besides, sea fishing and pond fishing were different. In the pond, there might be empty hooks, but sea fishing, you could catch a bunch easily. Just throw an apple into the sea, and instantly attract a large school of fish, making fishing easy. Time passed by, and it was already 6 o'clock. Chu Chen greeted everyone, saying, let's go, we're all hungry today, let's have a good meal. In the farmhouse restaurant, the dishes were mostly home-cooked, and in recent years, to enrich the dining experience, they had also added many barbecue elements. Everyone indulged in eating. After all, how much could it cost at a farmhouse restaurant? Stir-fried dishes, grilled meat, staple food. Of course, there was also drinking involved. The only driver, Ning Lei, naturally did not drink. Everyone ate meat heartily, drank heavily, chatted away, and had a lively time. Lu Ruyan, as Chu Chen's secretary, was also a female secretary who sat next to Chu Chen throughout, serving him food, pouring wine, and handing him napkins, like a well-behaved lover. It had to be said that having a thoughtful woman taking care of the meal at the dining table could indeed make things much more comfortable. Lu Ruyan was also a meticulous person, considerate and thoughtful in her care. Everyone turned a blind eye to this. Those who could make it this far were not fools. Everyone could see that the boss clearly had intentions towards this secretary, and the secretary was gentle and obedient enough that this was not something they could meddle in. Seeing and hearing it, pretending not to know, being deaf and blind, was a necessary skill in the workplace. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that everyone was full and the gathering dispersed. Ning Lei drove, taking everyone back together. Everyone had been drinking, so when the car stopped at the company building, they naturally found designated drivers to take them home. However, with Ning Lei as Chu Chen's driver, they didn't need to worry about such matters. Lu Ruyan also drove herself and found a designated driver to take her home. Tomorrow was Saturday, the weekend, a perfect time to rest for 2 days. Chu Chen's company had a very relaxed system, working from 9 to 5, with holidays and weekends off, and social security and housing fund contributions. Overtime was paid triple. Who wouldn't want to work in such an environment? By fully guaranteeing the welfare and benefits of the employees, they were more afraid of the company closing down than the employees themselves. Chu Chen lazily lay in bed until after 10 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, not wanting to get up. Wang Xinyue lay beside him, and when she saw Chu Chen open his eyes, she leaned over, her hair brushing against his chest. Chu Ji, what do you want to eat? I'll cook. Chu Chen shook his head and said, no rush, it's already this late, let's just have lunch later. We can eat anything, or we can go out to eat or order takeout. Wang Xinyue chuckled lightly. Home-cooked meals are still cleaner after all. It's rare to have free time on a Saturday during the day. Let me cook for you. Chu Chen played with her long hair and said, sure, just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Okay. Wang Xinyue knew Chu Chen's taste. He liked ordinary home-cooked dishes, paired with a staple food. Chu Ji, Do you have any plans for today? Wang Xinyue looked at Chu Chen eagerly. As a lover, she also needed to please Chu Chen. Spending more time together would naturally enhance their relationship. Wang Xinyue didn't want to be just a bed companion, as that would be of no value, and Chu Chen could replace her at any time. Even as a lover, she needed a sense of security, a need from her benefactor beyond her physical presence. Only then would she be a valuable canary. Chu Chen casually said, I have no plans today, free. Wang Xinyue cheered and then said, Chu Ji, can you accompany me to go out? Chu Chen curiously asked, where do you want to go? Wang Xinyue thought for a moment and said, shopping. She glanced at Chu Chen and quickly added, not necessarily to buy things, I just want to stroll around, then have a cup of milk tea together, watch a movie, and I'll be very happy. Chu Chen was taken aback and said, just that simple? Wang Xinyue nodded vigorously and said, my request is really not much. Chu Chen held Wang Xinyue tighter and said, let's go shopping this afternoon and buy some things for both of us. Wang Xinyue couldn't help but be surprised. Buy for both of us? Buy what? A watch, Chu Chen replied. Chu Chen had always used his card for spending, whether it was for cars, houses, private jets, or yachts, but he had never bought a watch. Today, while shopping, he thought it was the perfect time to get one. Wang Xinyue realized this but wasn't particularly interested in watches. However, she had no problem accompanying Chu Chen. After lying down for a while, Wang Xinyue got up, dressed, and went downstairs to buy groceries. They had a simple lunch of 3 home-cooked dishes. Chu Chen, coming from a humble background, was used to ordinary days. This kind of meal made him feel a sense of daily life, or rather, a sense of home. On weekends like this, he didn't need a driver to go out with his lover. Driving his Lamborghini, Chu Chen took Wang Xinyue to the Wancheng International City. Wang Xinyue, dressed in a sky-blue Chanel dress, her fair arms wrapped around Chu Chen's, her swaying skirt revealing flawless slender legs, looked stunning and elegant. Although the Lamborghini was expensive, there was no crowd gathering around it as in other novels. Most people just glanced at it, took a photo, and walked away. The few women who wanted to take pictures didn't dare to get too close. This was reality. Getting too close might lead to accidental damage, which they couldn't afford. Wang Xinyue held Chu Chen's arm and asked sweetly, Chu Gu, what watch do you want to buy? Chu Chen glanced at the store entrance and said, let's go see Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe was currently the undisputed king of luxury watches, with Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, and others being highly competitive as well. Upon entering the Patek Philippe store, the saleswoman, seeing Chu Chen with Wang Xinyue, quickly recognized a wealthy young man. As luxury brand salespeople, they received specialized training before starting work and were well versed in other luxury brands. Just by looking at the outfits of these two customers, the saleswoman estimated they were worth over 200,000. Who else but a big spender could they be? With a smile, the saleswoman approached and said, welcome, sir. This is Patek Philippe. I will be assisting you. Do you have a specific style in mind? Chu Chen shook his head and said, no, I need 2 watches, one for formal occasions and one more casual. Please recommend some. Just from this statement, the saleswoman knew that this customer was serious about making a purchase, unlike those who were just there to show off. She cautiously asked, no problem. Our watches are suitable for all occasions. Do you have any price preferences? Chu Chen shook his head and said, no, price is not a concern, as long as it's suitable. Price was not a concern? The saleswoman was astonished. Who was this wealthy second generation? She couldn't help but glance at Wang Xinyue beside him, her eyes filled with envy. But after comparing their appearances, she gave up. She didn't stand a chance. Chu Chen then turned to Wang Xinyue and said, I'll buy you one too. Take a look and choose what you like. Wang Xinyue pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? She was taken aback as she hadn't expected Chu Chen to buy her a watch. Chu Chen chuckled and said, you are my woman. If I don't buy for you, then for whom? Wang Xinyue hugged Chu Chen, leaving a mark of her rosy lips on his face, and cheerfully said, thank you, Chu Gu. Chu Chen sat on the nearby sofa, wiping off the lipstick mark on his face with a tissue, sipping tea, and waiting. Soon, the sales assistant brought over a tray with a white cloth inside, on which lay 2 wristwatches. She placed the tray on the coffee table in front of Chu Chen and, wearing gloves, began to introduce the watches to him. Sir, these 2 watches, one is from the Patek Philippe Elegant Sports series, and the other one is a super complicated chronograph. Chu Chen glanced at them briefly. The casual one was priced at 5 million, while the business one was 3 million. Although they were expensive, their designs did not meet Chu Chen's expectations. He shook his head and said, the designs of these 2 watches are not to my liking. Please see if there are other designs available. The sales assistant immediately nodded and said, of course, sir, please wait a moment, I will get you some more options. In less than 3 minutes, the sales assistant brought out 2 more watches. This time, Shuchen found them appealing. The Patek Philippe Grand Complications chronograph 6002 G001 was priced at 38 million. The other one, Patek Philippe Elegant Sports 5719/10 G010, was priced at 5.6 million. The casual series was naturally cheaper than the business one, but Shuchen didn't even look at the prices, it was meaningless to him. After trying them on, he felt satisfied with the effect. Shuchen directly put on the casual one and said, "Alright, I'll take both of these, and then see what else she wants." A purchase of over 40 million was a significant order in any watch store. The sales assistant's professionalism prevented her from being stunned. Instead, she respectfully said, "Of course, sir, let me help the lady choose as well." Wang Xinyue didn't dare to pick an expensive watch. The most she would choose was in the hundreds of thousands range. Shuchen glanced at her and said, "I remember there is a pink one in the Elegant Sports series, do you have it here?" The sales assistant hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment, I will get it for you now." Shortly after, Shuchen and Wang Xinyue saw the watch. Patek Philippe Elegant Sports 7118/1452 G001 in pink, priced at 4.7 million. Wang Xinyue awkwardly said, "Shuchen, isn't this too expensive?" Shuchen glanced at the price and said, "Am I that poor?" Wang Xinyue fell silent. Working in a commercial bank, as Shuchen's lover, she naturally knew how much money he had in his account, hundreds of billions. This price of over 4 million was indeed nothing to him. Seeing Wang Xinyue's silence, the sales assistant tentatively asked, "Sir, would you like this one gift wrapped?" Shuchen looked at Wang Xinyue and said, "You can wrap it, or you can wear it now." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xinyue said, "Then I'll wear it now too." When they swiped the card, it was over 48 million. Wang Xinyue was amazed. Although she now lived in Shuchen's house, worth nearly $1 billion, and drove a Porsche, she still wasn't used to buying such an expensive watch. With the watch purchased, the next plan was to go shopping with Wang Xinyue. However, Wang Xinyue didn't head to look at clothes and bags as Shuchen expected. Instead, she led him to a storefront. Even with a thick skin, Shuchen felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Because the store in front of him was a women's lingerie store. It was filled with various types of women's lingerie and underwear, including many that were of a more intimate nature, making Shuchen feel awkward. The store was named Amour, a brand Shuchen had never heard of. Of course, this was normal, as he had no knowledge beyond the styles and designs of women's lingerie, and when it came to brands, he was completely clueless. Seeing Shuchen's expression, Wang Xinyue leaned in and deliberately coquettishly said, "Brother, don't you want to personally choose for me? Then, at night, watching me put it on to seduce you, how about that?" The fragrant tongue lightly licked Shuchen's earlobe. Enchantress! A sensation like an electric shock surged, making Shuchen itch uncontrollably. "Damn it, it's just a face, I don't want it." Shuchen waved his hand, "Let's go." The female shop assistant, upon seeing the two, didn't pay attention to Shuchen's embarrassment, as it was common for men to accompany women in such stores, and they were used to it. Initially, Shuchen felt quite awkward, but soon relaxed. Wang Xinyue's chest was neither big nor small, at the peak of B, close to C, just right to fit in a palm. Many people misunderstand women, thinking that only 36D is considered large, which is not true. For the Chinese, the size of 34C is already larger than a normal man's hand. 36D is extra large. Generally, as long as it's a 34C size, it's considered large. If it's too big, it's not very appealing, especially when wearing clothes. Many outfits are not suitable, and even normal clothing can appear very provocative and vulgar. In the end, Wang Xinyue chose 3 regular bras, in black, white, and purple, and 3 more provocative ones. Sexy lace, mysterious and enticing. When it came time to pay, Shuchen was shocked to find it was over 40,000. Looking at the few pieces of fabric in the bag, Shuchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Women's money is easy to earn. Perhaps having bought what she wanted, Wang Xinyue wasn't as excited about shopping anymore. That night, the two of them had hot pot at the restaurant upstairs. Looking at the messages on her phone, Wang Xinyue excitedly said, "Shugu, I've booked the movie tickets, we'll go watch a movie on the 5th floor later." Shuchen naturally agreed, "Okay, let's go after eating. By the way, what movie did you book?" A romance movie, I guess," Wang Xinyue said uncertainly. Shuchen rolled his eyes. Not many men like watching romance movies, many prefer action movies. Of course, if these two genres are combined, they would like it even more. Fortunately, nowadays movies are not very profound. After watching a movie, Wang Xinyue wasn't moved, just found it boring. Back home, Shuchen tidied up a bit. As soon as he came out of the room, he saw Wang Xinyue wearing a black semi-transparent gauze dress. The silky fabric couldn't hide her alluring figure. The beautiful body under the gauze dress was tantalizingly visible, and you could even see the sexy black lace bra she had just bought today. Her beautiful legs were wrapped in 0D black stockings. The all-black outfit with exposed white skin created a stark contrast, making her look sensually mysterious and extremely seductive. She wore a pair of black high heels with red soles, exuding a sexy mature woman vibe. She walked over gracefully, placing a hand on Chu Chen's shoulder, her jade hand sliding on his chest. The weekend was uneventful, and Chu Chen and Wang Xinyue were too lazy to go out. They had a huge projector at home, watching short dramas, eating snacks, and the day passed aimlessly. On Monday morning, when he arrived at the office, Secretary Liu had already prepared his breakfast. Chu Chen picked up the bag and glanced at it. There were steamed buns and tofu pudding. He slouched in his boss's chair and started eating. Secretary Liu sat on the nearby sofa, picked up a stack of files, and walked over, saying, "Boss, these files need your signature, please take a look." Lu Ruyan was still dressed in a professional suit today, a white shirt, and a hint of perfume wafted to Chu Chen's nose. He casually glanced at the ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings on her long and beautiful legs, TSK, a series of playful legs. He looked at the documents, found no issues, and signed where needed. As Chu Chen signed, he casually asked, "I feel like you changed your perfume today." Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "I changed to Dior's Sweetheart fragrance today." Chu Chen sniffed and replied, "It smells nice." Lu Ruyan extended her wrist and said, "Here, boss, smell my perfume on my wrist." Chu Chen didn't hold back and took a deep whiff, catching a whiff of a lingering fragrance. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled back her wrist, picked up the document Chu Chen had already signed, her face slightly blushing. "Boss, I have to go busy myself first." Click-clack, the crisp sound of high heels echoed as Lu Ruyan swayed out of the office. An exquisite beauty, Chu Chen silently sighed. Whether it was Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, they were all top-tier beauties in the mature woman category, each with their unique charm. Jiang Lily exuded a seductive aura, Lu Ruyan was inherently enchanting, while Li Wenxin embodied the gentle and elegant married woman charm. Nevertheless, they were all absolute beauties. Chu Chen also knew that Li Wenxin's husband was an ordinary man, sparking his curiosity about how such a man could marry such a beauty, especially considering Li Wenxin had no past relationships. Today, Jiang Lily was off duty, but they had a new training task and couldn't come to see Chu Chen at the moment. As for Li Wenxin, he wondered when her husband went to work. While pondering, Chen Shuai's call came in. "Hello, what's up?" Chu Chen casually answered the phone. Chen Shuai sounded puzzled. "I seem to have encountered a dilemma." Chu Chen immediately perked up. "Tell me about it?" Chen Shuai organized his thoughts and said, "Do you think there are women in this world who can share joys and sorrows with you? I feel like I might have met one." The topic was profound, and emotions were restless. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "In this world with so many people, there must be all kinds. Some are materialistic, while others are not. It depends on luck. At least around me, I only know two who are not materialistic. One was Lu Ruyan, and the other was Li Wenxin. To be honest, with Lu Ruyan's looks, she could easily make millions a year if she wanted to, but instead, she worked hard, studied, and earned money based on her abilities. As for Li Wenxin, at the beginning, she had no idea about his identity. They were just online friends, and Li Wenxin simply liked his voice and the feeling of chatting with him. Combined with her unique family situation, she gradually became immersed in it. Even after learning about his wealth later on, Li Wenxin never asked for anything. It was a pure kind of affection, albeit with some peculiarities. Chen Shuai sighed and continued, "Well, these days, I've met Chen Tian 3 times. Objectively speaking, this girl is pretty good. She's not materialistic, willing to work hard together to support the family, including saving money to buy a house. But I always feel it's too good to be true. Can such good things happen to me?" Chu Chen was speechless. "How did you two discuss it?" Chen Shuai thought for a moment and said, "We didn't really discuss much. We just talked about work, money, houses, cars, and stuff. From what I see, this girl has a good personality, quite generous, and has a younger sister. She comes from an ordinary family. I talked to her about houses and cars, and she suggested that we focus on our relationship first. If we feel compatible, both families can contribute to the down payment, and then we can slowly pay off the mortgage together. As for the car, she said she doesn't have money for it now, so she'll stick to using the subway and buses for commuting." Chu Chen couldn't help but facepalm. "Seriously?" Chen Shuai chuckled. "Why would I joke about this with you?" Chu Chen sighed and said, "From what you said, I can sense that you've encountered a stroke of luck." Chen Shuai helplessly said, "I feel like my heart is not firm anymore." "What do you mean?" Chu Chen asked, eating xiaolongbao while listening to Chen Shuai's emotional story. "Before, I always thought that I didn't have money and didn't plan to fall in love. But now, There is this person who doesn't care about money, only values emotions, willing to share joys and sorrows with me, and I'm shaken. Listening to Chen Shuai's words, Chu Chen also felt amazed. The two seemed like a perfect match from the start. From the blind date until now, after meeting only 3 or 4 times, they had developed feelings for each other. Not caring about money, then what is it about? Chu Chen racked his brains but couldn't figure out any ulterior motives from Chen Tian. He could only attribute it to Chen Shuai's good luck, destined to have such a wife. But this was a lifelong matter for good friends after all. After careful consideration, Chu Chen advised, don't rush into it. You two have only known each other for a short time. It's not like you have to get married right away. You can continue to get to know each other, take your time, maybe half a year, or even a year and a half. It's all normal, right? After all, marriage is a lifetime commitment. If the girl really has this kind of personality, then I can only say, you hit the jackpot. Chu Chen envied Chen Shuai for meeting such a girl, but he himself might not need it. As a man, one who couldn't be considered good, or even a scumbag, such a girl would be a huge burden for him. He was juggling multiple relationships, and if it came out, it would be harmful to good girls. Fortunately, Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lily around him knew their place and had no complaints. As for Li Wenxin, the relationship between them was very complicated, so it wasn't really a problem. Chen Shuai's feelings, he understood them himself, and Chu Chen believed he would make his own judgment. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen sighed deeply. Matters of the heart were too complicated. He used to be a naive young man, had a beautiful first love, but it was just a dream. They broke up after graduating from college, went their separate ways, and never met again. Now, he was gradually becoming disillusioned with love. Perhaps being a scumbag or a sugar daddy would suit him better. While contemplating, Secretary Lu knocked on the door and entered. Boss, I heard you sighing, seems like you're troubled. Is there anything I can help with? The secretarial team can share the burden. Chu Chen shook his head and said, you wouldn't understand. It's not my issue, it's about a friend's blind date. Lu Ruyan smirked, blind date? I have a lot of experience with that. My mom often arranges blind dates for me, I'm used to it. Chu Chen was surprised. You've been on blind dates so many times, how come you're still single? Lu blushed, it didn't work out. Even though I've met many people, we weren't quite compatible, so I let it go. Chu Chen, intrigued, said, tell me more? Let me see what your requirements are. Lu Ruyan placed some documents on Chu Chen's desk, then pondered and said, boss, do you think I'm pretty? Chu Chen carefully examined Lu Ruyan and earnestly replied, indeed, you are beautiful, with a good figure. Among the people I know, there are few who can compare to you. Proudly, Lu Ruyan said, right? I know I'm good looking. My family background is decent too. So, I want to find someone with better conditions than me. Specifically? Well, for example, I have a master's degree. So, at the very least, he should have the same. I earn 800,000 a year in this company, so he shouldn't earn less than me. Although my family's conditions are average, we still have 2 houses and 2 cars. He should be better off in this aspect. I'm 173 centimeters tall, and with heels at work, I'm at least 178 centimeters. Do you think it's okay if my boyfriend isn't at least 185 centimeters tall? As for character, as long as you don't mess around outside every day, I'm so pretty, it's not appropriate to go out and cheat, right? That's about it, but since I started blind dates, I haven't met anyone. After listening to Lu Ruyan's request, Chu Chen swayed slightly on the boss's chair. Have you ever thought about how many people meet these criteria? Lu Ruyan said confidently, I have, but I don't want to find a man who is inferior to me. I would have to support him. If I can't find anyone, I can just be on my own. After all, my salary is enough to support myself, so I'm not afraid. Chu Chen remained silent. Lu Ruyan was right. She was already an excellent person, earning enough to support herself and not needing to rely on a man. If she couldn't find someone better, she would be fine on her own. There was nothing wrong with that. Everyone has their own choices. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan asked, Boss, how tall are you? Chu Chen instinctively replied, I'm 185 meters tall. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, her expression somewhat strange. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. What, do you like me? Want to have an office romance? Blushing, Lu Ruyan said, No, just asking casually. Boss, don't overthink it. Sneaking a glance at Chu Chen's profile, he's really handsome. Lu Ruyan is a sucker for good looks, and Chu Chen's appearance captivated her at first sight. Moreover, Chu Chen is handsome, tall, wealthy, and seems to be good in all aspects. As for whether he's a playboy or not, Lu Ruyan doesn't know, but she can guess to some extent. She has smelled several different perfumes on him a few times. This guy probably has more than one woman. Ugh, what a playboy. But he's really handsome, what to do? Lu Ruyan is a bit infatuated and a bit love-struck. However, she and Chu Chen only have professional contact at the moment, with little private interaction, so it's not going beyond that. After tidying up the files, Lu Ruyan walked away in her high heels. Just as he stretched lazily, his phone received a message. He's gone. The message was from Li Wenxin. Chu Chen immediately became excited and sent a message. Are you free now? Li Wenxin, I'm at work. Chu Chen realized, not everyone is like him, able to leave whenever they want. But generally, from Monday to Friday, there is free time, so the schedule is quite flexible. The two chatted casually. Li Wenxin's job is simple, working at a real estate company's sales center, responsible for shooting some promotional short videos due to her good looks, tall figure, and elegant demeanor. However, Chu Chen is not in a hurry. To truly experience new ways of playing, he needs a lot of props, such as BZ, XQ, YZ, TD, and so on, all sorts of things. After some thought, Chu Chen opened a website and started researching. When buying things, it's natural to buy good ones, and Chu Chen is not short of money. Buying things, they must be of good quality and exquisite, because if these things are ugly, there's no mood to play with them, right? Soon, Chu Chen compared and researched many items and placed orders online. After some thought, Chu Chen bought 2 sets of each item. Li Wenxin is a fan, as is Jiang Lily. 2 sets of toys, 1 for each person, safe and clean, all brand new. By the afternoon, Chu Chen had spent nearly over 30,000 yuan on items. Actually, these toys are not expensive, it's just that there are many types, and each type needs to be purchased. However, Chu Chen also considers the situation, not all props can be accepted, it depends on the acceptance of both individuals. In the evening, Chu Chen lay on the bed, and Wang Xinyue had already fallen asleep. He looked at the message on his phone screen. The message was from Li Wenxin. Are you free tomorrow? Chu Chen, whenever you're free, let me know. Li Wenxin, tomorrow at noon, I won't need to pick up the kids from school. Chu Chen, got it. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow, send me your location. Li Wenxin, okay, sharing location. Chu Chen, no problem, I'll wait for you. Li Wenxin, what should I wear tomorrow? Chu Chen, I think you look good in professional attire. Chu Chen indeed thought Li Wenxin looked good in professional attire, a white shirt, a suit skirt paired with stockings and high heels, giving off a gentle and alluring vibe. Li Wenxin, alright, I'll wear that then. Chu Chen, see you tomorrow. Li Wenxin, see you tomorrow, good night. Chu Chen, good night. Looking at Wang Xinyue sleeping beside him, Chu Chen felt no guilt in his heart. A scumbag, why feel guilty? Setting his phone aside, Chu Chen slowly lay down. Sensing someone beside him, Wang Xinyue opened her drowsy eyes and seeing Chu Chen, she reached out to hug him, resting her head on his chest, dreamily saying, go to sleep, brother Chu, don't stay up late. Chu Chen murmured in agreement, holding Wang Xinyue tighter, closing his eyes to sleep. For Chu Chen, going to work could be busy or not. With 3 executives present, they could handle many things, so Chu Chen didn't need to personally attend to everything. As noon approached, Chu Chen didn't call Ning Lei, instead, he left the company alone in his Lamborghini. Li Wenxin, afraid of being seen by colleagues, chose a slightly more distant location. After Chu Chen arrived, he messaged Li Wenxin, I'm here, waiting for you. Li Wenxin quickly replied, I have 10 minutes left before I finish work, please wait for me. Chu Chen, okay. It must be said, with the selected configuration, the $1 million supercar did have its charm. Chu Chen casually parked in the parking lot, playing with his phone in the car. In less than 3 minutes, a girl approached wanting to get to know Chu Chen. As the saying goes, without money, you'll never know how proactive girls can be. Especially in this materialistic society, money has become the standard for measuring success for most people. Just with this car alone, it was enough to attract countless people. Especially in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, there were countless girls who wanted to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. The young and handsome car owner, with wealth and status, it was only natural for passing girls to want to strike up a conversation and get to know him. Many girls even considered that even if Chu Chen didn't have this car, with just his looks, they would willingly give themselves to him. There was no way around it, he was too handsome. Many so-called handsome celebrities were made up and carried a feminine air. But Chu Chen's handsomeness was natural, sharp and clear-cut, like a favored child of the heavens. However, Chu Chen had no interest in such superficial and vulgar fans. Compared to Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan, the gap was too wide. But Chu Chen also knew that encountering such high-class beauties on the street was rare. If placed in ancient times, with Li Wenxin's figure, appearance, and gentle wife-like aura, even Prime Minister Chao would have been tempted to pursue her. As for Lu Ruyan, she was also a stunning beauty capable of captivating the nation, the kind that countless nobles and officials would desire. After rejecting the thoughts of numerous girls wanting to strike up a conversation, Li Wenxin finally appeared in Chu Chen's sight. She was wearing a white short-sleeved work outfit, revealing a section of her fair arm. Her long black hair was silky and smooth, with a slight curl at the ends, adding a touch of allure. She wore a lady's wristwatch, giving off a professional and elegant vibe. The lower half of her body was clad in a black skirt, revealing her voluptuous thighs wrapped in ultra-thin stockings. Li Wenxin was not the type of woman who was very thin. She had a slight fleshiness to her. Standing at 172 centimeters tall, with a large chest, a perky bottom, and thighs that carried a hint of fullness, she exuded a kind of beauty that was plump yet not overweight. Her unique allure was showcased to the fullest. Wearing a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, she accentuated her already tall figure, standing out from the crowd. At that moment, Li Wenxin was walking towards this direction, carrying a small bag in her hand. The crisp sound of her high heels on the pavement, combined with her striking appearance and tall stature, made passers-by unconsciously steal a second glance. Sitting in the car, Li Wenxin looked at Chu Chen with a smile on her face. Chu Chen leaned in and kissed her fiery red lips before saying, "Let's go, I'll take you out for a meal." It was already noon, and if they were to go to a high-end restaurant, coupled with the waiting time, it would take a while. So Chu Chen casually chose a nearby restaurant, and the two of them had a simple meal. Li Wenxin didn't think much of it. This was how she ate after work every day, and it had become routine for her. After the meal, Chu Chen drove Li Wenxin to a nearby hotel and booked a luxurious room. Entering the room, Li Wenxin casually placed her bag on the table and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen gazed at the beautiful woman in front of him and pressed Li Wenxin down on the bed, kissing her deeply. Li Wenxin wrapped her arms around Chu Chen's neck, responding passionately to him. Men's hands are never idle during a passionate kiss. 5 paragraphs omitted. Li Wenxin couldn't help but let out a seductive moan from her throat. After the embrace, Li Wenxin, panting, looked at Chu Chen earnestly and said, "When he came back this time and wanted to, I refused. I didn't give in." Chu Chen remained silent and instead lowered his head to gently lick Li Wenxin's ear. 5 paragraphs omitted. After everything had calmed down, the two of them lay on the bed. Li Wenxin's face still had a flush, but her eyes were filled with contentment and happiness. "I like you," Li Wenxin said gently, speaking words of affection. Chu Chen held the beauty in his arms and replied, "I like you too." Li Wenxin, like a little cat, rubbed her head against Chu Chen's chest. After lying for a while, the two of them got up to get dressed, as Li Wenxin had to go to work. While driving Li Wenxin to work, Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Since you've already reached this point, why not get a divorce?" Li Wenxin hesitated for a moment before saying, "The situation is complicated. On the surface, we are still a model couple, but I no longer have feelings for him. He is the father of my child, and I don't want my child to have an incomplete childhood. For me, divorce or not doesn't matter. I don't care. But my own childhood was not happy, and I don't want my child's childhood to be broken. I want her to have a good life, with a complete family." Chu Chen fell silent. This was related to Li Wenxin's childhood experiences, involving the child's biological father in childhood, which would affect a lifetime, and he couldn't intervene. Li Wenxin glanced at Chu Chen and said, "I'm sorry, I can't be openly with you." Chu Chen reached out, holding her delicate hand, and said, "It's okay, I understand your difficulties." As they approached the building where Li Wenxin worked, she asked Chu Chen to stop, fearing that her colleagues might see them. After giving Chu Chen a gentle kiss, Li Wenxin said, "I'm off to work." Chu Chen smiled tenderly, "Go ahead." Watching Li Wenxin enter the building, Chu Chen slowly walked away. Chu Chen wanted to be with Li Wenxin, but it was proving to be quite difficult. Chu Chen was unaware of Li Wenxin's childhood experiences, but it seemed that they were not happy. She wanted her child to have a complete family, with the presence of biological parents, a point that Chu Chen could understand. However, they could only remain underground. Chu Chen detested this feeling, a sense of being kept in the dark. He had countless ways to make Li Wenxin and her husband divorce, but Chu Chen found himself in a dilemma. Letting out a deep sigh, Chu Chen could only temporarily set aside this matter and deal with it later. Perhaps in a bad mood, Chu Chen spent the whole afternoon in the office, pondering seriously on the issue. To be honest, with Chu Chen's current abilities, he could easily lead Li Wenxin's husband into vices like gambling and drugs, causing family conflicts and ultimately divorce. But by doing so, although he could have Li Wenxin entirely, it would also cause her pain and suffering, leaving a lifelong psychological shadow on her child. Was it worth it? Chu Chen asked himself. He didn't consider himself a good person, but disrupting someone else's marriage and family just to win a woman over didn't sit right with his conscience. Chu Chen's moral bottom line was low, but this time, there was a child involved. If it was just Li Wenxin and her husband, Chu Chen would feel no moral pressure at all, but when it came to a child's emotional well-being and future, Shuchen found it hard to proceed. After much contemplation, Shuchen still couldn't pass that barrier in his heart. He could only say he would have to see how things unfolded. He wasn't capable of such actions at the moment. Until the end of the workday, Shuchen remained lost in thought. Suddenly, the voice of his secretary, Lu, sounded beside his ear. "Boss, what's wrong? You've seemed off all afternoon." Startled, Shuchen looked at Lu and breathed out, "You scared me." Lu frowned, looking at Shuchen, and asked, "Boss, I sense something is bothering you. You seem suppressed all afternoon. Are you feeling unwell?" Shuchen shook his head and replied, "You don't need to worry about this, it's just some other personal matters that are troubling me." Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boss, can I help with anything?" Since Shuchen arrived at the office, Lu had come to report work, and she knew that Shuchen must be troubled by a woman. Moreover, it should be a new woman because the scent of perfume on him was unfamiliar to her, indicating a new woman. As for the previous perfume scent, she probably noticed that too. Stretching lazily, Shuchen said, "Forget it, there are some things you shouldn't get involved in." Lu pursed her lips, remaining silent. "Boss, oh boss, why do you keep getting involved with women again? It's so frustrating." Although Li Wenxin's situation couldn't be resolved immediately, life had to go on. Shuchen went to work every day, occasionally flirting with his secretary, and Li Wenxin would sneak out to meet him when she had the chance. However, there were several close calls with her husband checking in via video calls, almost getting caught. In the evenings, it was either Wang Xinyue or Jiang Lili, but Shuchen's bed never lacked a woman. As time passed, summer arrived. It was scorching hot in the middle of summer. Shuchen's body was fiery, making him even more uncomfortable in this intense heat. Fortunately, whether in the office, on the road driving, or at home, there was air conditioning everywhere, making him much more comfortable. Today was Saturday, and Jiang Lili happened to have the day off. Shuchen accompanied her to go shopping. Taking care of a pet not only meant ensuring she was well fed every day but also rewarding her materially from time to time. Arriving at the Wanqing International City, Shuchen planned to buy Jiang Lili a few pieces of clothing and jewelry. Leisurely strolling through the women's clothing store, Jiang Lili excitedly browsed through the clothes, while Shuchen leaned back on the sofa lost in thought. Suddenly, a person stood in front of Shuchen, tilting their head to look at him. Startled, Shuchen looked at the person before him. "Oh my, it's Wang Xinyue." Wang Xinyue was wearing a blue and black dress, showing off her calves and a pair of white pointed high heels. Standing next to her was a girl. Shuchen vaguely remembered her from the night Zhao Qian invited him to dinner. Among the 10 bank girls, she was indeed beautiful. However, she leaned towards the cute and petite type, not Shuchen's cup of tea. He liked mature women. Wang Xinyue curiously looked at him and said, "Shu Ji, what are you doing here?" Before Shuchen could reply, Jiang Lili's voice came from behind, "Shu Ji, how do I look in this outfit?" Shuchen was speechless. How lucky could he be? He actually ran into Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili. But Shuchen remained calm, as both women knew their place and there was no need for a showdown. So Shuchen was as steady as a rock. Following the voice, Wang Xinyue saw Jiang Lili. At that moment, Jiang Lili was wearing a sexy silk pencil skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, radiating charm. Jiang Lili also noticed Wang Xinyue and was equally surprised to see the beautiful girl standing in front of Shuchen. Their eyes met, neither backing down. The girl next to Wang Xinyue looked embarrassed and quietly walked to the door. When the big shots women meet, it's best not to get involved to avoid causing any embarrassment to Wang Xinyue. The onlookers discreetly watched from a distance, enjoying the drama. Wife confronting the mistress? Exciting! But both the wife and the mistress were so beautiful, no wonder the big shots wanted them both. Although Wang Xinyue knew she wasn't the only one, witnessing this scene made her feel a bit lost. Especially with the seductive charm that Jiang Lili exuded, something Wang Xinyue lacked. She worried that one day Shuchen might stop pampering her. Jiang Lili was also a bit stunned, but she wasn't in a hurry. She knew Shuchen wasn't married, and the beautiful woman in front of her was probably in a similar position. Wang Xinyue hesitated for less than a second before sitting on Shuchen's lap, hugging his neck and asking, "Shu Ji, are you coming home for dinner tonight?" Shuchen shook his head and said, "Not going." Seeing this, the onlookers were amazed. What kind of divine interaction was this? Meeting without a fight, but instead trying to please the man? Ah, this must be the joy of the wealthy, opening up a crystal palace where no one dared to cause a scene. Jiang Lili showed no signs of anger either. She gracefully walked over, sat on Shuchen's other leg, faced Wang Xinyue, extended her right hand, and with a smile said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Lili." Wang Xinyue also shook hands and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Xinyue." Outside the door, Wang Xinyue's colleague saw this scene, not shocked but envious. She also worked at the bank and had many colleagues who followed their bosses, some even in semi-public relationships, nothing special. Sometimes she got to know things about these wealthy people, having a few extra partners was common. She didn't mock Wang Xinyue, instead, she envied her, wishing it was her instead. Even though it lacked dignity, it could change her fate and social status. One shouldn't give up money for the sake of dignity. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili showed no signs of anger, only smiles. Zhang Lili looked at Wang Xinyue and knew she posed no threat. She could tell that Wang Xinyue was a bit more obedient, willing to play along with Chu Chen's games but less likely to take the initiative. Unlike her, who dared to be the mistress, was carefree, and actively sought to please Chu Chen, making her sugar daddy happy. Chu Chen looked at Wang Xinyue, then glanced at the shop entrance and casually asked, "Are you out with your colleagues today?" Wang Xinyue replied, "Yes, I want to buy some things and also get some for my parents." Chu Chen didn't mind as long as it wasn't with another man, then it was fine. He hugged them both, one on each side, and asked, "Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer some more to you. Don't hesitate to buy things for your family, I have money." Wang Xinyue quickly shook her head and said, "No need, I still have the over $1 million you gave me, it's more than enough." Looking at Zhang Lili, Wang Xinyue felt it was time to leave, so she said, "Well, Chu Ji, I'll go first, you guys continue." Chu Chen didn't rush her to leave, instead, he suggested, "Let's have dinner together later, at the restaurant upstairs." Wang Xinyue glanced at Zhang Lili, who showed no reaction, and replied, "Okay, Chu Ji." With that, she lightly kissed Chu Chen on the cheek, then stood up and said to Zhang Lili, "Well, I'll go now, see you later." Zhang Lili smiled and replied, "Take care, see you later." Watching Wang Xinyue leave the shop, Zhang Lili curiously asked, "Chu Ji, who is this sister?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "For now, it's just you two, what do you think?" Zhang Lili's eyes lit up, she kissed Chu Chen and said, "BB, don't worry, I'll behave." Chu Chen gently patted her perky but without saying a word. Although the two women unexpectedly met today, they were both sensible and there was no conflict, thanks to various reasons. From the start, they both knew they were lovers, so they didn't consider anyone else. If Chu Chen were to date, both women would think they were his official girlfriends, making the encounter more interesting. However, in today's society with distorted values, under Chu Chen's financial power, few girls would break up over this, at most they would cry and make a scene. Chu Chen was not affected by this and continued shopping with Zhang Lili. By dinner time, Chu Chen had already booked a private room in the restaurant upstairs. He and Zhang Lili sat in the private room, and within 3 minutes, Wang Xinyue entered with a few bags. Her colleagues knew the situation was special, so they left early. Chu Chen placed the menu on the table and said, "Order whatever you like, don't be shy." Since they were all familiar, they ordered without hesitation, and after each had made their selections, they handed the menu back to Chu Chen, who added a few more items before calling the waiter. Once the waiter left, there were only the three of them in the private room. Chu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Let me formally introduce, this is Wang Xinyue, currently my deposit assistant at the commercial bank, and this is Zhang Lili, a flight attendant." "Hello. Hello." They both shook hands simultaneously. Chu Chen calmly continued, "Before we had any relationship, I mentioned that I have more than one woman around me, and you both know that. Today's meeting was indeed unexpected, but since we've met, let's get along well in the future." Wang Xinyue gently replied, "Don't worry, Chu Ji, I understand." Zhang Lili blinked and said, "Chu Ji, rest assured, I'll be a good lover for you." Seeing their attitudes, Chu Chen was satisfied. With these two stunning women by his side, Chu Chen suddenly had an idea. Since they all lived in the same community and knew each other, was there a possibility? Wang Xinyue was puzzled. What's going on? Zhang Lili leaned close to Wang Xinyue's ear and whispered something. Wang Xinyue's face instantly turned red. She glanced at Chu Chen, pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Chu Ji, do you really want it?" Chu Chen glared at Zhang Lili before saying to Wang Xinyue, "Everyone has different levels of acceptance. I will never force you to. Just do what you can accept." Wang Xinyue looked at Zhang Lili, then at Chu Chen, and said softly, "Actually, it's not impossible." It had to be said that Zhang Lili truly understood Chu Chen. At least in this aspect, she understood him well. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili were not the main wives, and they were unlikely to become so, thus fundamentally, there was no conflict of interest between them. It was precisely because of Chu Chen's presence that they could meet and become good friends. Both of them understood this well and would not make Chu Chen angry by competing for favor. So, a magical scene unfolded at the dining table. Sitting on either side of Chu Chen, they enthusiastically discussed women's clothing, cosmetics, and more. Chu Chen was speechless, but seeing how harmonious their relationship was, he couldn't help but feel pleased. The meal was simple, just some ordinary dishes that cost a few hundred yuan in total. The atmosphere, however, was pleasant, especially for Chu Chen, who found the meal quite enjoyable. Although there was no need to worry about Wang Xinyue, this was still a restaurant, and it would be awkward if a waiter suddenly walked in. Moreover, the place was not soundproof, so speaking softly was fine, but speaking loudly would be easily heard by the neighbors. Around 9 o'clock, the three of them leisurely prepared to leave. Chu Chen had driven a Ferrari today, which could only accommodate one person. However, it was not a problem as he called Ning Lei to come and pick them up. As for the Ferrari, Ning Lei could drive it back tomorrow. There was no need to consider whether this was exploiting Ning Lei, he was willing to do it. This showed that the boss valued him and wanted to use him. If there was nothing to do every day, he would probably quit soon. In less than half an hour, Ning Lei arrived at the mall parking lot in a Maybach to pick up Chu Chen and the others. Go to the Triumphal Arch, Chu Chen instructed Ning Lei before lowering the partition in the middle. Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili were not surprised, they both knew that each other lived here, and there might even be a threesome tonight. The only question was, whose house would they go to tonight? Little did they know that Chu Chen did not go to either of their houses. After arriving at the residential area, Chu Chen took them to another house. I've thought about it. Both of those houses will eventually be given to you. It's not suitable to go to either one, so I have another empty house here, which works out perfectly. Hearing Chu Chen's explanation, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they behaved well and listened, would they really get those houses in the future? Although they didn't mind Chu Chen having other women, bringing them over and acting freely in their future home would still make them feel uneasy. The cleaning of the house was arranged by him with the property management during the meal, including the freshly bought fruits and the newly replaced water in the water dispenser, all done urgently at his request. It had to be said that the power of money was truly immense. With another property management, they would have grumbled and might not have even paid attention to him. But the property management here could only express that Mr. Chu had waved his money and conquered us with his emotions. When Chu Chen woke up groggily, Wang Xinyue had already prepared the meal. Yeah, your cooking skills are indeed impressive, Chu Chen praised as he ate. Although Wang Xinyue didn't know how to face today after the wild night last night, fortunately Jiang Lili left first, sparing her from too much awkwardness. Upon hearing Chu Chen's praise, Wang Xinyue quickly said, Chu Ge, whatever you like to eat, I will learn to cook more of it. My cooking skills are average, but I will learn well. It must be said that Wang Xinyue was gradually moving towards becoming a homely woman. As Chu Chen's group had just started recently, he had delegated a lot of power, so Chu Chen was not as busy as other CEOs, spending his days either at banquets or on the way to one. Most of the time, life was uneventful. On Li Wenxin's side, her husband was at home on weekends, so Chu Chen wouldn't contact her. Only at lunchtime during weekdays, when they didn't have to pick up the children, could they have secret rendezvous. Chu Chen had returned to his normal routine, going to work every day. He could meet Li Wenxin once a week, and at night, it was either Jiang Lili, Wang Xinyue, or occasionally a night of shared intimacy. At the company, teasing the delicate flower Lu Ruyan was quite enjoyable at times. It is worth mentioning that all the various props Chu Chen had bought had arrived. When Li Wenxin was busy, Jiang Lili happened to be off. So, Chu Chen brought a whole set of things to find Jiang Lili. Seeing the 3 big bags of items, Jiang Lili was dumbfounded. Jiang Lili complained, Brother, if I did something wrong, you can tell me, but don't overwhelm me. Chu Chen laughed heartily, It's okay, just for fun. We'll see how much you can handle. We'll play as much as you can, and if it's not working, we'll discard it. This week, Jiang Lili only had 2 days off, which led to Chu Chen unexpectedly sleeping alone for a while. Lying bored in bed, Chu Chen stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, Chu Chen thought of Li Wenxin. It was Tuesday, and her husband was not around. So Chu Chen sent a message, Are you asleep? Li Wenxin, putting the child to bed. Chu Chen, can we chat later? Li Wenxin, give me 5 minutes. Chu Chen, okay. Chu Chen opened her phone and casually browsed, but ended up waiting for 15 minutes before Li Wenxin messaged back, Okay. Chu Chen, voice call or regular call? Li Wenxin, either is fine, let's do a phone call. In the next moment, Chu Chen had already dialed the number. Li Wenxin glanced at her sleeping daughter, then walked to another room to answer the call. It's already 11:30. Why aren't you sleeping? Chu Chen fiddled with the pillow beside her, Can't sleep, I miss you. Listening to Chu Chen's sweet words, Li Wenxin also tenderly replied, I miss you too. Perhaps it was midnight, when women tend to be more emotional. The two went from work to life, and Li Wenxin confided about the unhappiness in her family. She never wanted to reveal what her husband had done to upset her, but assured Chu Chen it wasn't infidelity. Shu Chen speculated silently that if it wasn't infidelity causing heartache between spouses, then it was likely domestic violence. However, Shu Chen didn't want to touch upon such a sensitive topic and skipped over it. A deep, magnetic voice came through the phone, causing Li Wenxin's heart to race. Stop talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. If you want something, why restrain yourself? It's human nature. Just like how I really want to see you right now, really want to, so much. The voice grew deeper, and Li Wenxin could feel the desire in Shu Chen's words. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered softly, then, why don't you come over now? Upon hearing this, Shu Chen immediately perked up. Glancing at the time, it was just past midnight, and they had been talking for over an hour. Shu Chen didn't give Li Wenxin a chance to change her mind. After all, women could be impulsive at such times, and retracting an invitation might not be taken well. She straightforwardly said, send me your location, I'll come over now. Should I go to the same place as last time? Li Wenxin seemed to have made up her mind and said, I'll send you the specific location, come over here, inside our residential area. Shu Chen got dressed while saying, okay, I'll head over now, it'll take about 20 minutes. Li Wenxin thought for a moment and said, I'll freshen up and tidy up a bit. Then she hesitated, it's so late, where should we go? Without hesitation, Shu Chen replied, let's go to your place. Li Wenxin tentatively suggested, how about we go to your car? Or maybe to a guest house? Shu Chen responded, I'm fine with either, whatever suits you. Li Wenxin sighed, but what if I go too far and my child wakes up? Li Wenxin's child was only 6 years old, still quite young. If the child suddenly woke up, it would be a problem. For a moment, Shu Chen couldn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, Li Wenxin said, I know, let's go to my basement. Shu Chen was taken aback, the basement? Aren't basements usually used for storage, messy and dirty, how could they have a date there? Li Wenxin seemed to understand Shu Chen's thoughts and explained, there's a bed and a sofa in my basement. Sometimes my dad rests there, so it's suitable for staying, and it's clean. Shu Chen understood, they had renovated the basement. Although not as luxurious as a hotel, it was a special circumstance that required special treatment. Shu Chen immediately agreed, okay. While speaking, she headed out to her car. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, don't hang up, keep talking to me. By the way, what do you want me to wear? What to wear? This is a very profound philosophical question. Bye. When it comes to this matter, Shu Chen is never vague. Shu Chen continued, as for inside, it's best to have some lingerie, and just throw on a trench coat outside. Li Wenxin frowned and said, there's no way I have those at home. We used to be very conservative, never had those things. Shu Chen slapped his head, realizing it too. Soon, Shu Chen drove to the residential area where Li Wenxin lived. Should we enter the residential area with our car? Shu Chen asked as he saw the gate was closed. Li Wenxin replied, yes, if the security guard doesn't open it, just honk your horn. Indeed, with a light honk from Shu Chen, the gate opened. Seeing this, Shu Chen shook his head inwardly. In upscale residential areas, this kind of situation would never happen, they would definitely check identities and register. However, this was just an ordinary residential area with lax security, and Shu Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything, as it conveniently suited him. Arriving at Li Wenxin's building, Shu Chen parked the car and walked down, saying, I'm here, how about you? The only lit window on the next moment revealed Li Wenxin. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, wait a moment, 3 minutes, I'll be right down. Shu Chen naturally didn't rush and chatted with Li Wenxin. Soon, Li Wenxin said, you go into the hallway, I'm coming down now. After hanging up the phone, Shu Chen quietly entered the hallway. Just as Li Wenxin came down, Shu Chen saw her wearing a trench coat, black stockings halfway up her thighs, a pair of slippers, and holding a pair of high heels. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. Li Wenxin whispered, let's go. Leading Shu Chen to the basement, they quickly entered and gently closed the door. Li Wenxin first changed into high heels, then stood up and twirled around, happily asking, how do I look? She was wearing a trench coat over a loose home dress, with thin black stockings on her lower body. Her voluptuous figure exuded a lazy and sexy vibe of a homely woman, blending two different qualities that were captivating. Shu Chen hugged her, laid her on the bed, and kissed her passionately, his best response. Perhaps wanting to indulge completely, Li Wenxin was unusually passionate, responding fervently to Shu Chen's embrace. Despite being only 28 years old, she acted like a mature woman in her 30s, demanding and holding onto Shu Chen tightly, afraid he would leave her. After a moment, with several red lipstick marks on Shu Chen's face, the two reluctantly parted. Slowly reaching out, Shu Chen was forced to delete 200 words due to review issues. Li Wenxin cooperated, taking off the trench coat, leaving only a loose nightgown that couldn't resist the invading hands. Li Wenxin bit her clothes hard, fearing any sound that might be heard. After a long time, Li Wenxin turned her head and said sadly, "Do you not like me?" Shu Chen asked strangely, "Why would you say that?" Li Wenxin replied, "Then why haven't you censored the words?" Shu Chen laughed, "Baby, you've known me for a while, don't you know me?" Here, 200 words were deleted due to review issues. Shu Chen felt a bit sorry. "Okay, are you ready?" Here, 200 words were deleted due to review issues. Here, 200 words were deleted due to review issues. The two lay back on the bed again. The basement had no air conditioning. Li Wenxin wiped the sweat off Shu Chen's body gently with a tissue. "You've worked hard," she said. Shu Chen grabbed her wrist and pressed her hand against his face. "Whether it's hard or not, I am content." Li Wenxin smiled and replied, "I am content too." After lying down, they gazed at each other in silence, their eyes filled with tenderness and love. Shu Chen caressed Li Wenxin's face and asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Li Wenxin shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt. There are no marks left. I can feel that you were gentle and caring." Shu Chen smiled, "Good, as long as you're not in pain." After a moment of intimacy, it was time to go back. Shu Chen whispered, "Let's go back quietly, so we don't wake the child." Li Wenxin agreed, "You should rest early too. I'll take a shower and then sleep." After getting dressed, Shu Chen and Li Wenxin opened the door gently and walked out. In the hallway, Shu Chen kissed Li Wenxin before saying, "Let's go back." Li Wenxin watched Shu Chen drive away from the window before tidying up and taking a shower. Shu Chen checked the time and realized it was already 3 o'clock. He had arrived at 1 o'clock, and now it was 3. Back home, after showering to wash off the sweat, Li Wenxin sent a message. Li Wenxin, blushing, "Shu Chen, I'll give you a massage." Li Wenxin, "You've worked hard." Shu Chen, "You've worked hard too, endured a lot." Li Wenxin, "Just showered, exhausted, going to sleep. You should rest early too." Shu Chen, "Good, sleep early, baby." Li Wenxin, "Okay, love you." The night finally fell into silence. Today's night shift ended. In the afternoon, she had to pick up the child, go home to take care of the child, and help with homework. Sometimes, they couldn't even meet once a week. On weekends, the elderly sometimes took care of the child, but Li Wenxin's husband always came back, leaving them with no time for a date. Although they had hardly slept all night, Shu Chen arrived at the office the next morning looking refreshed. The elixirs in the cultivation world were indeed amazing. Even a low-grade elixir like this could enhance Shu Chen's body beyond ordinary. Despite having showered, Shu Chen still carried Li Wenxin's fragrance, intense yet elegant, alluring but not vulgar. Lu Ruyan brought breakfast to Shu Chen, placed it on the table, sniffed it, then left without a word. Watching Lu Ruyan walk away, Shu Chen just smiled. He wasn't a fool. He could tell Lu Ruyan was upset. So, Shu Chen wasn't in a hurry. Gradually, he would wear down her thoughts in work and life, naturally becoming part of it. As for whether someone would steal her away in the meantime, it was a joke. With himself, a young, handsome, wealthy, and kind man by Lu Ruyan's side, who could do it? Confident, Shu Chen remained calm. Besides, women like Lu Ruyan were not easily approached. The various aspects of the group were already on track, and each subsidiary could develop smoothly according to the original plan. Suddenly, Shu Chen felt that work was getting boring. Other bosses were busy every day, while he had leisure time. After some contemplation, he gave up. With over 800 billion, did it make a difference whether he worked hard or not? It was enough to lie flat for the rest of his life. To be honest, even if he indulged in gambling at the Macau casino, no one could win his money. Because the capital was too fierce, no one could handle it at all. Just as he was contemplating, Lu Ruyan came in with a file and knocked on the door. During work hours, Lu Ruyan always wore a black professional suit with a white shirt, a black suit skirt, black stockings, and black pointed high heels, seemingly never changing. However, this outfit was tailored to fit her perfectly, accentuating her impressive figure. "Boss, this is the opening ceremony plan for our Galaxy Hotel. Please take a look," Lu Ruyan said. The Galaxy Hotel was part of Shu Chen's plan at the Galaxy Building, from the 56th to the 70th floor, all dedicated to the hotel. The most luxurious room inside was reserved specifically for Shu Chen as a backup. Shu Chen, uninterested in attending an opening ceremony, casually glanced at the plan and said, "Let Rinjun handle it, I won't be attending." Lu Ruyan then picked up another stack of files and said, "Boss, there's one more thing. The film and television department of our Galaxy Media is preparing to shoot a movie. The director hopes you can make a cameo appearance for about 5 minutes. What do you think? A movie? Sounds interesting, might as well have some fun." Shu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Show me the script, if it fits, I can do the cameo." Lu Ruyan placed the script on the table. Instead of reading it right away, Shu Chen asked, "Anything else going on recently?" Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan replied, "A few CEOs from different groups want to meet you for dinner." Curious, Xu Chen asked, who are they? Are there any groups related to our work? Yes, Lu Ruyan, with her remarkable memory, recalled, 2 of them are media companies mainly focusing on internet celebrities, with some collaborative projects with us. The other is a pharmaceutical company interested in partnering with our hospital. Xu Chen nodded and said, decline the offers, or see who's available to meet them. Don't involve me unless it's significant. Lu Ruyan continued, also, there's a Cartier jewelry exhibition coming up. Since the mall just partnered with Cartier, they want to rent our group's second-floor exhibition hall to showcase their products. A jewelry exhibition? Xu Chen suddenly became interested. If it's good, he could buy something for his women. When is it? The exhibition is next Tuesday. Xu Chen decisively said, approved. Arrange a spot for me, I'll go check it out. You come with me. Understood, Mr. Chu. After giving instructions, Lu Ruyan left to carry out her tasks. Thinking about the jewelry exhibition, Xu Chen pondered that most luxury brands were foreign. What about domestic brands? Could he create a top luxury brand himself? Could he turn his labels into world-class brands? Like expanding his Galaxy Hotel worldwide? Or establishing Galaxy Media as the top media company globally? Or even creating Galaxy Security as the leading security company worldwide? He realized that with effort, any brand could be built. If foreign brands could do it, why couldn't he? With this in mind, Xu Chen began a new round of contemplation and planning. By the end of the workday, he had some initial plans. However, building such a brand, or multiple brands, was not something that could be achieved immediately. It would take time and reputation to accomplish. Back home, Wang Xinyue was cooking. She gently said, Shuge, please wait a moment, it will be ready in a few minutes. Today we'll have braised bass, tomato stir-fried broccoli, and celery stir-fried pork. Looking at Wang Xinyue in an apron, wearing casual clothes with her long hair tied up, Xu Chen suddenly felt as if he was already married, coming home from work to his wife cooking. A strange sense of home, a peculiar warmth filled Xu Chen's chest. He paused for a moment and said, thank you for your hard work, Yuan. Wang Xinyue, noticing Xu Chen's uneasy expression, worriedly asked, Shuge, you seem unhappy, is something wrong? Or is the food I made today not to your liking? Xu Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and said, don't overthink it, you did great, I really like it. With that, he deeply kissed Wang Xinyue on the lips. Wang Xinyue's worries immediately dissipated, and she smiled, saying, Shuge, just wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Xu Chen casually walked over to her, watching Wang Xinyue cooking, and softly said, next Tuesday, our group will have a Cartier jewelry exhibition. Come with me, I'll buy you some jewelry. Wang Xinyue shook her head immediately, Shuge, there's no need. I haven't spent much of the money you gave me. I'm content now with the house, the car. I'm very satisfied. Indeed, Wang Xinyue initially followed Xu Chen to change her social status, to have money and live a good life. Now, living in a nearly $100 million house, driving a $1 million luxury car, wearing clothes, carrying bags, all top luxury brands, her entire outfit costs tens of thousands. She was already content. Now, she just wanted to stably stay by Xu Chen's side. Before officially dating and marrying Xu Chen, she could live with him for a long time, cook for him, take care of this man. When one has everything, many times, one's desires and needs decrease. Wang Xinyue was such a person. Her desire for money was now indifferent, as she couldn't spend it all, and there was nothing she needed to buy. Luxury items that were once unattainable, now, as long as she asked, Xu Chen could buy her a bunch, filling several closets. She used to study how to please men with green tea. Now, she focused on cooking and tidying up the house every day. Of course, it's not that she couldn't afford a chef or a maid, she just didn't want to complicate her simple life. This warm feeling gave her a sense of security. Seeing her refusal, Xu Chen continued, dress up and come with me. This time, his tone carried a hint of no room for refusal. Wang Xinyue felt sweet inside and said, okay, I'll take a day off to accompany you then. It's worth mentioning that Wang Xinyue had returned from training in Beijing and had just been promoted to the head of a commercial bank these days. Although it was only for a region, this speed of promotion was enough to shock countless people. Zhao Qian also naturally became the head of the entire Shanghai commercial bank. Glancing at Xu Chen, Wang Xinyue said, Shuge, should we invite Lili too? Xu Chen shook his head, no need, just you and me. The meal was quickly prepared, with meat and vegetables, rice as the staple, and seaweed egg drop soup. It must be said that Wang Xinyue's cooking skills were getting better and better, and the food also suited Xu Chen's taste, making him feel very comfortable in life. Soon, the day of the Cartier jewelry exhibition arrived. Cartier is a luxury brand from France, and it has a subsidiary relationship with the Liefen Group. In the jewelry field, Cartier can definitely be considered one of the top 10 super brands in the world. Cartier rented the second-floor conference center, which had a total area of 2,000 square meters, a super-large column-free banquet hall with a ceiling height of 10 meters. In addition, it is equipped with advanced equipment such as a large LED electronic display screen, making it a very nice venue. This venue does not have private rooms, so Chuchen's seat is right in the front row in the middle, the best seat in the house. With just a glance, he can see all the jewelry on the display above. Today, he is wearing a custom-made chiton suit, handcrafted by an Italian designer, with a total value of over 500,000. Chiton is a top Italian brand for custom men's suits, known for its high-quality fabrics, precise tailoring, and unique craftsmanship. Each piece represents the highest level of craftsmanship and traditional spirit. Most of their fabrics are made from top-quality natural fibers such as wool, silk, and vicuña, making their suits not only look upscale and luxurious but also ensuring comfort and durability. Their tailoring combines traditional Italian tailoring techniques with modern cutting theories, ensuring that each suit fits the wearer perfectly. Chiton's workshop is in Naples, all sewn by master tailors. By the way, Naples has nice scenery, but the city streets are very dirty, speaking from personal experience. Chuchen, in his suit, seems to have matured a lot. Coupled with his handsome face, he is simply the male lead on a women's magazine cover, exuding charisma. Many women in the venue are secretly eyeing Chuchen, some even with shining eyes. Beside Chuchen is Wang Xinyue. Today, Wang Xinyue has also prepared a lot for this exhibition, dressed exceptionally beautifully. Her dress is from Pronovia's, a high-end Spanish dress, a long light pink diamond-studded fishtail evening gown, dazzling all over. The supposed gaudy diamond design looks captivating on her, like a moonlight goddess. The one-shoulder dress reveals her delicate collarbones and jade-like arms, sensual and noble. The fishtail perfectly accentuates her legs and overall figure, making her, who already has a great figure, look as beautiful as a mermaid. The skirt below the knees gradually becomes transparent, like light gauze, subtly revealing two fair long legs, paired with silver diamond-studded high-heeled sandals, elegant and noble. The handbag in her hand was bought by Chuchen at LV yesterday, worth over 200,000, and she also bought a new watch, a Roger Dubuis velvet pink diamond, worth over 3 million. Although not as expensive as the previous Patek Philippe, it looks better. Wang Xinyue has never worn such expensive clothes and accessories before, especially with many celebrities, tycoons, and even stars present, an experience she has never had before. Despite being a bank president, she rose too quickly and hasn't been able to adapt. All of this makes her somewhat anxious and nervous. Chuchen noticed her tension and softly said, "Don't be nervous, if it's face-to-face, they would be nervous about me." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile, feeling much more relaxed. Chuchen was right, just with the Galaxy Twin Towers and the highest VIP treatment at the commercial bank, he outshines others. Although outsiders don't know Chuchen's deposit amount, those two towers and invested companies are visible, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke such a super tycoon. Instead, upon seeing Chuchen, many people are itching to approach and chat, but many are also weighing their own qualifications to speak. Society is structured with different classes: the poor, the average, the middle class, the upper class, and the elite. Little do they know, in the upper echelons of the wealthy, there are also different levels. To them, Chuchen, who splurged billions and acquired two towers in one go, is a super tycoon. Hundreds of billions in cash, along with the signed documents from the bank meeting that day. Although many people did not see it with their own eyes, there were still quite a few people present, so the news naturally spread. Spending close to $1 trillion in one day was enough to shake the entire circle of wealthy people in Shanghai. Therefore, regardless of whether they knew him or not, many people knew Chuchen. He was a super rich man. The two walked towards their seats, Wang Xinyue holding Chuchen's arm, moving gracefully beside him. Her bright red lips were quite vivid, and the scent of Chanel No. 5 on her body kept wafting around. They took their seats. To Chuchen's left was Wang Xinyue, and to his right was Lu Ruyan, although Lu Ruyan had not arrived yet, as she was still talking to the people from Cartier about tonight's jewelry exhibition, checking if there were any last-minute preparations needed. Next to them were some wealthy and famous people. They were the ones sitting in the front row. Even the top 5 rows were occupied by Shanghai's wealthy elite or those invited from elsewhere. Behind them were some celebrities. Cartier had invited them to be the models for tonight's exhibition, including both Chinese and Caucasian individuals. Among the wealthy and famous people in the front row, Chuchen was the most prominent. The exhibition was scheduled to start at 8 p.m., and it was now 7:30 p.m. While it had not yet begun, many wealthy individuals sitting in the first 2 rows came up to chat with Chuchen. The seating arrangement was based on each family's strength. The first and second rows naturally consisted of those with considerable power. Although they might not be considered top tier in Shanghai, they still possessed assets in the tens of billions. Facing these people, Chu Chen chatted casually, entirely at his own discretion. The others showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, they all wore smiles, praising Chu Chen for his youth and the stunning beauty accompanying him. Wang Xinyue watched these once unattainable wealthy individuals, now appearing so humble in front of Chu Chen, as if in a dream. There were not many who had the qualifications to speak, and conversations were scarce, especially since it was their first meeting. Most interactions were just to become familiar with each other, as relationships were built gradually. Soon, the jewelry exhibition officially began. At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally returned to her seat. Tonight, Lu Ruyan was dressed in a black evening gown. Chu Chen took one look and felt his mouth go dry. The design of the strapless dress revealed Lu Ruyan's smooth skin, accentuating her prominent curves. Her long neck resembled a proud swan, exuding elegance and beauty. The waist of the dress was tailored perfectly, showcasing her slender figure, with the slit on the side revealing her long, straight legs, complemented by a pair of black diamond high heels. Lu Ruyan, like a noble goddess, revealed her fair skin amidst the black attire, mysterious yet beautiful, elegant yet sensual. The scent of cocoa mist added a touch of allure to her presence. Looking at Lu Ruyan's alluring red lips, Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with heat. "You look beautiful," he said. Lu Ruyan felt pleased, but upon seeing Wang Xinyue beside him, she became displeased. "Boss, please don't flirt with female employees," she said. Wang Xinyue chuckled but then felt it was impolite and quickly covered her mouth. Chu Chen was speechless, rolling his eyes and saying, "Such a tsundere." At that moment, a voice came through the microphone on stage, "Respected guests." With the host's words, the exhibition finally began. Fortunately, everyone knew that these opening remarks were dull, and the organizers did not take up too much time. A few minutes later, today's showcase began. The purpose of the jewelry exhibition was generally to promote exchanges, showcase the latest products, generate some buzz, and sometimes even facilitate on-site jewelry transactions. Chu Chen flipped through the booklet for the day, which contained all the jewelry on display that day, all available for advance purchase. Chu Chen looked around and leaned in next to Wang Xinyue, asking, "Is there anything you like?" Wang Xinyue shook her head and said, "Shugu, don't buy it. I checked it out, and it's really expensive. I don't need it right now." Chu Chen casually replied, "The earrings and necklaces are nice, and you don't have them. I'll just buy them for you. Besides, I'm not short of money. The money is there, and the daily interest is not spent. What are you afraid of?" Wang Xinyue looked at Chu Chen, knowing that this man really wanted to buy something for her, so she lowered her head and said, "Let me have a look." Lu Ruyan beside them rolled her eyes and remained silent. Chu Chen chuckled inwardly and leaned into her ear again, saying, "Whatever you want to buy, I can get it for you today." Due to some reports accusing certain chapters of being explicit and vulgar, claiming I am vulgar and obscene, the book is currently undergoing forced rectification by the authorities and is temporarily suspended. If it can be resolved, it will continue, if not, then goodbye. After the rectification is completed and I come out of the black room, I will resume updating. When it comes to pursuing women, although it is said that money is for women to see, you can't always just show it off without spending it. Otherwise, which woman would stay with you? Spending money appropriately is normal. What is considered appropriate depends on the situation. For example, if you have 10,000, you can spend 3 to 5,000. If you have a million, you can spend 50 to 100,000. However, for Chu Chen, even spending tens of millions to billions is no concern. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, a burst of light flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she quickly controlled herself and casually said, "What if I find something too expensive?" Chu Chen's smile remained unchanged. "There's no jewelry here that I can't buy." When a man spends money on a woman, the woman will surely think highly of the man, especially with significant expenses. Lu Ruyan absent-mindedly watched Chu Chen for a while, then flipped her long hair and focused on the brochure in her hands. Chu Chen, on the other hand, was keenly observing the models on stage. It must be said that Cartier has a good eye for selecting models, and those they invite are mostly Cartier's spokespersons. They are all celebrities, but Chu Chen doesn't recognize any of them since he rarely pays attention to the entertainment industry. However, when two celebrities, one male and one female, took the stage, Lu Ruyan leaned in and whispered to him, "They are from our star media." Chu Chen glanced at them. They were handsome and beautiful, indeed. Just because Chu Chen doesn't know the celebrities on stage doesn't mean they don't know him. Those who can endorse Cartier are not third-rate stars, they are naturally very famous. These two also have good judgment, especially in the entertainment industry, where they must always remember the investors to avoid being blacklisted. For their group's ultimate boss, Chu Chen, they had seen countless photos before, so even though they hadn't met him, they recognized him at a glance. Moreover, they had seen Lu Ruyan, the female secretary next to the big boss, a few times. Seeing the boss paying attention to them, these two celebrities straightened up, walking with confidence, hoping to show their best side. Suddenly, Wang Xinyue looked at the female star and said, "Chuge, the earrings and necklace she's wearing are really nice." Chu Chen turned and said, "If you like them, I'll buy these two later." Lu Ruyan beside them seemed oblivious, focusing on the brochure. There were nearly 20 celebrities in total, showcasing nearly 100 pieces of Cartier jewelry, including bracelets, earrings, pendants, necklaces, rings, and more. All the items on display were listed in the brochure, ranging from tens of thousands to several million. When Lu Ruyan closed the brochure, Chu Chen curiously asked, "Didn't find anything you liked?" Lu Ruyan whispered, "I did, but it's too expensive, so I don't want to buy it." Chu Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Ruyan was caught off guard by him and tried to pull her hand back, but Chu Chen held on tightly, so she had to let him. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan took out her phone and quickly sent a message. A moment later, Lu Ruyan said, "Boss, let's go to the back room and take a look at the jewelry." Chu Chen naturally agreed, and the three of them got up slightly and left. Others who saw this scene were somewhat puzzled but did not inquire. In the adjacent office, representatives from Cartier were already waiting. Two middle-aged men and women in smart suits, accompanied by several women in cheongsams, stood in front of a table displaying the jewelry that Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan had just selected. Seeing the three enter, the Cartier representative immediately stood up and said, "Miss Lu, thank you very much for your interest in Cartier. I have arranged for the jewelry you selected to be here for you to view up close and choose from." "Thank you," Lu Ruyan said with a smile. As for Chu Chen, the Cartier representatives did not recognize him. When their business entered the mall, it was discussed with Rin Jun, and the approval this time was also coordinated with Lu Ruyan, so they naturally did not know that Chu Chen was the big boss. But seeing Chu Chen in a high-end custom suit, they knew he was no ordinary person. Chu Chen glanced and said, "You two take a look, if you like it, buy it." Wang Xinyue chose a pair of love earrings, presented in silver white, 18K white gold, 750% white gold, each earring set with 48 round brilliant cut diamonds, totaling 0.51 carats. Chu Chen took a look. They did look good, but then he saw the price, 100,000. Wow, this thing costs 100,000. Chu Chen could only say, women's money is indeed easy to earn. However, there was nothing to lose or gain with this thing, just pure happiness. As for the necklace, it was a love necklace, also in silver white, 18K white gold, 750% white gold, set with 450 round brilliant cut diamonds, totaling 2.45 carats. Although it looked beautiful, Chu Chen also knew that diamonds were truly a tax on intelligence, mainly because of the high prices, non-scarce reserves, and speculative pricing. Initially bundling diamonds with love for sale was a high-end positioning, leading to consistently high prices. Moreover, only big brands could produce them, and within that, brand premiums were quite high, far exceeding the original value, even making profits of more than 10 times. And in fact, these things were not really scarce, they were everywhere. In recent years, even a province in China had started producing diamonds in large quantities, with their exquisite quality comparable to diamonds, even surpassing them. Various techniques could be applied, including 8 hearts and 8 arrows, 10 hearts and 10 arrows, 9 hearts and 1 flower, and so on. The output was extremely cheap, almost laughable. Especially for ordinary people, they had no ability to distinguish real from fake diamonds, making it easy to deceive people with these synthetic diamonds. It could even be said that if such diamonds flooded the market in large quantities, the entire world's diamond market would collapse. Why? Because of the price issue. Many people may not have a specific concept, everyone just knows diamonds are expensive, diamond rings are a scam, but how much profit can actually be made? There is no concrete number. Let me explain briefly. First, diamonds are mined from mines in Africa, but internationally, these things are controlled because many years ago, Europe had already seized this cake. So often, the flow of diamonds to Europe is legal, but flowing into Asia is illegal. Of course, most diamonds are actually smuggled out, including in Europe. It's even more difficult domestically, where it's almost impossible to get the mines and one has to find a way to get them from European merchants. European merchants pay to buy from Africa, and the prices are even more exorbitant than those of capitalists. As for Asia, the largest processing plant used to be in India, but now it's catching up domestically. However, the challenge for local businesses lies in sourcing. By the time these diamonds are traded back and forth and finally reach the market, the prices have multiplied many times over. For example, a smuggled 1-carat diamond from Africa to Europe might cost just a few thousand, but in the European market, it could go for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The profit margin is tenfold, even dozens of times. Moreover, most diamonds are smuggled, often bypassing customs duties. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a business? Chu Chen even started thinking about hiring a large mercenary team to try to seize a mine in Africa. But for now, let's just look at these jewelry pieces. Wang Xinyue picked earrings for 100,000, a necklace for 500,000, which didn't cost much in total. But the ones chosen by Lu Ruyan were more expensive. There was a necklace that looked very high-end, adorned with 62-carat Colombian emeralds, intricately designed between diamond lines, with a clever mix of reality and illusion, and conical diamonds adding a touch of vitality. Another ring was a 15-carat diamond cut into a rhombus shape, with a brownish-yellow diamond as the central gemstone, surrounded by triangular white diamonds in a symmetrical fractal pattern. These two pieces were quite expensive, with the necklace at 3 million and the ring at 3 million, totaling over 5 million. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan adorned themselves with the jewelry, making them even more dazzling and stunning tonight. Looking at the two sexy goddesses in front of him, Chu Chen took a deep breath and said, "How do you like it?" Wang Xinyue nodded vigorously and said, "Shugu, it's really nice." Lu Ruyan's expression was complex. "Boss, are you really buying this for me?" Chu Chen snapped his fingers. "You're not usually so hesitant at work. Come on, swipe your card." Nearly 6 million was instantly spent, and the meaning in Lu Ruyan's eyes became even more intense. Having bought what they wanted, there was no need to continue at the exhibition. Chu Chen sent a message to Ning Lei, asking him to prepare to drive them. The three of them got into the car, and Chu Chen said to Ning Lei, "Let's take Miss Lu back first." "Yes, boss," Ning Lei replied softly, then lowered the partition. Tonight's events gave Chu Chen many new ideas. For example, jewelry, he wanted to get into it, but it wasn't an easy task. First of all, there's the issue of sourcing because jewelry isn't just diamonds. There are many other things, and Chu Chen needs to find ways to get various mineral resources. In addition, there's the transportation issue. Although Chu Chen has a transportation company, the company isn't that large and doesn't have international transport qualifications. Not only that, the company has other shareholders, and if Chu Chen wants to have the ability to transport mineral resources, he must develop the company. Next, there's the safety issue during transportation. From the African continent to here, it's more than just a long journey, and there are dangers at sea. If pirates kill and plunder, it will be even more troublesome. Chu Chen must strengthen the security capabilities and equip with a certain amount of armed firepower to ensure resistance to pirates and safe navigation. When the goods arrive in the country, Chu Chen will need a processing plant, technical workers, and only when the finished products are ready can they enter the market. The whole process is quite troublesome, but if done, there is indeed a market for it. Because there are many people in the country, the population base is huge, and all consumption markets are actually vast and still growing year by year. After careful consideration, Chu Chen said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, I still have a transportation company under my name. Tomorrow, you tell Vice President Lei to go discuss and fully acquire this company." Suddenly talking about work, Lu Ruyan also became serious. "Understood, boss. Also, after this company is acquired, you handle the procedures to merge the company into the Shanghai Group, rename it Shanghai International Transport Company, and then apply for an international transport permit." International transport? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a bit confused. Once it involves international matters, it must be of considerable scale, but does our group have any international business now? Although she couldn't understand, Lu Ruyan still agreed immediately. Rubbing his head, Chu Chen said, "Tell the security company tomorrow that by the end of this year, they should have 1,000 senior security personnel in the company." "Okay, Chu General." Listening to Chu Chen's several orders, Lu Ruyan became even more puzzled, unable to understand the meaning behind Chu Chen's series of instructions. Transportation and security, she could handle, but these mineral resources. Each type of raw material comes from different places, such as diamond mines. Currently, Australia's kangaroo has risen to the world's #1, while the Northern Warrior Nation ranks 3rd. However, diamonds, apart from their premium, are not inherently valuable. Compared to the value-preserving ability of gold, they fall far short. Although the production of minerals in other places has surpassed Africa, for Chu Chen, the best choice is still Africa. Buying from others would be much more expensive, but if he had mines in Africa, it would be different. In Africa, Chu Chen needs warlord power, a field he has never touched before. However, he is not averse to it. In fact, he finds it stimulating. In that region, a country with tens of thousands of troops, a regional warlord with a few thousand troops is sufficient. With just this level of strength, to be blunt, any random company in the domestic active service could easily defeat one of these warlords. Employing a mercenary force of thousands incurs significant expenses. For internationally renowned mercenary groups, the monthly salary is roughly 2 to 300,000 per person. If Chu Chen wanted to hire 1,000 people, the monthly salary expenditure would reach 2 billion. Chu Chen shook his head inwardly. This would be too much of a loss. Spending 2 billion a month, it's hard to say if this gold mine could earn that much in a month. However, he could bear this expense. Leaving aside anything else, just the 500 billion, with a commercial bank offering 10% interest per year, would amount to around 130 million in interest daily, nearly 4 billion in interest per month, more than enough to cover these military expenses. But long-term hiring like this is not a solution. He must quickly train his own security team. Chu Chen is not entirely at ease with solely using foreign mercenaries. He must have domestic ones. After dropping Lu Ruyan off at home, Chu Chen and Wang Xinyue also returned home. Once back, Chu Chen sat in front of the computer and started researching. He was completely unfamiliar with mercenaries. After looking through a lot of information, Chu Chen felt it was all nonsense, either exaggerating the strength of mercenaries or calling them completely useless, with no real information to reference. Rubbing his head, Chu Chen frowned. Wait, I have a security company myself, although it's currently not in use. They must know about this kind of thing. But it's already past 11, I'll ask tomorrow. Thinking about this, Chu Chen shut down his computer, got into bed, and fell asleep hugging Wang Xinyue. The next morning, Chu Chen arrived at the office and immediately called the head of the security company. The person in charge was named Qin Long, a former soldier. Chu Chen asked him directly. After a brief pause, Qin Long said, Mr. Chu, in the domestic market, the top security company is based in the capital city. As for international reputation, companies like Blackwater, MPRI, and Zeus Shield are well known. Chu Chen made a mental note and then asked, can our company train individuals like them? Qin Long hesitated and replied, Mr. Chu, you may not be aware that our main focus currently is on security for residential areas, companies, and some celebrity bodyguards. We rarely provide security for high-end clients, let alone elite bodyguards. We currently do not have anyone capable of carrying out mercenary tasks. As for training, our equipment does not support such specialized training. It requires a dedicated training facility, firearms training, but owning firearms and ammunition is illegal in China for private individuals, which poses a challenge. After listening to him, Chu Chen fell into contemplation. Indeed, many constraints prevented him from having the capability to train such individuals, unless. After much thought, Chu Chen said, in that case, I will establish a training camp in Africa this time, hire professional trainers, and I want you to be in charge. Within a year, I expect a group of trained individuals, otherwise hiring mercenaries would incur significant costs. Understood, but Mr. Chu, the costs involved. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about that, I will cover the expenses, you just need to get the job done for me. Understood. After Qin Long left, Chu Chen immediately contacted the top security company. When they heard about the overseas mission, they were immediately interested. After all, overseas contracts meant big money. However, they were soon taken aback because Chu Chen's request was to collaborate with other mercenary organizations to assemble a force of 1,000 people, equip them with weapons, occupy at least 5 mines in Africa, and ensure the security of these mines within a year. In essence, it meant engaging in combat, even local armed conflicts. The demands were challenging, and the top security company alone could not handle such a massive contract. But Chu Chen's offer was generous, and they were reluctant to refuse. Therefore, the top security company's senior management immediately held an emergency meeting and ultimately decided to take on the contract. Due to insufficient manpower, the top security company contacted Zeus Shield, City Guard, Tianzhuan, the Spanish Foreign Legion, Cossacks, and a total of 8 international security companies, mobilizing a total of 1,000 personnel. Each company provided a commander, with a monthly salary of 500,000 for commanders and 250,000 for other combat personnel. The contract required them to secure strategic positions, seize mineral resources from local warlords, and ensure security for a year. Chu Chen trusted them. Most of them were retired soldiers from various countries with rich combat experience. With their weapons, individual skills, and command abilities, they could easily overpower the outdated equipment used by local warlords. It's important to note the stark difference between regular armies and irregular forces, especially in many underdeveloped African regions where warlords use outdated equipment while regular armies are equipped with modern gear. Look at how many casualties the U.S. suffered when they intervened in various countries. In comparison, a group of retired professional soldiers working as mercenaries with modern equipment against outdated local warlords would yield similar results. He left the specific planning to them. After all, they were the experts in this field. After the 8 companies finalized their cooperation talks, they all went back to prepare. They needed time to get everything ready: manpower, equipment, intelligence, etc. They were scheduled to depart for Africa in a week. The next step was to buy a ship. Once they took control of the mining site, as long as they provided 2 meals a day and $10, they could easily recruit a local adult male to work in the mines. With such cheap labor, at this rate, even if Chu Chen recruited 10,000 people, it wouldn't cost much. To put it bluntly, the expenses for 10,000 people in a month were not as expensive as one of his sports cars. In more troubled areas, just a piece of bread could hire a man to kill for you. Poverty, backwardness, danger, and madness. When the minerals started flowing steadily, Chu Chen also had to ensure transportation capacity. However, buying large cargo ships was out of the question due to time constraints, so they had to consider purchasing second-hand ones. Therefore, Chu Chen sent his secretary Wei Xian to talk to major shipyards about the situation of second-hand large ocean freighters and also spread the word in the shipping circle that they were looking to buy. Now, they just had to wait for news. Chu Chen's daily life was actually quite simple: work, dinner, watch a movie, sleep. 10 days later, Chu Chen received a message that 1,000 mercenaries were on their way. After discussions among several commanders, they settled on a location near Lake Victoria, at the tri-border area of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. There were abundant diamond mines and other resources nearby. Due to the chaos in the area, there were 3 warlord factions. The strongest faction had over 6,000 troops and over 50,000 civilians under their control. The combined forces of the 3 factions totaled around 11,000, but the 8 companies didn't even consider them a threat. While they couldn't challenge a nation, pitting their elite forces against the backward tribal warlords in Africa was like crushing ants. Chu Chen didn't care how they did it, he only wanted to know the outcome. A week later, good news arrived. All 3 tribal warlord factions had been defeated. Over 6,000 surrendered, over 1,000 were killed, and the rest fled. There were a total of 7 resource sites, 4 diamond mines, 2 gold mines, and an oil field. When Chu Chen heard the news, his head was spinning. While diamond and gold mines were valuable, the oil field was different. It was prone to breeding mold. The mercenary company also got wind of the news but chose to keep it from the mold. Firstly, Chu Chen was their employer, and secrecy was part of the agreement, not to mention the generous payment he provided. Secondly, as international mercenaries, they were in it for the money, not their lives. Selling this information to the mold would be more profitable. However, they had to weigh the risks. With Chu Chen's financial power, although they didn't know his identity, they could tell he wasn't an ordinary wealthy man. If something went wrong, the mold's reaction might not be favorable. Especially in recent years, the mold's rapid development and the severe internal divisions in the American empire made several mercenary groups think twice and decide to keep the secret and serve Chu Chen. Another reason was that they were an international organization, and if they couldn't keep a secret in such a big matter, they might lose all their clients worldwide. After considering multiple factors, the companies decided to keep the secret and guard these resources. This situation put a lot of pressure on Chu Chen. He urgently needed to develop his own armed forces. He hired instructors from 8 companies, including those from Siberian training camps, and had them and their equipment transported in large quantities to Africa. At the same time, he hired a construction team to quickly build a training base there. Xin Long led a team of promising members to train there, recruiting more manpower as needed, regardless of race, brainwashing, and training them to form Chu Chen's private armed forces. Within a year, he must be able to recruit 2,000 people. Xin Long felt immense pressure, but he accepted the task and headed to Africa. As for Chu Chen, after this incident, he began to feel unsafe. So, he hired 10 high-end professional bodyguards from Ace Shield to protect him openly and covertly. This time, in the attack on the warlords, over 50,000 civilians were gathered, with Chu Chen paying them a wage of 2 meals and $10 a day. Tempted by these conditions, many civilians quickly joined in, working hard in the mines. These were all a large number of cheap laborers, and Chu Chen sighed, feeling more and more like a capitalist. The purchase of large cargo ships finally made progress. With Wei Xian's efforts, a total of 5 large ocean freighters, each weighing 100,000 tons, were acquired from various sources, totaling 30 billion. The company's procedures were also completed, ready to set sail at any time. So, Chu Chen contacted Ace Shield Company again. This time, it was for an escort mission. Chu Chen and Ace Shield Company signed a new contract to continue escorting 5 long-haul cargo ships of Chu Chen's Star River Company over the next year. After the contract was signed, Ace Shield quickly dispatched personnel, and Chu Chen made arrangements for departure. The mineral output in Africa was substantial every day, combined with the resources left by the previous warlords, enough for Chu Chen for a while. But when the shipments returned, there were new arrangements to be made. Chu Chen set up a processing plant and hired skilled technicians at high salaries. These products would be sold in the future. Recently, Lu Ruyan had been particularly gentle towards Chu Chen. Even when she occasionally smelled perfume on Chu Chen, she would take out her own perfume and spray a bit on him, leaving Chu Chen amused and touched. The processing plant was quickly established, and with money, there was no shortage of skilled workers to hire. It took about 20 days for the cargo ship to travel from Shanghai to Africa, and with the transportation of minerals and supplies, it took almost 2 months for this round trip. Standing at the port, looking at the densely packed boxes, Chu Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. These goods would soon turn into money flowing into his account. Lu Ruyan had completely understood Chu Chen's intentions and was very surprised. However, women always had their peculiar perspectives. "Boss, can I have some custom jewelry?" Chu Chen tilted his head and looked at her. "Are you tired of the last jewelry?" Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head and said, "No, I just want it." You know, women are always eager for these things. Chu Chen could understand that. After a moment of thought, he said, "Earrings, necklaces, you decide on the design yourself." "Thank you, boss." Lu Ruyan excitedly kissed Chu Chen's cheek. This wasn't the first time. In the past 2 months, Lu Ruyan had occasionally kissed him like this, but they had never kissed on the lips. Chu Chen wasn't in a hurry. He knew Lu Ruyan was struggling internally. Objectively speaking, Lu Ruyan was indeed an outstanding woman. With a master's degree, no dating history, decent family background, and substantial savings of her own, she was exceptionally beautiful and highly educated. But she was losing in terms of age. Regardless, Lu Ruyan was already 30. Want to find someone outstanding, slightly older than oneself, but those people only want a pretty 18-year-old sister. The older some people get, the more they prefer tender, younger ones. But downward compatibility, Lu Ruyan is unwilling. This has led her to go on blind dates many times, yet she has gained nothing. However, the appearance of Chu Chen seems to solve this problem. He is handsome, wealthy, and a college graduate. Although his education is lower than hers, his overall perspective and charisma are strong. As for age, Lu Ruyan has already overlooked it. But Chu Chen has a flaw: he is fickle, not sticking to one woman. Lu Ruyan has smelled several perfumes before. Lu Ruyan, who has always been chaste, strongly resists such people. However, in these past few months of work and life, she has already begun to falter. Perhaps from seeing too many wealthy people around her, it seems that they all have more than one woman. And Lu Ruyan gradually understands that once a man has money, he will crave other desires, such as power, such as beautiful women. Perhaps there are morally upright gentlemen who remain faithful, but have you considered how likely that is? Wanting a decent-looking, tall, wealthy man with at least a college degree who is also faithful, Lu Ruyan feels she will never find one in this lifetime, unless she considers keeping a young gigolo. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan has strategized for herself. But Lu Ruyan also has her own thoughts. Even if he has someone else, she wants to be the mistress, and whoever it is, upon meeting her, must address her as sister. I, Ruyan the Great Emperor, will not be inferior in this lifetime. Lu Ruyan is a person with strong initiative and a lot of ideas. Since she has decided, she will actively pursue and even claim the position of the main wife. Although she has never been in love, she has seen many around her in relationships. Coupled with her inherent charm, Lu Ruyan believes she can win over Chu Chen. As Lu Ruyan sat in her secretary's office contemplating, Chu Chen suddenly received a call from Jian Lily. He was somewhat surprised, as Jian Lily usually has flight missions during the day and is mostly unreachable. "Chu Ge, are you busy now?" Upon answering the phone, he heard Jiang Lily's charming and gentle voice. Chu Chen, working on his computer, casually replied, "Not busy at the moment. What's up? Are you not resting today?" Jiang Lily softly said, "I'm not resting today, my mom just called me suddenly." "Your mom?" Chu Chen momentarily didn't understand her meaning. "Isn't it almost August 15th? My mom wants me to go back, and they are pressuring me to get married. Chu Ge, can you accompany me back?" Jiang Lily's home is in Tianjin, actually quite close from Shanghai to Tianjin, just 300 kilometers, a 3 to 4 hour drive. August 15th. Chu Chen felt a bit dazed. The orphanage director once told him that when he was a baby, his parents had an accident and were no longer around, so he was sent to the orphanage by the police and grew up there. Chu Chen had never experienced what family affection feels like, nor had he ever thought about going home for August 15th or Chinese New Year. It didn't matter where he went, but this time was clearly different, as he was going to meet someone's parents. However, Jian Lily would definitely be with him in the future, so meeting her parents was fine. Thinking this, Chu Chen said, "Okay, there are still a few days until August 15th. Let me know when you're off, and we'll drive over." "Okay, thank you, Chu Ji. I'll rest tomorrow, wait for me to come back, Gidge." Listening to Jiang Lily's voice, Chu Chen's heart stirred again. Deleted. After hanging up the phone, Shuchen suddenly thought of a question. These girls all have families. If they stick with themselves for life, they definitely won't get married. It's possible they'll end up dealing with multiple sets of parents. Jiang Lily only had one day off on the 15th of August, but she rested as soon as she returned on the 14th night. The two of them had a buffet together. Then Shuchen said, "Let's go, buy some things, we'll go over in the morning." "Okay," Jiang Lily said joyfully. Although she didn't know what to buy, cosmetics, jewelry, and alcohol were definitely safe choices. Watching Shuchen buy a bunch of stuff, Jiang Lily hesitated and said, "Shugu, isn't this a bit too much?" Shuchen glanced and said in surprise, "Just a few tens of thousands, is that a lot?" Jiang Lily was speechless. Oh well, this rich guy has money. Because she was going home the next day, Jiang Lily tidied up and went to bed early in the evening. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove, carrying the two of them to Tianjin, with another car following behind, filled with bodyguards. Jiang Lily mentioned that her parents were very materialistic, they liked money, and she had a younger brother at home. Growing up in such an environment, she inevitably became materialistic. Her parents always wanted her to marry a rich man so that everyone could live a good life in the future. After hearing Jiang Lily's words, Shuchen felt that it was very feasible. Like money, huh? Well, that's simple, just use money to smash through until they're willing to let their daughter be his lover, that's it. Such a simple matter. Nearly $1 million luxury car, with a driver, followed by a Mercedes-Benz car, all filled with bodyguards. And tens of thousands worth of gifts and various items, completely enough to make their bottom line flexible. It wasn't until close to noon that they arrived downstairs at Jiang Lily's home. It was a very ordinary residential area, even a bit old. Shuchen asked the bodyguards to wait downstairs, and Ning Lei helped him carry the things. Standing in the corridor, Jiang Lily took out her keys and opened the door. There were 3 people at home. The older ones were Jiang Lily's parents, looking almost 50, and a younger brother about 5 or 6 years younger than her, still in school. Seeing Jiang Lily return, her parents were about to speak when they saw Chu Chen and Ning Lei walking in with a bunch of things. After putting down the items, Ning Lei didn't say a word. He was very sensible. He went out, closed the door, went downstairs. Chu Chen looked at the 3 of them, calmly saying, "Hello uncle and aunt, I am Jiang Lily's boyfriend, Chu Chen." Jiang Lily's parents looked at the various things on the table and floor. Their breathing quickened, and they quickly said, "Little Chu, right? Sit down, make yourself at home." Jiang Lily pulled Chu Chen to sit on the nearby sofa, while her parents secretly assessed the value of these things, and her younger brother sat on a stool nearby, curiously watching Chu Chen. After a rough calculation, the Jiang couple exchanged a glance. It seemed like their daughter's boyfriend was quite extraordinary. Jiang's mother forced a smile and said, "Little Chu, what do you do for a living?" Chu Chen held Jiang Lily's hand and casually said, "I run a company in Shanghai." Running a company, indeed wealthy. Jiang's parents both showed excited smiles. "How long have you known each other?" Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's been about 5 or 6 months. They met in Sonia in May, and now it was November, almost half a year had passed. You've been together for so long, when are you planning to get married?" Jiang's parents were also anxious, rarely encountering such a handsome man with such good conditions. Giving gifts worth tens of thousands, and even having a dedicated driver, what kind of big shot was this? If their daughter climbed onto such a high branch, wouldn't their family benefit? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lily quickly said, "Mom, please don't rush. His company is very busy, and he doesn't have much time at the moment." As she spoke, she desperately signaled to her parents. Although Jiang's parents didn't understand the reason, they still said with regret, "Well, it's up to you. We just feel that it's better to do it sooner." Chu Chen found it somewhat amusing. He could naturally see Jiang's parents' thoughts, wanting to use marriage to secure a sense of safety. However, Chu Chen had no intention of getting married, at least not now. He took out 2 keys from a nearby bag and said, "Uncle and aunt, this is an Audi A8, fully equipped, worth over 2 million. You can use this car daily, and there's a spare key. I've arranged for it to be registered, and it will be delivered this afternoon. Also, this key is for Lily's younger brother. I heard he's a freshman in college now, so he shouldn't be too flashy. This is an Audi S6, worth just a few $100,000. You can drive it, and it will be delivered this afternoon." He placed the keys on the table, paying no attention to the shocked Jiang family of 3, then took out a large document and said, "This is a house in the Xincheng Huichuimingdi residential area, about 260 square meters. At the current housing prices, including furnishings, it's worth a total of 40 million. It's already decorated. If uncle and aunt want to go to Xincheng, you can stay here. An A8, an A6, and a house worth 40 million. The Jiang family had never seen such a scene in their lives and were completely stunned at this moment. They had thought their son-in-law was wealthy, maybe worth a few million, but they had never imagined he was this wealthy, giving away houses worth millions just like that? John's mother stuttered, this, little, Chu, this house and car. Chu Chen smiled faintly, it's nothing, it's for you. John Lily also understood Chu Chen's intention and said, Mom, Dad, just accept it, don't think too much. Although John's parents wanted to accept, the value was too high, and they didn't dare. It was only when they heard John Lily speak that they nodded in agreement. Suddenly, John's father said, Perfect, we weren't planning to cook lunch anyway. Let's go out to eat at that Jinmen International Hotel. John's mother also said without hesitation, Yes, you're back, it's lunchtime, we're all hungry, let's go eat together. The hotel was a very upscale place in Jinmen, a place John's parents had never been to before, but with a son-in-law like this, they had to make sure everything was arranged properly today. As they spoke, John's parents hurried to their room to get money and cards. They had to treat their son-in-law to this meal to leave a good impression. They were afraid they wouldn't have enough money, so they took out all their savings, feeling more at ease. Watching her parents' actions, John Lily sighed and said nothing. Chu Chen, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. John Lily had been with him for about half a year, always obedient and well-behaved, like raising a pet, so giving her some benefits was normal. Besides, John Lily had always taken care of her body. If nothing unexpected happened, even in another 10 years, in her 30s, she would still maintain an impressive figure, just with a few more mature and charming qualities. And most likely, by that time, she would still be with Chu Chen, so this money could be considered a lifelong investment. John's parents would eventually find out, so Chu Chen had to come in strong from the beginning, knocking them out with money. John's younger brother, Jiang Long, remained silent, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at the keys revealed his inner desire. Which man doesn't dream of a luxury car? Normally, the conditions at home were average, lacking the means. At school, he had seen some wealthy classmates driving cars, picking up beautiful female classmates to go out overnight, something he could only fantasize about. But now, a luxury car was right in front of him. Don't think that the S6 isn't considered a luxury car. In fact, looking across the country, for an average family, a car worth 200,000 to 300,000 is the ceiling. Nearly 99% of families nationwide fall into the category of ordinary, and for them, cars like the Passat, Sagitter, or Magotan are basically the limit. For them, cars like the S6 are considered luxury cars. Don't believe in the average supercar nonsense online. How many Ferraris are sold domestically in a year? On certain platforms, the annual purchase volume surpasses the global sales, purely exaggerated boasting. Chu Chen could clearly see their expressions. As long as he piqued their interest and told them that Jiang Lily was his lover, they wouldn't refuse, would they? No, they wouldn't. Some might refuse, but Jiang Lily's parents wouldn't. They loved money themselves, hoping their daughter would marry into a wealthy family. Even though there was no chance of marriage now, enjoying these benefits was just as good, right? Even if their reputation wasn't great, they could always move to Shanghai in the future, right? Besides, what did their neighbors in Tianjin know? They would just envy their daughter marrying a wealthy man. That's how people are. Vulgar people. But we are all vulgar, it's just that we don't have the capital to be vulgar. We don't resent the wealthy, we just hate that we're not rich. Arriving at the restaurant, John's parents politely let Chu Chen order, while Chu Chen let Jiang Lily choose the dishes. When it came to food, coming from a humble background, Chu Chen didn't have high demands. As long as he could eat his fill, it was good, and eating well was even better. Now that he had money, Chu Chen spent most of his time at Wang Xinyue's place, eating the home-cooked meals she made. At the dining table, Zhang's parents kept asking Chu Chen about his situation, and in the end, Jiang Lily couldn't bear it and had to ask her parents to stop. However, because Chu Chen had shown his financial power first, the atmosphere during the meal was quite warm, and the mood was tolerable. When they finished eating and returned home, two autos had already arrived. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Uncle, take a look, there are two cars here now." At the first sight of the cars, John's father fell in love with them. Cars worth over 2 million, he and his wife could never afford such a car in their lifetime, and now their son-in-law was casually giving them away. Even the surrounding bodyguards, and even the bodyguards' cars were Mercedes-Benz. What kind of big shot was this? At that moment, John's parents' only thought was to quickly find a way for Chu Chen and Jiang Lily to get married. Only by getting married could they rest assured there were too many vixens outside. If such a good son-in-law was seduced away, what would they do? Moreover, they didn't know how far things had progressed between them. If they hadn't gone to bed yet, the danger would be great. With various thoughts in mind, everyone returned home. John's mother gestured to Jiang Lily, and the two went to the bedroom together. John's father stayed in the living room with Chu Chen, preparing to open a bottle of wine. Premium Moutai. Although John's father had seen it before, he had never tasted it. He never expected that his son-in-law would bring 5 cases at once. My goodness, what a guy. In the bedroom, after John's mother carefully closed the door, she solemnly asked, "Tell me, is he really your boyfriend?" John Lily rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, we've been together for 6 months." Mrs. John breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How far have you two developed? Have you ever lived together?" John Lily frowned and said, "Mom, that's a sensitive question." Seeing her daughter's reaction, Mrs. John naturally understood. Instead of getting angry, she smiled and said, all right, that's good. I was worried if you had nothing going on, that would be a problem." Glancing outside cautiously, Mrs. John said, "Can you two get married soon? With such a good son-in-law, I'm afraid he'll be taken by someone else." Marriage. These 2 words felt like a sharp stab to John Lily. She bit her lip, unsure of what to say. Seeing her daughter's expression, Mrs. Zhang asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is it that you don't want to get married, or he doesn't? By the way, once you're married, you should quit your flight attendant job. You're so pretty, being a flight attendant makes you an easy target for harassment. It's better for you to work at his company, so you can keep an eye on him every day and prevent other women from seducing him. As a mother with experience, let me tell you, a man like him will attract many women. You have to be vigilant. If he leaves, you'll regret it. Also, have you taken any precautions? Let me tell you, it's best not to. You should find a way to have a child. Even if you divorce in the future, you'll still have." Before she could finish her sentence, John Lily interrupted her, saying, "Mom, please stop." Mrs. Zhang was taken aback, looking at her daughter and asking, "What do you mean? You don't want to marry him?" John Lily felt irritated, but she also understood that some things can be hidden momentarily but not forever. Taking a deep breath, John Lily said, "Mom, we can't get married." Mrs. John widened her eyes, incredulously looking at her daughter. "What do you mean? Explain yourself." "Actually, I'm just his mistress." John Lily remained calm as she spoke, feeling indifferent after revealing the truth. Mrs. John's expression turned ugly in an instant. "Are you saying you're his mistress while he has a wife?" John Lily shook her head and said, "He doesn't have a wife. Maybe he'll never marry, so I can only be his mistress." Mistress? How could Mrs. John accept her daughter being someone's mistress? She wanted to say something, but when she thought about the hundreds of thousands spent on cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetics, the over 2 million car, and the 40 million worth house, she couldn't utter a word. Mr. and Mrs. John were too obsessed with money. In their eyes, money was the measure of a person's worth. Their daughter found a man who was young, handsome, and wealthy. Such a person was hard to come by. But the only issue was that their daughter was just a mistress, a third party. Mrs. John hoped her daughter would marry Chu Chen instead of competing with a group of women. However, she knew they couldn't control Chu Chen. In front of him, women had to be obedient. If her daughter didn't want this, she could refuse and find someone else. But where could she find a man like him? Moreover, if she refused, she would have to return all these things, including the house and car. She couldn't bear the thought. After a long silence, Mrs. Zhang asked, "What do you mean?" John Lily's expression was complex. "In my lifetime, finding someone like him is already fortunate. What right do I have to be picky? Besides, he's over in Shanghai and gave me a house worth nearly $1 billion. As long as I stay with him for 3 years, the house will be mine, and there's also a car worth millions. If I stay with him for a year, the car will be mine. Initially, I became a flight attendant because you wanted me to, hoping to find a wealthy man. But I've met many wealthy men, most of whom are already married. There are young rich second generations, but they don't have as much money. Mom, when you compare, what do you think?" Mrs. John's breathing became rapid. A house worth nearly $1 billion? And a car worth millions? In a maximum of 3 years, all of these will belong to her daughter. Her daughter was right. Most wealthy people are already married, even if there are rich second generations. Which rich second generation would be willing to spend so much money? Furthermore, if she were to find another rich second generation, wouldn't they also cheat outside? It's simply wishful thinking. If it were before, without seeing these things, John's father and mother might have refused. But now that everything is right in front of them, to retreat. After a long silence, John's mother sighed and said, "It's up to you to decide about your matter." Obviously, John's mother also accepted the fact that her daughter was involved with someone else. Wanting to enter a wealthy family, how could it be smooth sailing? Fortunately, Chu Chen is not married yet. There is still a chance. Then John's mother thought again and said, "Let me tell you, people are not unchanging. He may not want to get married now, but it doesn't mean he won't in the future. If you can give him a child, even if he never marries in his lifetime, he won't abandon you. A mother's status is elevated by her child. This is very important. You must remember this firmly. Don't take any precautions, just have a child for him, preferably a son. In the future, no one will be able to compete with you. Also, if you want to compete for a man, being good looking is not enough. There are many beautiful women. What will you do in 5 or 10 years? You need to have other aspects that can attract him. In the future, video call with mom often. Mom will teach you how to cook, how to tidy up the house. Let me tell you, no matter what kind of man, they all fall for this. A woman who can keep the house clean and cook well, even if this man cheats outside, he will think of you because this gives him a sense of home, something no seductive vixen can match. Listening to her mother's incessant chatter, John Lily felt a bit dazed. Tidying up the house, cooking? Indeed, she had always overlooked this point, only thinking that her good looks and seductiveness were enough. But time will age her beauty. What then? Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Shuchen bid farewell to John Lily and left without having dinner. Watching the luxury car drive away, then looking at the 2 autos in front of them, the 3 members of the Zhang family returned home and sat on the sofa. Zhang's mother hesitated for a moment, then revealed John Lily's relationship with Chu Chun. For a moment, the house fell into silence. Zhang's father opened the cigarettes Chu Chun had given, lit one, and calmly said, "This matter has a great impact on our family. Let's all discuss it." Zhang's mother hesitated for a moment and remained silent. Zhang Long cautiously glanced at his parents, then at the car keys in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, this isn't a bad thing." Both Zhang's father and mother looked at him simultaneously. Zhang Long made up his mind and said directly, "There are many wealthy people in society. Many girls in our school have been kept by sugar daddies. It's not easy for us to find a wealthy person. If you don't want to, there will naturally be someone willing for the money." John's mother also added, "That's right, if we miss this opportunity, we might not have another chance. Since we have seized the opportunity, let's not think too much. As long as we don't speak, who will know? The future will be bright." John's father looked at the pile of gifts, the bottles of wine worth thousands and tens of thousands, stacked in several boxes, and the car keys on the table, then sighed and said, "In a few years, when our son graduates, let's move to Shanghai. After all, wealth moves hearts." Chu Chin didn't care about the Zhang family's thoughts, but he knew that the Zhang family would definitely agree. Perhaps having resolved a matter in his heart, John Lily was particularly proactive tonight. Lying in Chu Chen's arms, John Lily suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Chu Ji, thank you today." Chu Chen embraced her, gently stroking her hair. "Thank me for what? I'm sure your parents are very angry too." John Lily shook her head and said, "With their personalities, they won't say anything, they'll just tacitly agree to this matter." Chu Chen smiled, "Isn't that even better?" John Lily flicked her long hair and said, "Chu Ji, from now on, I'll be with you, you're not allowed to abandon me." Feeling the smooth back of the beauty in his arms, Chu Chen closed his eyes and said, "As long as you behave, I will take care of you for a lifetime. Even when we grow old, I will still take care of you." Old. Everyone will grow old. When the face fades, her beauty will no longer be the same. She doesn't know what it will be like. But no matter what, Chu Chen has given her enough face today, silencing her parents from now on. John Lily was deeply moved in her heart. The room was filled with a spring-like atmosphere. When John Lily got up in the morning, she had already gone to work, but there was a fried egg and hot milk left on the table. She knew that Lu Ruyan would bring breakfast to Chu Chun, but her mother had also said yesterday that relying on beauty alone cannot keep a man forever, only some unique qualities can. Although she wasn't good at cooking, frying an egg was still manageable. This was the beginning of a transformation. Arriving at the company, Chu Chen also had the breakfast brought by Lu Ruyan. After all, John Lily had left only a fried egg and a glass of milk, which wasn't enough. After breakfast, wiping his hands, Chu Chen casually asked, "Do we have any work or arrangements recently?" Lu Ruyan, still dressed professionally in a suit and black stockings, replied seriously, "Boss, there's basically nothing major going on with work recently." "Nothing major? How can there be nothing major? If there's nothing, let's make something happen." Chu Chen snapped his fingers and said, "I plan to expand and strengthen our Galaxy group." Curious, Lu Ruyan asked, "Boss, do you have any plans and arrangements?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen said, "Our Galaxy group currently consists of Galaxy Media, Galaxy Transport, Galaxy Hotels, Galaxy Tourism, Galaxy Advertising, and Galaxy Jewelry. Transport has already gone international, jewelry hasn't started yet, so let's leave that aside for now. Each company has its own requirements." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan sat up straight, picked up a pen and paper, and began to take notes. Firstly, with Galaxy Media, currently just an ordinary media company, on the celebrity side, I want them to poach talents for me. As long as they are popular or have potential, poach them all. With only a few A-list celebrities in the company, how can we compete? As for the internet celebrities department, I want them to poach talents from other platforms, recruit more top anchors to attract smaller ones, create more topics, and pay attention to boundaries. Regarding short dramas, accept more scripts, shoot them more meticulously. Although the short drama industry is no longer at its peak, there is still a large audience. Next, we can focus on refinement, train them, and if the actors are good, they can move to the film and television department. I hope that within a year, Galaxy Media will have the most top-tier artists in the country, making Galaxy the largest media company in the country. Only then can we go global. Lu Ruyan silently admired Chu Chen's grand plans, but her hands didn't stop, quickly jotting down notes. Suddenly, Chu Chen thought of a question. Many domestic TV dramas and songs are imitating foreign ones, so what if we directly recruit from abroad? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this idea was good. On one hand, there were Hollywood superstars from Europe and America. On the other hand, there were Korean girl groups. They were indeed very good choices. Also, our Galaxy hotels, just established, can start by building 10 in Shanghai, and once the business stabilizes, expand to other places. Star River Travel, let's get prepared and expand our business. Lately, I'm planning to venture into international tourism. The tourism industry has been booming in recent years, especially starting from Zibo and extending to Harbin. The tourism sector is expected to continue growing rapidly, with an increase in international tourism as well. Shanghai has a lot of wealthy individuals, so there's a significant market in this area. Lu Ruyan quickly noted down Chu Chen's words. In reality, launching international tourism operations requires thorough preparation. For instance, having a certain number of international tour guides and obtaining permits for international tourism. However, Chu Chen didn't see these as issues. As for tour guides, there are plenty, and by spending money, more guides would be willing to come. Regarding qualifications, given Star River Group's status in Shanghai, obtaining the necessary qualifications would be a breeze. After giving it some thought, Chu Chen waved his hand decisively. Alright, let's proceed in this direction, make a detailed plan, and take action. Understood, boss. Lu Ruyan closed her notebook, clacking away in her high heels as she left. As soon as Lu Ruyan departed, Chu Chen's phone started ringing. Zhao Qian. Chu Chen glanced at the phone and answered. Manager Zhao, long time no see, congratulations on your promotion. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhao Qian cheerfully replied, it's all thanks to General Chu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Qian got straight to the point. Here's the thing, General Chu. Our commercial bank has a high-end VIP circle consisting of clients with deposits exceeding 100 million. Every year, the bank organizes networking events to enhance cooperation and communication. The Shanghai networking event is scheduled for this Friday night. What do you think? Networking event? And all high-end clients? Chu Chen immediately became interested. He enthusiastically responded, sure, where's the venue? Despite Zhao Qian mentioning deposits exceeding 100 million, which seemed far less compared to Chu Chen's billions, it's essential to note that not everyone has such assets. Typically, individuals with deposits exceeding 100 million are considered significant clients within the VIP circle. These are liquid assets, and every businessman invests funds to make more money. According to the latest financial wealth report, there are 130,000 individuals nationwide with assets exceeding 100 million. As for those with deposits exceeding 100 million, they are fewer than 2,000, mostly concentrated in major cities. Considering Shanghai's population, even at best, it wouldn't exceed 500 individuals. Those who have reached this level are major players with a plethora of clients daily, keeping them busy. Chu Chen estimated that around 100 people might attend the networking event when the time comes. However, this didn't dampen Chu Chen's enthusiasm. Upon hearing Chu Chen's response, Zhao Qian was delighted. Chu Chen was the most prominent client, and as long as he agreed to attend, many others would follow suit. After all, in this circle, even if they didn't know each other personally, they had at least heard of one another. Based on the external understanding of Chu Chen, many people were eager to get to know him. Friday night at 7 o'clock, the venue is at Cloud Sky Manor. Cloud Sky Manor was located near the outskirts, a vast estate capable of accommodating many people. By the way, General Chu, some government officials will also be attending. Government officials? Chu Chen immediately understood. With so many business owners gathering, the authorities naturally aimed to stimulate investment, construction, and development, which was quite normal. After some thought, Chu Chen called Lu Ruyan. A minute later, Lu Ruyan entered the office and asked, "Boss, what's up?" Chu Chen fiddled with his phone and said, "This Friday night, accompany me to an evening event. Dress elegantly. If you don't have the money, let me know, and I'll provide it. Lu Ruyan shook her head, saying, no need, boss, I have a formal dress. Shu Chen nodded and said, alright, let's leave from here at 5:30 on Friday afternoon. Okay, boss. Shu Chen was looking forward to this exchange meeting. Cooperation was essential for the company's accelerated development. However, Shu Chen only intended to collaborate on business matters. As for shares and such, that was out of the question. He preferred to have full control in his hands. That would be best. Friday arrived. Shu Chen was dressed in a high-end suit, an Hermes belt, and Casno leather shoes, exuding wealth and luxury from head to toe. Coupled with his handsome face and a height of 185 meters, he was like a walking hormone, enough to entice countless young girls. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had changed into a Prada exquisite evening gown in the office. The overall gown was a mix of blue and gray, with faint sparkling diamond dots resembling stars. The beauty of the vast starry sky was condensed in the light mist of the sheer fabric, with exquisite gold and silver beads emitting a dreamy and translucent glow, as dazzling as New Year fireworks. The gown, with elegant tones and large areas of sheer mesh wrapping around, featured dark sheer long sleeves that visually shortened the shoulder width. The hand-stitched beads cleverly formed a brilliant galaxy, highlighting femininity in every detail, adding a touch of nobility and mystery effortlessly, creating a strong sense of creative uniqueness. Lu Ruyan's tall 173-meter figure, full bosom showcased in the gown, and the waist-cinching design displayed a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her delicate makeup today, with Chanel Coco Mademoiselle perfume adding a hint of mature woman's charm and allure, and Lancome's top lipstick accentuating her rosy cherry lips. Tonight, Lu Ruyan was like an elegant goddess adorned with a brilliant starry sky, mysterious, sexy, and captivating. She wore a pair of white crystal-studded high heels, elevating her already tall figure to 1.8 meters, almost on par with Shu Chen. Her long and perfect top-tier legs were covered by the gown's radiance, but the semi-transparent tulle skirt below the knees was hazy, elusive, making it impossible to look away. Adorned with the Cartier earrings and necklace Shu Chen bought for her, they sparkled brightly. Seeing Lu Ruyan's outfit, Shu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit breathless. Since he became wealthy, he had seen countless beautiful women, but Lu Ruyan's looks and figure were definitely top-notch. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan, Shu Chen deeply breathed in the scent of her perfume, closing his eyes and saying, "You look truly beautiful today." Lu Ruyan blushed slightly, unsure if it was from embarrassment or blush. "Boss, let's go, we'll be late." Shu Chen took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Ning Lei drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom, heading towards the mansion, followed by two Mercedes, both belonging to Shu Chen's bodyguards. An hour later, the vehicles arrived at the mansion. Yuntian Mansion, reportedly a private estate built by a real estate tycoon, was one of today's meeting participants. The entire estate covered over 5,000 square meters, with just the lawn occupying 1,000 square meters. It included villas, outdoor swimming pools, indoor hot springs, basketball courts, basements, wine cellars, family theaters, family KTVs, family bars, and various other designs, surrounded by electric fences that kept ordinary people out. After verifying their identities, the guards at the entrance let Shu Chen in, while the bodyguards remained outside. Lu Ruyan linked arms with Shu Chen, and the two walked into the mansion. It was already 6:30, although the event was scheduled to start at 7, almost everyone had arrived early. Shu Chen glanced around and noticed numerous waiters, around 100 or so, serving drinks, carrying hors d'oeuvres, and more. As for the guests who came today, men and women, Shu Chen estimated that there were close to 300 people. However, upon second thought, he understood. Among them, only a little over 100 were truly elite professionals, while the other women were just companions. Just like Shu Chen and Lu Ruyan, although Lu Ruyan was an outstanding woman, she still didn't quite qualify for this level of gathering. Shu Chen glanced around and recognized a few people, all of whom he had met during previous stock transactions. And it was evident that everyone knew him. As Shu Chen walked by, many people waved and raised their glasses, greeting him, "Mr. Shu, good evening." Shu Chen also greeted everyone with a smile. Despite his financial power, he could easily ignore these people, but it was unnecessary to offend anyone, especially those with problematic personalities who insisted on confrontation and played dirty tricks. As Shu Chen's companion, Lu Ruyan was also graceful and charming, with a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Shu Chen casually picked up a glass of wine from a nearby waiter's tray and clinked glasses with everyone. "Mr. Shu, hello, I'm from Zhongjia Real Estate." "Mr. Shu, hello, I'm from Future Venture Capital." Most of the attendees were men in their 40s and 50s, who had worked hard step by step to achieve their current wealth. Looking around, Shu Chen was the youngest in the room, but no one dared to underestimate him. Shu Chen engaged in casual conversations with everyone about various market trends, knowing that each of their words could potentially influence the market. Suddenly, someone said, "Mr. Shu, I heard that you were investing everywhere 6 months ago. Do you still have investment plans now?" Shu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Do you have any good proposals and plans?" It was a middle-aged man, dressed for success with an expensive watch, likely a wealthy businessman. Shu Chen vaguely remembered him as Su Kai, who was introduced earlier as being in the medical equipment industry. However, Shu Chen already had companies in that sector under his name from previous investments, so he wasn't very interested, but he still politely exchanged a few words. Little did he know that the man would continue, "Mr. Shu, I am currently bullish on the new energy vehicle industry, I think." Shu Chen lost interest after hearing just a few sentences. While it seemed to be a growing sector, it had significant limitations. For instance, in the northern regions, many new energy vehicles couldn't even start in harsh winters. Turning on the air conditioning required careful consideration, and driving on highways was a cause for concern. The pressure of charging was currently one of the most challenging issues for many car owners. With Lei Zong already in the car manufacturing business, Shu Chen saw little significance in getting involved. However, this conversation sparked an idea in Shu Chen's mind. Could he find a way to develop fast charging solutions? If fast charging wasn't feasible, could he increase the number of charging stations? Once this problem was solved, the profit potential was quite substantial. Yet, the technical challenges involved were not easy to overcome. On the other hand, expanding the charging infrastructure seemed like a more feasible option. Establishing a large number of charging stations, along with various wind and water power generation methods, was indeed sufficient. Shu Chen made a mental note to consider this matter carefully when he returned. Seeing Shu Chen's waning interest, the man fell silent as he spoke. Many people wanted to attract Shu Chen's investment, but there were no particularly outstanding projects. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke up, "Mr. Shu, I wonder if you have any thoughts on hydropower energy stations?" Shu Chen's eyes lit up, intrigued by the topic. He clinked glasses with the man and asked, "May I know your name?" The middle-aged man politely replied, "Mr. Shu, I am Lu Sheng from Huayuan Energy Company, mainly engaged in energy generation. For example, our company is in the northwest, involved in wind power generation. Here, we also have hydroelectric power stations, but in recent years, there are more and more electric cars, whether they are electric vehicles or new energy electric cars, all requiring charging stations. So, in this aspect, the current market is not saturated yet. I want to expand the scale of hydroelectric power stations and increase power generation capacity. I wonder if Mr. Shu is interested?" Shu Chen also has an energy company of his own, but that company has other shareholders and is profitable, so they are not looking to sell. He said with interest, "Mr. Lu, could you introduce the current scale and plans?" Lu Sheng replied without hesitation, "Currently, we mainly focus on wind, hydro, and tidal energy. Considering the increasing number of electric cars, I want to expand into this area of business." Shu Chen also had ideas in mind, but it was not the right time for detailed discussions at the moment, so he suggested, "How about this, next Monday, we find a place to discuss in detail, what do you think?" Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He knew this wealthy man could make expansion effortless with just a nod. He immediately agreed, "Sure, no problem. Next Monday, Mr. Shu, just contact me whenever you're available." With that, he respectfully handed over a business card. Lu Ruyan took the card for Shu Chen and put it in her handbag. Tonight's networking event didn't really have a specific theme. It was just a platform for everyone to interact and strengthen cooperation. Since Shu Chen arrived, there had been constant requests for collaboration in various fields. However, Shu Chen had not agreed to any yet. Tonight was just about basic networking, and actual collaborations would require further private discussions. Tonight also made many people remember Lu Ruyan, this beautiful and charming woman. Every move she made seemed to carry a seductive charm. Just standing next to Shu Chen with a smile on her face seemed enough to captivate anyone. But everyone knew that this woman was off limits. Just by seeing her holding Shu Chen's arm in this setting, it was clear she held a significant position in Shu Chen's heart, far from being just a decorative piece. While Shu Chen was engaged in conversation, he suddenly saw a graceful figure approaching him, smiling. "Shu Gu, good evening." Shu Chen looked surprised at the beauty in front of him, who turned out to be Wang Xinyue. However, Shu Chen quickly realized that tonight's event was organized by the commercial bank, and as the regional branch manager, Wang Xinyue naturally had to be present. Zhao Qian must also be around, although Shu Chen hadn't seen him and wasn't sure what he was busy with. Looking at Wang Xinyue in a pure white cheongsam, accentuating her perfect figure, paired with ivory high heels, she exuded elegance. With her hair elegantly styled and a hairpin adorning it, she resembled a noblewoman from ancient times, exuding grace and beauty. Wang Xinyue glanced at Lu Ruyan beside her, her smile unchanged. Secretary Lu, hello. Being polite, Lu Ruyan, although eager to have Chu Chen to herself, had grown accustomed to his presence with others around. So she politely replied, Chairman Wang, you're too kind. Tonight, Wang Xinyue was not just here for Chu Chen but had a whole list of clients to attend to. After exchanging greetings with Chu Chen, she continued chatting with other clients. Everyone present was astute and could sense that the relationship between Chairman Wang and Chu Chen was different. Understanding this, they treated Wang Xinyue with extra courtesy. The networking event went on until nearly 10 p.m. before winding down. With matters to attend to at the bank, Wang Xinyue couldn't leave yet, so Chu Chen and Lu Ruyan left together. Ning Lei was driving, with Chu Chen and Lu Ruyan in the back seat. After a long silence, Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, Boss, do you like Chairman Wang? Chu Chen's lips curved into a smile. I really like her. Xinyue is very well behaved, cooks deliciously, she is sensible, knows what she wants, and never crosses the line. Lu Ruyan felt a sourness in her heart. She paused and said, Boss, you must have more than one Wang around you. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan and replied, there are two more. Phew! Lu Ruyan let out a long breath. Boss, you are truly fickle. Chu Chen shrugged. Men, as long as they are not eunuchs and still have a breath, who wouldn't be fickle? The difference lies in whether they have the ability and capital to be fickle. Lu Ruyan fell silent. She knew it was the truth. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan asked, Boss, have you ever thought about getting married? Would it be one of them? Marriage. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I don't want to get married, at least not for now. Why bother with marriage, waste effort, and have to please a girlfriend? It's better to have a sugar baby, no need to rack your brains, and the other party has to figure out how to please you. If I do get married one day, I just hope my wife will be sensible, that's all. The term sensible carries so much weight. Lu Ruyan remained silent. She didn't know what to say. The car soon arrived downstairs at Lu Ruyan's home, but there were two people standing beside it. Lu Ruyan glanced and exclaimed, My parents? Chu Chen looked surprised. Are you sure they are your parents? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. My own parents, can I mistake them? Chu Chen remembered Lu Ruyan mentioning she was from Suzhou and Hangzhou, living alone in Shanghai. But how could Lu Ruyan's parents suddenly be here in the middle of the night? Judging by Lu Ruyan's reaction, she was completely unaware. Ning Lei parked the car, and Lu Ruyan hurriedly got out and approached. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Lu's mother's expression was stern. I called you several times, asking you to go on blind dates, but you refused. You made me come and invite you, right? Lu's father's tone was also not pleasant. You're already 30, how long do you plan to wait? Every time you say you're busy with work, what are you busy with? Don't you have time to meet someone? They are also in Shanghai, can't you spare an hour? Hearing this, Chu Chen understood. He had talked with Lu Ruyan before, knowing she was already 30, and her parents were anxious, wanting her to hurry up and get married through blind dates. She had met many people, but none were suitable. Those she found acceptable wanted younger girls, and those interested in her didn't meet her standards. So, it had been dragging on. Lu Ruyan sighed. Mom, Dad, I told you, I'm very busy with work every day. I just came back from a conference, still in formal attire, haven't even changed yet. I'm this busy, how can I spare time for blind dates? And the people you introduced me to are in their 40s, with 2 kids. Why should I go? What do I want with an old man like that? Do I want to deal with his lack of hygiene? His high blood pressure? His snoring at night? As for money, I have my own. I've bought a house for our family with the money I've earned in recent years. I don't lack money, I don't need to be with someone I don't like, it's very uncomfortable. Lu's mother persisted. Well, I have a young man in his 20s here, just graduated. He doesn't mind you being older. Why don't you meet him? Lu Ruyan grew more irritated as she listened. Her boss was behind her, and her parents were like this. She was about to speak when Chu Chen got out of the car. She's not going on blind dates because of me. Hello, uncle and auntie, I'm Chu Chen, Ruyan's boss, and also her boyfriend. Looking at Chu Chen, who was elegantly dressed in a suit, approaching them, with a handsome face and extraordinary demeanor. If the previous Chu Chen was just an ordinary person, the current Chu Chen has changed a lot. Long-term in this position, with financial support, a person's temperament will change a lot. Chu Chen is becoming more mature. When Mr. Lu heard the voice, he frowned at first, then relaxed and said, are you Ruyan's boyfriend, or her superior? Chu Chen walked to Lu Ruyan's side, held her hand, and said, Ruyan may not want to say it. We just confirmed our relationship recently. She wants to wait until we are more stable before telling you. Mr. and Mrs. Lu's gaze immediately focused on Lu Ruyen. Hearing Chu Chen call himself her boyfriend, Lu Ruyen felt happy, but thinking about the other women around him made her uncomfortable. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Sighing, Lu Ruyen said, Mom, Dad, we are indeed together. This earring, necklace, all bought by Chu Gu for me, costing millions. Chu Gu is very good to me, but we just got together. I don't want to say too much. I was planning to tell you after the new year. Hearing her daughter say this, Mr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have a boyfriend, just say it earlier, so your mom and I don't have to worry about this every day. Mrs. Lu looked at Chu Chen, handsome and well-dressed, also her daughter's boss, handsome and wealthy, looking quite young. This is much better than the one she introduced. Mrs. Lu hesitated and said, well, Xiaochu, we as parents are also quite anxious about this matter. Ru Yan is already 30. Her dad and I worry about this every day. Now that we know you are together, we feel much relieved. Chu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, Auntie, I really like Ru Yan. Age is not a problem, I will take good care of her. Mrs. Lu nodded slightly. Ru Yan is good at studying and working, but not so good at housework and cooking. In the future, let her practice more, learn more. Chu Chen smiled and refused, Auntie, these are not a problem. My family is quite big, it's tiring to clean up alone, so I hire a maid. Oh, I see. Mrs. Lu didn't know what to say for a moment. Glancing at the time, Lu Ruyen said, Mom, Dad, it's late. Stay at my place tonight. Now you've seen, my work is going well, I have a boyfriend, you can rest assured. Go back tomorrow, I have work tomorrow, very busy. Chu Chen found it amusing. Tomorrow is clearly Saturday, and Shanghai never forces employees to work overtime for free, and Lu Ruyen doesn't have work tomorrow either. She's clearly talking nonsense. But Mr. and Mrs. Lu didn't know. They looked at each other. It was indeed unsafe to go back so late. So Mr. Lu said, alright, your mom and I will go back tomorrow. You work well, get along well with others. Lu Ruyen nodded repeatedly, okay, I understand. Turning to Chu Chen, Lu Ruyen blinked her eyes, boss, I'll take my parents back first, you go back early to rest too. Chu Chen looked at her tenderly, okay, I'll go back early to rest too. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As Chu Chen was about to get into the car, Mr. Lu suddenly said, well, Xiaochu, you must come for the new year. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely come for the new year. Watching the car drive away, Lu Ruyen breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Chu Chen stood up, he did help her a lot today. Her parents would definitely not rush her anymore. However, she clearly underestimated the thoughts of the older generation. When you don't have a partner, they urge you to hurry up and fall in love. When you have a lover, they urge you to get married quickly. After you get married, they will urge you to have children quickly. Lu Ruyen's current house is rented, with an area of over 80 square meters, but it can accommodate 3 people. Just returning home, Lu Ruyen changed clothes and came out of her room. Her mother started, Ruyen, how long have you been dating? When are you getting married? Lu Ruyen, drinking water, almost choked. She looked at her mother in disbelief. Mom, it's only been a week, you don't need to be in such a hurry, right? Lu's mother's face turned serious. I've heard about your company, such a large scale, the conditions must be good. First of all, there's no problem in terms of material things. Also, I just saw, the young man looks spirited, quite handsome, tall enough, he suits you. He speaks politely, respectful, look at yourself, such a good person is right in front of you, why don't you seize the opportunity? What are you waiting for? To be taken away? And, don't let your friends see him, I know your friends, they are crazy about money, if they find out, they will be your competitors. After this speech, Lu Ruyen was speechless. How could her mother be so pushy? Not to mention that the two hadn't even confirmed their relationship, they were just acting. Even if they were really a couple, it wouldn't be possible to get married so quickly. But she was too lazy to argue with her parents about these things. Okay, I got it. Mom, stop talking about it, let's see how it goes during the new year, okay? Lu's mother said discontentedly, what do you mean let's see? What do you mean how it goes? I think it's quite suitable, with such good conditions, why aren't you in a hurry? Just relying on your looks? Can you be good looking forever? Aren't we all the same when we get old? Seize the opportunity while you're young. What are you thinking day by day? Listen to me, hurry up, get in touch more. Tomorrow your dad and I will go back. Quickly ask him out on a date. It's best to get married when you come back for the new year. Lu Ruyen wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Got it, Mom, I'm very tired. Let's go to bed. Chu Chen returned home. Wang Xinyue hadn't come back yet. He had just changed his clothes when he received a message from Lu Ruyen. Are you asleep? Chu Chen, not yet, just got back, what's up? Lu Ruyan, I'm really sorry today, my parents suddenly came, I didn't know, and made you pretend to be my boyfriend. Chu Chen, is there a possibility that fake becomes real? Lu Ruyan, boss, are you serious? Chu Chen, guess? Seeing the message guess? On the screen, Lu Ruyan went crazy, wishing she could smash her phone. What a childish man, always playing guessing games. As adults, can't they just be straightforward? She stared at the phone screen, thought for a moment, and sent another message, boss, are you free tomorrow? Chu Chen, speak, what's up? Lu Ruyan, can we have a meal together tomorrow? Seeing Lu Ruyan's message, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile, just a meal? Lu Ruyan, let's talk about the rest later. Chu Chen, okay, tomorrow at noon, you pick a place and let me know. Lu Ruyan, okay, see you tomorrow. Chu Chen, see you tomorrow. Stretching lazily and relaxing his body, Chu Chen also prepared to go to bed. Just then, Wang Xinyue suddenly came back home. Xinyue is back, Chu Chen walked out of the bedroom. Wang Xinyue took off her high heels, put down her handbag, and hugged Chu Chen, saying, Chu Ji, I'm sorry, I just finished work at the company. Chu Chen smiled and said, there's nothing to apologize for, work is work, overtime is normal. Wang Xinyue poured a glass of water, then said, Chu Ji, wait a moment, I'll go change clothes, tidy up, you lie down first, if you're tired, go to sleep first. Chu Chen looked at Wang Xinyue's exquisite figure outlined by the cheongsam, feeling restless. Originally, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Ruyan tonight, but now that Wang Xinyue had returned, her scent of perfume stirred Chu Chen even more. Ignoring Wang Xinyue's surprise, he lifted her up and said, don't change, stay in this outfit. Wang Xinyue did not refuse, instead, she embraced Chu Chen and gently said, wait for me, I'll go put on a pair of stockings. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, yes, cheongsam with stockings. Soon, Wang Xinyue opened the wardrobe and took out an unopened pair of black stockings. 5 palace entries deleted. The next morning, Wang Xinyue packed up and went to the bank. Since becoming the bank manager, she had been busy with many tasks and frequent social engagements. Chu Chen leisurely prepared himself, glanced at the message from Lu Ruyan, and left at 11 o'clock. Today, he didn't call the driver but drove his Lamborghini himself. The restaurant Lu Ruyan booked was a Western restaurant inside the International Grand Mall. It was considered mid-range and quite decent. Chu Chen sat in a corner, and soon, Lu Ruyan walked in. It was already November. Lu Ruyan wore a black wool coat over a tight white thermal top, a black skirt barely covering her perky buttocks. She wore black leggings, showcasing her long and slender legs in knee-high black boots. Her long hair swayed as she walked, exuding charm like a peerless beauty. With her makeup, she looked like a top-tier glamorous mature woman. Seeing Chu Chen, Lu Ruyan walked over with a smile, sat across from him, and said, boss, sorry for being late. Chu Chen nonchalantly replied, it's okay, I just arrived. Lu Ruyan took off her wool coat, revealing her curvaceous figure under the white top, catching Chu Chen's attention with her remarkable bosom. He praised, your figure is truly amazing. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, so, boss, do you like it? I do. Chu Chen felt he was an honest person. Lu Ruyan frowned, why, boss, do you have feelings for me? Chu Chen teased back, do you want me to have feelings for you, or not? If I say I have feelings for you, what if you don't like me? If I say I don't have feelings for you, wouldn't it make you seem unattractive? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, boss, your reasoning is quite something. At that moment, a provocatively dressed woman passed by. It was already November, yet she wore a tight purple hip-hugging dress, carrying a khaki trench coat and thin black stockings, making one wonder if she felt cold. She wore black pointed high heels, exuding a strong perfume scent and heavy makeup, the epitome of a mistress. Her attire in this cold winter attracted many gazes. Watching her provocative walk, Lu Ruyan disapproved, boss, everyone's gone, why are you still looking? Do you like this kind of dressing? It looks so vulgar, who dresses like this in the dead of winter? Chu Chen cleared his throat and said, I always believe that the purpose of education is to instill in us the right values, understanding, and respect for others, rather than judging a stranger's appearance. Everyone has the freedom to dress as they wish and pursue the life they desire, there's no need to mock others. But then again, she does look vulgar. Lu Ruyan almost burst out laughing. She initially found what Chu Chen said quite educational and sacred, but the next moment, it all fell apart. It created an extreme contrast, as if she was immersed in the macrocosm of the market economy one moment and plunged into the animal instincts of the ecosystem the next, transitioning from the upper to the lower paths, appearing to be just 3 feet apart but actually 1,000 feet away. If Chu Chen knew her thoughts, he would definitely say, you understand metaphors. After ordering some dishes, the two of them began to chat. What happened last night in the end? Chu Chen was still quite curious. There was a hint of unnatural blush on Lu Ruyan's face as she remembered what her mother had said last night. Nothing much, just some casual questions they asked. Chu Chen's expression carried a deep meaning. Oh, I see. It's fine, we'll meet during the new year. We can talk more then. Lu Ruyan widened her eyes. Are you really coming for the new year? Chu Chen retorted, can't I? I'm your boyfriend now. If I don't go, how will you explain it? Lu Ruyan was speechless. In her parents' eyes, Chu Chen was a great choice for a boyfriend. If she dared to tell her parents they had broken up and he wouldn't come for the new year, her parents would definitely come over that day. Rubbing her head, Lu Ruyan sighed, why is this so troublesome? They are rushing me so much. Chu Chen leisurely said, don't you have someone you like? Lu Ruyan subconsciously said, I do, but... Seeing her pause, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, you like someone? Lu Ruyan held her pretty face in her hands, looking at Chu Chen like that. Chu Chen wasn't clueless about romance. He reached out and held Lu Ruyan's delicate hands, gently saying, if you like me, why don't you say it? Finally, they laid their cards on the table. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more relaxed. She softly said, I like you, but you have other women around you, and it makes me unhappy, so I never said it. Chu Chen stood up, sat next to Lu Ruyan, and embraced her fragrant shoulders. Actually, you've already agreed in your heart, haven't you? Lu Ruyan didn't resist, just looked at Chu Chen with a complex expression. Holding the stunning beauty in his arms, Chu Chen said, don't overthink it. They all have good personalities. Just treat them as a few girlfriends you've met. Lu Ruyan chuckled helplessly, can it be the same? Chu Chen didn't mind, among the wealthy, how many have clean hands? Today it's me, tomorrow if you find another wealthy second generation, can you guarantee he won't cheat outside? Lu Ruyan fell silent. She had encountered many wealthy individuals and knew that often when they went out or dined, the person beside them wasn't their spouse, whether it was a mistress or another lover. Chu Chen was right. Even if she changed partners, could she really be sure they weren't cheating outside? Maybe one day she would find out they had children outside. Remembering her mother's words from last night, if it was her girlfriends, even if they had someone outside, they would pretend not to see it. Lu Ruyan lifted her face, looking at Chu Chen. What do you like about me? Chu Chen lightly kissed Lu Ruyan's face. I like everything about you. Being kissed, Lu Ruyan didn't panic but instead hugged Chu Chen's neck, closed her eyes, and said, don't leave me. The kiss of the beautiful mature woman lingered on Chu Chen's lips, a fragrance wafting over, and the two gradually lost themselves in the moment. After a while, Lu Ruyan pushed Chu Chen away. You really? Your hand went in. As she spoke, she adjusted her clothes. Chu Chen shamelessly said, I couldn't help it, I couldn't help it. You're too beautiful, and your figure is too attractive to me. Indeed, Lu Ruyan's figure was truly stunning, surpassing the level of all beauties. Her ample bosom was unattainably high, her slender waist and perky buttocks formed an S-shaped figure, with an enticing waist-to-hip ratio. She also possessed a pair of super long legs that could lead one to commit a crime. After tidying up her clothes, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Chen with a hint of grievance in her eyes. Be nicer to me in the future. Chu Chen gently kissed her red lips. Don't worry. Perhaps by opening up, the relationship between the two became more transparent. When Lu Ruyan treated Chu Chen to dinner, it didn't cost much. After the meal, Chu Chen glanced outside and said, today is Saturday, this place is still a shopping mall, let me buy you something. Sure, okay. Lu Ruyan didn't refuse. She usually bought high-end luxury goods herself, so she didn't resist much and wasn't as shocked or excited as ordinary people. In her heart, there was only the joy and happiness of Chu Chen buying things for her. Chu Chen didn't care and went on a shopping spree for cosmetics, lipstick, perfume, handbags, clothes, buying from Chanel, LV, Gucci, Hermes, Lancome, Dior, Valentino, Balenciaga, and many other stores. They had bought over a dozen bags of items, spending close to 3 million. Although Lu Ruyan had money of her own, she had never shopped like this before, and seeing the value of Chu Chen's purchases made her eyes widen. The items were temporarily left in the store, to be delivered later. They found a resting area, bought 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to rest. Watching Chu Chen drink his milk tea, Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed. You know, how many billions are you worth now? I'm at least a high-ranking executive in a big corporation, and here we are sitting like a young couple drinking milk tea. Chu Chen chuckled as he sipped his milk tea. So what? As long as we're happy. Yes, as long as we're happy. Chu Chen suddenly asked, I remember, you're renting that apartment, right? Lu Ruyan was puzzled but replied, yes, because the property prices in Shanghai are high, and I don't have that much money for now. The money I earned in Beijing before was used to buy a house for my family. Chu Chen pondered. Shopping with a girl was the most boring thing, but with Lu Ruyan around, Chu Chen could enjoy looking at her beauty and figure, smelling her perfume, making the best of a dull situation. They strolled around like a couple, went for hot pot in the evening, and watched a movie. By the time they left the cinema, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Ruyan yawned softly. Brother, I'm tired and want to go back to sleep. Shuchen put his arm around her waist. How can you sleep without me? Lu Ruyan gently pushed him. Stop it. But as she looked up, she met Shuchen's intense gaze, hesitated for a moment, then embraced his neck, cheek to cheek, and softly said, Brother, do you really want me? Shuchen held Lu Ruyan's soft waist, licked her rosy lips. What do you think? Sensing a sudden inexplicable hardness, Lu Ruyan wasn't afraid at all. At 30 years old, even without experience, she knew enough. There was a hint of desire in her beautiful eyes. Take me to a hotel. Shuchen smiled mischievously. A hotel isn't good. I'll take you somewhere else. With that, he took Lu Ruyan's hand and led her away. Lu Ruyan was curious. Not going to a hotel, were they going to have outdoor intimacy? Having their first time outdoors seemed quite thrilling. Little did she know, Shuchen drove her to a residential area. A heavenly mansion. A luxurious upscale residential area. Shuchen had bought 3 properties here, a villa and 2 large apartments. He led the dazed Lu Ruyan to one of the large apartments. This was prepared by Shuchen yesterday, cleaned by the property during the day, fully furnished with all appliances, the entire room spotless. Lu Ruyan was not surprised at all. With Shuchen being so wealthy, owning a luxurious mansion was nothing out of the ordinary. She curiously looked at the extravagant decoration in the living room. Brother, how many square meters is this house? It looks huge. Even though she was older than Shuchen, she still called him brother. The charming brother always managed to touch Shuchen's heart every time, his mind filled with excitement. This large flat is 700 square meters, the overall layout is good, and there are walk-in closets and everything. Enviously, Lu Ruyan said, with my salary, I don't know how long it will take to buy a house like this. Shuchen embraced her from behind. Now, this house belongs to you. Lu Ruyan stiffened, somewhat incredulous. Are you sure? Just by looking at it, this house must cost at least several billion. Shuchen, however, was extremely gentle. Compared to you, what are a few billion? Lu Ruyan turned around, wearing high heels, almost at eye level with Shuchen. Brother, are you trying to spoil me in a golden house? Shuchen laughed. This house is worthy of you. Only with you in it can it be called a golden house. Lu Ruyan took the initiative to kiss him. You really know how to please me. Taking off her coat, Lu Ruyan headed to the bathroom. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me. Lu Ruyan was a very understanding person. If she liked something and wanted it, she would give it without pretense or manipulation. Fortunately, there was more than one bathroom, so Shuchen immediately went to another one to shower. Men shower much faster than women. After playing on his phone in bed for an hour, Shuchen saw Lu Ruyan slowly coming out. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her damp long hair casually falling on her smooth shoulders, revealing her collarbone and fair skin. Her slender hand held the bathrobe, which reached just above her knees, exposing a section of her fair long legs and a pair of crystal-clear jade feet stepping on the wool carpet. With the scent of shower gel and shampoo on her body, even after a shower, she looked stunningly beautiful with her natural face. Lu Ruyan truly lived up to her reputation as a beauty. Just standing there, her gaze seemed to carry a hint of seduction, like a flirtatious invitation, captivating and enchanting. Unable to control himself any longer, Shuchen picked up Lu Ruyan, placed her on the bed, and kissed her passionately. The spring breeze was once again intoxicating. The next morning, waking up to the enchanting beauty in his arms, Shuchen couldn't help but admire. You are so flexible. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, I was just in the mood last night. With a swift movement, Shuchen pinned Lu Ruyan beneath him. Can we be in the mood again now? Darling. Sensing the man's presence, Lu Ruyan also felt a bit lost in emotions and dreamily said, then be gentle. After morning exercises, the two embraced each other to rest. By the time they got up, it was already close to noon. While Lu Ruyan was tidying up her clothes, she said, Brother, I'm hungry. Shuchen casually replied, Get ready, we'll go out for lunch. Okay. Lu Ruyan hastened her movements. Soon, the two went downstairs, got in the car, and went out for a meal. It was the weekend, and neither of them had to work, so Shuchen accompanied Lu Ruyan to have fun everywhere. Eating, shopping, watching movies, singing, but they didn't buy much today, considering they had bought a lot the day before. Perhaps feeling too exhausted, Lu Ruyan went to bed early that night. However, Shuchen didn't insist. Seeing Lu Ruyan's sleeping face, he just gently kissed her and went to sleep together. On Monday morning, they got ready together and went to work. While driving, Shuchen suddenly asked, What do you think of my car? Shuchen was driving a Lamborghini Aventador, with a blue body, looking very cool. Lu Ruyan nodded. It's indeed very nice. Shuchen snapped his fingers. This car is yours now. I haven't driven it many times, so it's still quite new. Lu Ruyan was somewhat surprised. This car must be close to 10 million when it hits the ground. Are you giving it to me? Of course, don't you like it? If you don't, I'll get you one you like. Xu Chen didn't care about houses and cars at all now. After some thought, Lu Ruyan said, no need to change, this one is fine. I just think it's quite expensive, and you're giving it to me just like that. Xu Chen placed his hand on her thigh, eyes fixed ahead, and continued driving. In my heart, houses worth billions and luxury cars worth millions are nothing compared to you. Although Lu Ruyan knew that Xu Chen didn't care about the money at all, she still felt sweet inside. Upon arriving downstairs, Xu Chen went upstairs first, while Lu Ruyan went to buy breakfast for the two of them. After breakfast, Lu Ruyan got busy, while Xu Chen, as the boss, could relax, but she still had a lot of work to handle. After eating, Xu Chen called Lu Shang, still very interested in their cooperation that day. Mr. Xu, hello, Lu Shang's enthusiastic voice came through as the call connected. Xu Chen politely replied, Mr. Lu, regarding the proposal you mentioned to me last time, I am very interested. If it suits, I can invest. Mr. Lu, when are you free to discuss it in detail? Lu Shang's voice was filled with excitement. I'm available anytime, just let me know your schedule, Mr. Chu. Glancing at the time, still early today, Xu Chen said, alright, I'll come over now. Mr. Lu, send me the location. After hanging up, Xu Chen called Ning Lei, with Lu Ruyan following, ready to discuss cooperation. Upon arriving at Lu Shang's company, Lu Shang personally welcomed them downstairs. Seeing Xu Chen, he warmly approached, Mr. Chu, welcome. Xu Chen remained calm. Mr. Lu, shall we discuss in the office? Come, I'll take Mr. Chu to the meeting room, where another shareholder of my company is also present. The two of them walked inside with smiles, while Ning Lei conscientiously stayed in the car, and Lu Ruyan followed Xu Chen. Opening the meeting room door, Lu Shang pointed to a person and introduced, Mr. Chu, this is another investment partner and shareholder of my company, Ms. Wang Ziyin, MS. Wang, MS. Wang, this is Xu Chen, the owner of Star River Group, who we are discussing cooperation with today. Xu Chen and Wang Ziyin's eyes met, both showing a surprised expression. Instead of the expected handshake and conversation, both fell into silence. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, Xu Chen and Wang Ziyin simultaneously said, it's you. Perhaps the air conditioning in the meeting room was too warm. Wang Ziyin was wearing a tight white sweater, with curves similar to Lu Ruyan's full chest. Beneath the high peaks was a flat abdomen and a slender waist. Solely in appearance, she might even be more beautiful than Lu Ruyan, but in a different way. She had beautiful eyes like a galaxy, a delicate nose, and lips shaped beautifully and sensually, adorned with Bond No. 9 Swarovski crystal lipstick worth 3,000 yuan alone, giving a glossy yet not exaggerated look. She seemed meticulously crafted like Manhwa, with exquisite features. From Xu Chen's perspective, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Whether it was Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, or the other women, all were stunning beauties. But compared to Wang Ziyin in front of him, they fell slightly short. Her face was complex, dignified, elegant, gentle, cold, charming, sweet. It was hard to imagine that so many different styles could coexist, like a goddess of 1,000 faces. Not only did she possess a breathtaking beauty that could drive any man crazy, but her figure was also flawless. The slender swan-like neck was incredibly sexy and charming. Even though Xu Chen had seen countless beauties before, in the face of such temptation, he couldn't help but want to gently caress it. The collarbone slightly exposed above the sweater was as delicate as ice branches and white jade, and the undulating full jade peak stood tall, just the right size to be held in one hand. Her exquisite figure exuded a charming aura beneath her clothes. She stood there, tall at 1.75 meters, with a complex expression, yet unable to conceal her queen-like aura, naturally exuding nobility. Like the ice and snow goddess on an eternal glacier, she also resembled the queen of the Milky Way wandering in the starry sky. She wasn't deliberately targeting anyone, but the inherent nobility and elegance she exuded made any comparison pale in comparison. Below, she wore a fitted suit with trousers, slightly taller than Lu Ruyan, with astonishingly long legs, a golden ratio, and absolute beauty with a perfect 9-head proportion, showcasing her extraordinary figure from head to toe. Her jet-black long hair was as silky as smooth satin, cascading down her back and swaying slightly with the air-conditioning breeze. Below the trousers, a glimpse of bare ankle was visible, leading down to a pair of white high heels on her feet. Elegant and dignified. In terms of figure, looks, temperament, and more, she was flawless, an absolute top beauty. Seeing the expressions of the two, Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang vaguely felt that something was amiss. Did these two know each other? Chu Chen took a deep breath and spoke slowly. It's been 3 or 4 years, long time no see. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and felt that it was normal for them to know each other given their status. But Lu Ruyan beside them stared at Wang Ziyin, furrowing her brows. Wang Ziyin's expression gradually calmed down. Not bad, but you've changed a lot. Chu Chen pulled out a chair and sat down without ceremony. Life has its ups and downs, no one can say for sure. To get to this point, I rely on luck, just sheer luck. Wang Ziyin's face showed a hint of emotion. Luck is also part of strength. Glancing at Lu Sheng beside her, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. So, are you now cooperating with Mr. Lu? Wang Ziyin nodded. Yes, I own 65% of the shares here. Chu Chen said, okay, in that case, I'll invest too. Wang Ziyin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Don't you need to consider it? Don't you need to discuss it? Chu Chen looked straight at her stunning beauty. Since you're here, I'm reassured. Whether I consider it or not, it's all the same. Wang Ziyin turned to Lu Sheng. Mr. Lu, I remember you said that if possible, you could give up 10%, right? In this company, Wang Ziyin held 65%, while Lu Sheng had 35%. If he gave up 10%, Lu Sheng would still have 25% of the shares. That's right, we agreed on this before, and I can definitely do it. Wang Ziyin nodded calmly. Good, then I'll give up another 20 shares and give them to you. I'll have 45%, you'll have 30, and Mr. Lu will have 25. How about that? Chu Chen said without hesitation. I agree. Lu Sheng also quickly stated, I have no problem. Although he didn't understand the situation between these two, now was not the time for him to negotiate. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and Lu Sheng hurriedly said, I have something to attend to, I'll go to the office first. Lu Ruyan followed him out expressionlessly, standing guard outside the door. After closing the door, only Chu Chen and Wang Ziyin remained in the meeting room. Wang Ziyin breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes softened, carrying a hint of warmth. Long time no see, husband. If anyone else heard this husband, they would surely be shocked and confused. Chu Chen, however, showed no sign of happiness. Instead, he sighed, I haven't heard that name in over 6 years. Actually, you don't have to call me that way. After all, we never got married. Wang Ziyin smiled and said, back then, you loved it when I called you that. Chu Chen's expression seemed to carry a hint of reminiscence. That was all back in college. It's a pity we've been apart for so long. Wang Ziyin chuckled. The one just now, is she your girlfriend? Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, knowing she was referring to Lu Ruyan. Sort of, she's also my secretary. Wang Ziyin looked curious. I'm curious, how did you become so successful? Back then, you had nothing. Chu Chen's gaze seemed distant, as if recalling something. It's nothing, really. Everyone encounters some special opportunities. Perhaps one opportunity is enough to change an entire life. I agree with that. Wang Ziyin nodded in approval, not pressing further. After all, everyone holds their own secrets. Today's word count is only 1,000, not in the mood to write. An hour and a half ago, I was reported, taken in 5 times, and temporarily stopped for rectification. When I'll be out is unknown. If I can't get out, see you in the next book. Wang Ziyin's gaze turned somewhat profound. You have a girlfriend now, when do you plan to get married? Married? I'm not getting married. Chu Chen shook his head. I have more than one woman, so marriage is not on my mind for now. Hearing that Chu Chen had more than one woman by his side, Wang Ziyin remained unfazed. It seems you've changed a lot over the years. Chu Chen retorted, and what about you? Have you gotten married after all these years? Wang Ziyin shook her head. No, I've been alone all these years. Chu Chen frowned, looking at Wang Ziyin. Alone? Yes. Wang Ziyin didn't understand Chu Chen's attitude. Chu Chen's expression darkened. So, were you lying to me back then? Under Chu Chen's gaze, Wang Ziyin seemed to lose her aura completely, and she weakly said, I didn't mean to. I had my reasons. Chu Chen stared at her for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Forget it, the past is in the past. Wang Ziyin met his gaze, but I haven't moved on. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. But I have more than one person by my side now, we can't go back. Wang Ziyin suddenly smiled. Let's talk about this later. It's been so long, you're doing so well now, how about treating me to a meal? Chu Chen grinned. How about hot pot skewers? Sure. Wang Ziyin didn't hesitate. Both of them were wealthy, so a meal costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands was nothing to them. But a hot pot skewers meal piqued Wang Ziyin's interest greatly. It was still early, not yet time for dinner, so the two sat there chatting, reminiscing about the past and discussing the experiences of their former classmates. At noon, the three of them had lunch together. Lu Ruyan sat beside Chu Chen the whole time, serving him food and water, not saying much, just listening to the two catching up. A hot pot skewers meal costing over 100 yuan held different meanings for Chu Chen and Wang Ziyin. Perhaps, they were both memories of their youth. After the meal, Wang Ziyin left in an Audi A6, with the license plate number, Jing-A. Shu Chen looked at the license plate, lost in thought. Beside him, Lu Ruyan curiously asked, "Brother, who is she?" This question had been on Lu Ruyan's mind all morning, feeling like there was a story between the two. Chu Chen's gaze held a hint of sadness. "She was my first love." First love. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lu Ruyan's mind. Regardless of gender, first love is a very special existence, like moonlight, an unforgettable beauty and dream in memory. Moreover, as a woman, Lu Ruyan could tell that Wang Ziyin still had feelings for Chu Chen, otherwise, her attitude wouldn't be like this. If Wang Ziyin joined in, she would be the strongest opponent. Lu Ruyan never saw Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili as rivals, but Wang Ziyin was different. First love, years apart, good looks, and a good family background, each of these is a significant advantage. If she turned back to Chu Chen, Lu Ruyan dared to guarantee that the little pervert Chu Chen would definitely fall for Wang Ziyin. With such a rival, competing for the position of the main consort, Lu Ruyan felt she had no advantage. Her proud looks and figure seemed to be slightly inferior. For a moment, Lu Ruyan found herself in a dilemma. On the other hand, after getting into the car, Wang Ziyin was presented with Chu Chen's information from these years. However, due to the system's limitations, she could only see a part of it. Interesting, funding from foreign stock markets and funds, looks like my first love is quite capable. 500 billion, wow, did he rob Wall Street? Unknown overseas accounts, let's skip that. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, for women, not bad, but not as much fun as my dad had. Star River Group. Oh, quite a few subsidiary companies, including overseas shipping and international tourism businesses. This guy is something. Apart from the system's blocking, every detail about Chu Chen was thoroughly scrutinized by Wang Ziyin. Putting the information aside, Wang Ziyin murmured, You've really changed a lot." She lowered the mirror in the car and carefully examined herself in it. "So many years have passed, I wonder what you're thinking. How long can I wait for you?" In the car, there was a middle-aged driver, a slightly graying old man, and a young and beautiful woman. The old man looked at Wang Ziyin with some affection in his expression. "Ying, go back and talk to your family. With his current status, I think there will be much less opposition." Wang Ziyin shook her head. "It's not the right time yet. He's just a businessman now. Even if he's wealthy, he still lacks a protective status." Speaking of this, Wang Ziyin fell into contemplation. Chu Chen was sitting in the car when he suddenly received a message from Wang Ziyin. After reading the message, Chu Chen's smile disappeared, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Seeing him deep in thought, Lu Ruyan didn't dare to disturb him and just sat beside him. Wang Ziyin returned to the capital, leaving only a message for Chu Chen before leaving. "Boss, our Star River Tourism's international business has officially started. Currently, we have recruited over 60 international tour guides." Although everything that should have happened between them had already occurred, now that they were back in the office discussing work, it was only natural to address him as the boss. Chu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. "Okay, expand the business more, we can operate worldwide." Chu Chen had originally thought about going on a trip with a group, but it was already deep winter, too cold, and he didn't feel like running around. He decided to wait until next spring or summer when the weather improved to go out. As time passed day by day, the weather grew colder, and by mid-December, everyone was wearing down jackets. Christmas Eve and New Year's Day were just a few days away, and then it would be close to Chinese New Year. In the past, Chu Chen was usually alone, not thinking much about anything else. But this year was clearly different, with Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziyin. Li Wenxin's husband would definitely return, that could be overlooked. Wang Ziyin is in the capital, and the situation between the two is a bit complicated for now, but we can ignore that. As for the other three, they had promised to spend the new year at Lu Ruyan's house. Just thinking about it is troublesome. While contemplating, Wang Xinyue suddenly sent a message. "Shuge, the day after tomorrow is Christmas Eve, which happens to be Friday night. Do you have time?" Just as Chu Chen was pondering this matter, the message arrived. However, Wang Xinyue's question was quite clever. "Do you have time?" She knew Chu Chen was not alone, and she wasn't sure who he would be with that day, so she had to ask indirectly. Chu Chen thought for a moment before replying. "Yes, I'll let you know when the time comes, but it might not just be you and me." Wang Xinyue replied, "It's okay, as long as you're there." Reading Wang Xinyue's message, Chu Chen shook his head and sent a message to Jiang Lili. "Friday night, Christmas Eve, I remember you have the day off." Jiang Lili replied, "Yes, I'm off that day, I'm available, Shugu." Chu Chen responded, "Okay, we'll meet then, but it might not just be you and me." Jiang Lili, understanding, said, "It's okay, Shugu, as long as you're happy, I'm fine with it." After all, Zhang Lili and Wang Xinyue knew each other and were quite familiar, so it was not a problem. But Lu Ruyan had never met Zhang Lili, only Wang Xinyue. As for Li Wenxin, her husband was coming back on Friday, so there was no need to consider her. Sometimes having too many women around could be troublesome, but fortunately, there were no conflicts here with Chu Chen, which made things a lot easier. At lunchtime, Lu Ruyan walked in, stood in front of the desk, leaning slightly forward. Brother, it's time to go, shall we have dinner together? Chu Chen yawned, sure, let's go to the cafeteria. As they walked, Chu Chen asked, are you free on Christmas Eve? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, if my brother calls me, of course I'm free. But seeing Chu Chen's expression, she seemed hesitant. Lu Ruyan realized, is there someone else? Chu Chen nodded heavily. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly but said, it's okay. Chu Chen knew Lu Ruyan was not happy, but he also knew she would adapt. The food in the cafeteria, it must be said, was really delicious. They had hired chefs specifically for this, and the prices were reasonable, at 20% off compared to outside restaurants, which was completely affordable for the employees of the group company. Moreover, the cafeteria's kitchen was monitored, and the chefs ate the same food, so in terms of safety and hygiene, there were no issues. With trustworthy and affordable food, good taste, and proximity, who wouldn't want to eat there? That's why the cafeteria was always bustling. Chu Chen and Lu Ruyan found a place to sit and eat. Many people greeted them as they passed by, even though they didn't usually interact with Chu Chen, they all knew him from the group company. Watching many employees eating there, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh, it's rare to see everyone from a group company eating here. Lu Ruyan smiled, indeed, because many cafeterias are not clean and are expensive, our company's cafeteria is cheap and clean, so everyone is willing to come here. That's great. Chu Chen focused on his meal, braised pork, tomato and egg stir-fry, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of rice soup. Simple home-cooked meals were something many people enjoyed, without the need for complexity. Although Christmas Eve was originally a holiday from abroad, it was celebrated quite lively in China. Chu Chen saw Christmas Eve promotions everywhere, with discounts in malls and various activities, making it very lively. Friday arrived. Chu Chen decided not to go to the office today, slept in, and only started getting ready in the afternoon. Tonight, he would be celebrating with Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, and Lu Ruyan, making it quite special. Chu Chen was dressed in a thick black windbreaker, a black sweater, casual jeans, thermal leggings underneath, and a pair of thick sneakers, looking relaxed, comfortable, and warm. Chu Chen was in his large flat, another one of his properties, an 800 square meter luxurious flat with extravagant decoration. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Ruyan arrived. Lu Ruyan was also dressed in black, wearing a black down jacket, black sweater, black skirt, black leggings, and a pair of black high-heeled boots, standing close to 6 feet tall. She put down her handbag and sat directly on Chu Chen's lap, hugging his neck. Brother, today is Christmas Eve, and I have prepared a gift for you. Chu Chen smiled at her. What gift? Lu Ruyan lightly kissed Chu Chen on the lips and said, although it's a bit early, I still want to give it to you. Wait a moment. With that, she got up and brought over a bag from the side. Chu Chen then noticed that when Lu Ruyan came over, she was carrying a large bag, piquing his curiosity about its contents. Lu Ruyan took out a black bag from it, saying, this is a Leica camera, worth about 200,000. I hope that in this camera, we can capture many photos and videos of us together in the future. The 200,000 value was insignificant to Chu Chen, but Lu Ruyan had spent quite a sum on it. Nevertheless, he appreciated the gesture. The camera was white, shining with a metallic luster, exuding quality and sophistication. Chu Chen suddenly grinned mischievously, I have a bold idea. How about we make joyful videos together, and use this camera in the future? Lu Ruyan smiled alluringly, sure, but be careful not to lose it or let others see it. Chu Chen chuckled, I'll keep it at home. Unless someone dares to break in. Lu Ruyan teased, next time we shoot, we'll set up a tripod, find a good spot, and let you experience being a director and leading actor. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, darling, I'm looking forward to it. Even if they filmed, Chu Chen wouldn't show it to anyone. He would enjoy it himself or maybe project it on the TV next time, watching their selfies together with Lu Ruyan, adding a unique charm and excitement. Watching Lu Ruyan's enchanting face and her graceful curves, Chu Chen felt a stirring desire. Seeing the passion in Chu Chen's eyes, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, brother, not now, they will be here soon. Chu Chen agreed. Even though Lu Ruyan was cooperative in bed, she couldn't accept others joining. He hugged Lu Ruyan and said fiercely, then let me take a little interest and kiss you well. Lu Ruyan giggled and leaned against him, come on, brother, kiss me as much as you want. The two indulged in a passionate kiss. Although they didn't engage in a fierce battle, Chu Chen's teasing left Lu Ruyan breathless, satisfying his desires. When Zhang Lili arrived half an hour later, Chu Chen and Lu Ruyan were watching TV. Zhang Lili was wearing a purple down jacket, a purple thermal top, a black leather skirt, black leggings, and a pair of white high-heeled boots, looking very sexy. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Faker was right, purple is quite charming. Chu Chen introduced the two to each other. She is Zhang Lili, currently a flight attendant. Lu Ruyan nodded in understanding. Ah, a flight attendant, no wonder she has such a good figure and looks. She is indeed well off. She is Lu Ruyan, currently my secretary. Zhang Lili didn't mind at all. Instead she smiled and said, "Hello, Sister Lu." Without causing offense, Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Lili and politely replied, "Hello, Lili." They were not very familiar with each other, so they exchanged simple greetings and sat down next to Chu Chen. The gift Zhang Lili brought for Chu Chen was a Gucci belt worth 30,000. Leaning close to Chu Chen's ear, Zhang Lili's tone carried a hint of flirtation as she said, "Chu Ji, next time, use this to punish me." Chu Chen patted her perky bottom and teased, "Then don't cry out in pain." Wang Xinyue soon returned, dressed all in white, a white down jacket, warm clothes, white trousers, and even a pair of white shoes. The three women had different styles, each with their own unique characteristics. Glancing at the time, Chu Chen saw that it was almost 7 o'clock and gestured, "Let's go, we're off." The first activity, dinner. Man may be made of iron, but food is made of steel. Skipping a meal will leave you famished. Being unenthusiastic about eating indicates a problem with one's mindset. Many restaurants outside were fully booked, but fortunately Chu Chen had made reservations in advance. They went to a high-end French restaurant on the Bund. Ning Lei was already prepared in the car, with Chu Chen and the three women sitting in the back, lowering the partition. Lu Ruyan tossed her long hair and said with anticipation, "It's been a while since I had French cuisine. I've been eating at the company every day recently, and the taste hasn't changed." Chu Chen pretended to be displeased. "Are you saying the food at our company isn't good anymore?" Lu Ruyan linked her arm with his. "Chu Ji, of course the food at our company is delicious. We're just going out for a rare treat." In fact, Chu Chen rarely ate French cuisine. Perhaps due to his humble background, he preferred home-cooked meals, which were equally good. As for high-end dining, it's not that he didn't like it, he just ate less of it. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili also rarely visited such upscale restaurants, as before they met Chu Chen, their salaries couldn't support frequent high spending. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chu Chen led the three women inside. A good-looking waitress immediately approached. "Sir, I'm sorry, but our restaurant is fully booked at the moment. If you're willing to wait." Chu Chen waved his hand. "I have a reservation, room 888, Chu Chen." The waitress's demeanor became respectful upon hearing this. "Mr. Chu, please follow me." Chu Chen, a man with three beautiful women, attracted more than a few glances from the diners nearby. It was inevitable, the three women were too dazzling. Wang Xinyue's gentle and serene demeanor, Zhang Lili's charming beauty, and Lu Ruyan's enchanting allure. Wang Xinyue, chosen from among many beautiful women at the bank, was truly exceptional. Zhang Lili, the most beautiful woman in the crew, needed no further introduction. As for Lu Ruyan, just hearing her name would give an idea of her unparalleled elegance and charm. Even though her voluptuous figure was concealed by the down jacket, her beautiful face drew many admiring glances. The three women were accustomed to being stared at and paid no mind to it. Inside the private room, Chu Chen asked directly, "Are the dishes I ordered ready?" "They're all set, Mr. Chu, we can serve them any time." Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Good, bring them out." French cuisine can be quite elaborate and time-consuming, so Chu Chen didn't want to waste time waiting for the dishes, especially since they planned to go out after dinner. The three women were curious about the dishes Chu Chen had ordered. Soon enough, several waiters brought in the dishes. First was French onion soup, a classic French appetizer made with caramelized onions, beef broth, puff pastry, and cheese. Many Chinese people are not accustomed to having soup before a meal, but Western cuisine has many peculiarities that Chinese find hard to adapt to. Another dish was beef stewed in red wine. This French meal needs to be prepared 4 hours in advance. If it's not pre-ordered like Chu Chen did, you'll have to wait until midnight to eat. Chu Chen finds this dish quite good, mainly consisting of red wine, beef, celery, potatoes, various special seasonings, and finally baked to perfection. Even Easterners can adapt to this taste. Dinner also includes Marseille fish soup, Lorraine omelette, foie gras, and more. Foie gras is a luxurious dish in French cuisine, quite pricey. After a slight taste, Chu Chen commented, "I feel that French and Chinese cuisine are quite similar in many ways, but French cuisine has modernized while Chinese cuisine hasn't. Moreover, despite being considered high-end, French cuisine still can't compete with the market dominance of simple, fast, and energy-packed American fast food and steaks." one can only say that it's all about eating at different levels. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound, something Western cuisine can't compare to. Western cuisine emphasizes etiquette and procedures, but Chinese cuisine's flavors are unmatched by the West. French cuisine uses a lot of onions and tomatoes, which Chu Chen can't understand. How can these Gauls love eating these things so much without getting tired of them? Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, eats naturally. She smiles and says, I worked in the capital for 3 years before, where I had a lot of Western food, including steaks and foie gras, but most of the time it was quite simple, just pasta and pizza. Many people in the capital and Shanghai eat these, but most of them are just trying to show off. They don't really understand, and as for those etiquettes, no one cares about them. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili are less knowledgeable in this regard, listening with interest to the two's conversation. Chu Chen shakes his head lightly. Personally, I can only accept pizza and steak. I can't get used to the taste of many other Western dishes. When we have time later, let's go eat some good Chinese food, find an old reputable private chef. I know a few good ones. The bill for this meal amounted to over 40,000, but everyone remained calm, not caring at all. Following Chu Chen, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili's perspectives and knowledge have greatly improved, and tens of thousands of yuan are no longer a concern for them. First, they went to the nearby Bund. Today, the Bund was particularly lively, crowded with people. 2 bodyguards cleared the way, protecting the 3 women in front, making it impossible for anyone to take advantage of them. This was a benefit, otherwise, in such a crowded place, many girls might encounter molesters. Moreover, with so many people, it was impossible to find out who did what. Despite the cold wind, the 3 women were very happy, chatting and taking photos together. Standing by the river, Ning Lei held a high-definition camera, taking group photos of them. However, there were too many people here, making it difficult to find a spacious place for photos. After a while of excitement, the 3 women lost interest in the place. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan said, let's go to the church. Today is Christmas Eve, there might be some special programs. Although they didn't believe, it didn't stop them from wanting to take a look. Chu Chen naturally had no objections, so they immediately got into the car and headed to the church. The Christian church in Shanghai was large, with many people visiting, and a whole street was already closed off. Chu Chen frowned. With so many people, how are they going to get through? Wang Xinyue casually said, since we're here, we can just park the car and walk over, it's not that far anyway. So, Ning Lei found a place to park, and Chu Chen led the 3 of them to walk over. As for the non-religious group, they didn't know much about Christianity. Even Lu Ruyan's knowledge was limited to what she learned in history textbooks. Chu Chen took the opportunity to educate them as they walked. Currently in China, the mainstream religions are Christianity and Catholicism. Many people can't distinguish between the two, but originally, they were the same. It's just that their doctrines diverged, leading to a split. All 3 of them were very interested in listening to Chu Chen tell stories. Christianity appeared in the 1st century AD, initially among Jewish groups in Palestine and Asia Minor. According to the Bible, it was founded by Jesus of Nazareth in Palestine. Christians believe in God. Jesus is the Christ, the triune God, although crucified, has risen, ascended, and will soon return to the world. Later, it gradually expanded, including the entire Mediterranean region, with many believers, but the church itself had all kinds of people, different views, each with their own thoughts. Zhang Lili said with a click of her tongue, it seems that wherever there are people, there is conflict. Chu Chen chuckled, people are selfish, everyone has their own thoughts, when people come together, there will inevitably be conflicts, so in the martial arts novels in our country, there is often a saying, where there are people, there is the Jianghu. Wang Xinyue also agreed, saying, that's true, that's human nature. Chu Chen continued, later, with the appearance of Martin Luther, the formation of the new Lutheran sect, Western religious reforms, and so on, Christianity changed a lot. Currently, in our country, several churches, Protestant churches believe in Jesus Christ God, while Catholicism, although the foreign church worships God, domestically it's somehow misinterpreted, and many people end up worshipping the Virgin Mary, although they all seem to be Christians, there are still differences. Listening to Chu Chen recount many historical stories like treasures, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes revealed admiration. Brother, you know so much, I've forgotten what the history books say. Chu Chen raised his head proudly, of course, I am an educated person. Seeing Chu Chen's deliberate demeanor, the 3 women burst into laughter. At the entrance of the church, people wearing church clothes were specially receiving visitors today because it was a special holiday, and the church knew many people would come. They greeted warmly, welcome, welcome, the church has a performance tonight, if you have time, you can go in and have a look. Chu Chen and the others followed the crowd inside. Inside the church, there was a large hall. Looking in from the windows outside, there were many people inside, with a stage where many were performing. Chuchen and the others entered through the back door, found a place to sit, and watched the performance in front. Although they didn't understand, the performance was still good. Although they were not professional performers, it was evident that they were performing with dedication. They watched a few performances with interest, but soon, the three women lost interest. Because they didn't understand the history of the church itself and the stories of the Bible, they seemed confused and half understood. However, it had to be said that the atmosphere here seemed very nice. After more than half an hour, the group quietly left through the back door. Walking on the street, there were crowds of people out enjoying themselves, many couples as well. It was already 10 o'clock, but the flow of people on the street showed no signs of decreasing. Lu Ruyan excitedly said, "I heard the mall is open until 3 in the morning tonight, shall we go and see?" Perhaps shopping is a woman's nature. Sometimes when they go shopping, they don't necessarily have to buy, they enjoy the browsing, the selection, the feeling of looking. As soon as this suggestion came out, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili both said, "I agree." Chuchen looked at them and shrugged, "Alright, let's go, buy a few cups of milk tea, and let's go for a stroll." There were many milk tea shops on the street. The four of them each got a cup of hot grass jelly milk tea, and then went shopping. They often went to the International Grand Mall, and tonight was no exception. The mall was quite hot, with the air conditioning blowing out hot air. Chu Chen took off her coat directly and handed it to the bodyguard behind her. Seeing this, the other three women followed suit, taking off their heavy down jackets and giving them to the bodyguards behind them, getting ready to shop lightly. Many winter clothes are designed to be close-fitting and warm. Originally, when they were wearing down jackets, many people only paid attention to their faces. Now, upon closer inspection, they were impressed by Chu Chen's great figure. However, they also noticed clearly that the clothes worn by these women were all international big brands, quite valuable. Not to mention the watches on their wrists. Even if one didn't recognize them, it was obvious they were not cheap items. And with bodyguards behind them, these were not people to mess with. No one dared to look too much and quickly turned their heads. Nowadays, although beautiful women are attractive, one's life is more important. It's better to go back and look at pictures on the internet. After all, they are all beautiful women.